Hi. If I can get the okay from the AV booth, I think we're ready to go. Okay. Oh, 1 minute. Okay. Okay. Welcome to the Yale Center for British Arts Symposium dedicated to the artist and filmmaker Steve McQueen. I'm Courtney J. Martin, the Paul Mellon Director of the museum. I am pleased to introduce our opening roundtable discussion, The Place and Importance of McQueen's Work Across Cultural Spaces. This session will be chaired by Karen Alexander, who will be joined by discussants Donna DeSalvo, Stuart Comer, Cheryl Fenley, and Hamza Walker. Yale University acknowledges that Indigenous people and nations, including Mohegan, Mashantucket Pequot, Eastern Pequot, Chigotacoke, Golden Hill, Paugussett, Niantic, and the Quinnipiac and other Algonquin-speaking people have stewarded the land and waterways of what is now the state of Connecticut. We honor and respect the enduring relationships that exist between these people, these nations, and this land. Why a symposium on Steve McQueen? You might be asking. Born in London in 1969, Queen has worked in film, installation, and photography for more than 30 years. In 2008, he received widespread critical acclaim for his feature film debut, Hunger, which won the Palme d'Or in Cannes. His third feature film, 12 Years a Slave from 2013, won 3 Academy Awards, 2 BAFTA Film Awards, and a Golden Globe Award for Best Motion Picture. More recently, the BBC commissioned McQueen to direct Small Axe, a 5-film anthology series, and to co-direct Uprising, a 3-part documentary series, both of which have won multiple television BAFTAs. In 2011, McQueen was appointed Commander of the Order of the British Empire for services to the visual arts, and in 2022, he was knighted for services to film. This 2-day symposium at the Yale Center for British Arts celebrates and investigates the range of McQueen's practice from the early 1990s to the present. Perhaps the simple answer to the question of why a symposium on McQueen is that for those of us familiar with his earlier work in film and video, his recent entry into international public acclaim needs to be conceptualized and contextualized within that earlier process. Simultaneously, the most recent work on television has elevated the medium in a manner that deserves serious critical attention. To that end, our museum is currently hosting a display of McQueen's 2013 Lynching Tree, an installation that ties together his practice as a feature filmmaker and a visual artist. This color photograph, mounted in a light box, was taken on the outskirts of New Orleans in 2012 at one of the film locations for the film 12 Years a Slave. It is on view on the 3rd floor of the museum, where it is accompanied by a reading and response room. I invite all of you who are here in person to view this work. This afternoon's roundtable discussion will be chaired by Karen Alexander. Karen is an independent film and moving image curator, writer, and researcher based in London. She's a lecturer at Central St. Martin's and has previously worked with and for the British Film Institute, the Royal College of Art, and as a consultant for a range of national cinemas, galleries, and arts organizations. She lectures and speaks widely about film and video by British artists and the post-colonial politics of representation and gender. Karen is joined by Donna DeSalvo, Senior Adjunct Curator for Special Projects at the DIA Art Foundation. Before she rejoined DIA in 2020, Donna spent 15 years at the Whitney Museum of American Art, where she became its first chief curator and deputy director for programs, and was instrumental in the design of its new building and curatorial program. Donna directed a multi-year analysis of the Whitney's permanent collection, leading to acquisitions that substantially increased the museum's holdings of works by women, artists of color, and artists from underrepresented geographic regions. She also led the team for the inaugural exhibition at the Whitney, America is Hard to See. In 2016, she organized a presentation of McQueen's in credits as part of the Open Plan series. Stuart Comer is the Lonte Evers Chief Curator of Media and Performance at the Museum of Modern Art in New York. He also leads the Marie-José and Henry Kravis Studio, MoMA's new space dedicated to performance, music, sound, spoken image, and expanded approaches to the moving image. In addition to helping reimagine the museum's permanent collection galleries, he is co-curating the forthcoming exhibition, Signals, How Video Transformed the World. From 2004 to 2013, Stuart was the first curator of film at Tate Modern, where he established the Tate Film Platform, oversaw film and video work for the Tate Collection and displays, and helped to conceive the program for the tanks at Tate Modern. Cheryl Fenley is Associate Professor of Art History at Cornell University and Distinguished Visiting Professor in the Department of Art and Visual Culture at Spelman College. She's also the inaugural director of the Atlanta University Center for Art History and Curatorial Studies Collective. A curator and contemporary art critic, Cheryl is the award-winning author of Committed to Memory, The Art of the Slave Ship Icon, which was published in 2018. She received her PhD from Yale in 2002 in the African American and History of Art departments. Finally, Hamza Walker is the director of LAX Art, a nonprofit space in Los Angeles. Before joining LAX Art in 2016, he was director of education and associate curator at the Renaissance Society at the University of Chicago, a non-collecting contemporary art museum. Recent exhibitions at LAX Art include Nikita Gell, Takers from 2022, Candace Williams and Cassandra Press's The Absolute Right to Exclude from 2021, and Post-Commodities, Some Reach While Others Clap from the year before. It should be acknowledged collectively, this group represents some of the earliest and most enduring curators, writers, and thinkers of and on McQueen's work. Their presence here together is a special convergence. After our discussion, we will take questions from the audience. May I ask you to please wait for the microphone to come to you before you begin to speak. And for those, many of you who are tuning in remotely, please send your questions to ycba.research@yale.edu. I will repeat this again before questions begin.
Thank you, Courtney, for that fantastic introduction. And thank you and the Yale Centre for British Art for inviting me to be part of this very, very exciting event. It reminds me of the times when I was taken by my school when I was 10 years old ice skating, or to see a film, and my parents would ask me, how's that education? I feel that sort of excitement in being part of the event today. I really want to thank all of the speakers on this panel for agreeing to kick off the symposium with their thoughts and observations about Steve McQueen and his work. And I want to thank Gemma Field, Pooja Sen, and Jen Ongley for all their help and support in the planning of the conference. And I want to thank you, the audience, for joining us for what I know will be an informative and very stimulating symposium. On the screen is what I think is a very interesting and important quote that I found when I was looking for quotes about Steve McQueen in his own voice. And for me, it's very important to sort of like think about the way in which Steve McQueen really, his work for me, as somebody who works on and thinking about sort of the post-colonial moment and thinking about histories and how histories have been represented and can be represented in film, it says a lot. And so I just wanted to have that as my, my one slide. McQueen's work is underscored by the importance and the act of looking. And as he observes, and in his own words again, he says, I can't put a filter on life. It's about not blinking. And McQueen's ability to work across cinema, photography, television, and video art has achieved praise from both audiences and the Academy alike. What all this activity and range of awards that Courtney has outlined tells us is that we're dealing with someone who's very special. In fact, I was talking to a friend recently and telling them about coming to this event. This person is quite a distinguished graphic designer. I was telling him about this symposium, and he got very excited, and he said, "Oh, well, of course you're going to be talking about Steve McQueen. He's the most important British artist since the Second World War." For some reason, that comment stopped me in my tracks, and I'm still thinking about it. Now I've shared it with you, and for all of us to consider over the next few days. So perhaps we can revisit that statement tomorrow. But to sort of start us off, I really want to hand over to Cheryl to give us some sort of like background to Steve McQueen and his development as an artist in relation to his early outings. Well, Cheryl's probably going to tell us more about it, so I don't want to sort of praise her actual presentation. So I'm going to hand it over to you.
All right. Well, thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here, to be back home, as it were. And I just want to thank you so much for chairing this panel, and thank you to my distinguished colleagues and panelists, and to you, Courtney, the BAC, and everyone who put this together. Can you all hear me? Yes? Okay, great. So I'm going to just start with this first slide. And one of the things that I really wanted to talk about today was the work that Steve McQueen was doing in the 1990s and early 2000s, in particular his early film work and the work that came out of his degree at Goldsmiths. But I wanted to start by looking not only at the first film that really gets him great attention, but also to consider the people with whom he was in community while working as a student, as an artist, as a filmmaker, while he was thinking about the impact that he could have, but why also film itself as a medium was what he chose. So in thinking about that community at Goldsmiths, I was reminded this afternoon that, of course, he worked with Paul Gilroy, who also was here at Yale when I was in graduate school. But he also had many other artists who were working around the same time with whom he was able to work with and also be influenced by, mentored by as well. And I think that in terms of thinking about mentors, one of the large influences would be someone like Ockwee Wazer, of course, the great curator and artistic director who really changed our field, especially with the Johannesburg Biennale that he directed in 1997. That was the second Joburg Biennale, and also with Documenta 11. Both of these large-scale exhibitions were exhibitions in which Steve McQueen also had a part. But other people to think about too who were working around the same time, who are discussing ideas. You know, to think about an artist studio, what happens when we work. We don't all work in sort of independent silos, but rather they're conversations that are being had across platforms and amongst artists. So people like Jana Kamfra, Kojo Eswan, and of course Isaac Julian and Stuart Hall. When I think about this really important period of the mid to late 1990s and early 2000s, and how Steve McQueen was very, very well influenced. Of course, as we've said earlier, he's working primarily in film. Steve McQueen, of course, is considered one of Britain's and the African diaspora's most influential artists working today. He was awarded the first ICA Futures Award in 1996, and that's where he met Ockwee Wazer at that exhibition. He also was awarded the Turner Prize in 1999, and as we've mentioned before, other many, many important awards. His work is represented in museum collections throughout the world, and he's been shown widely in important group and solo exhibitions. I've mentioned already Documenta 11 and the second Johannesburg Biennale, both of which Ockwee Wazer was artistic director of, but Steve McQueen was also in Documenta 10, and also he had his work shown at the Venice Biennale many times. The 50th, which was artistic directed by Rob Storr in 2007, the 52nd, where he represents the UK in 2009, and also All the World's Futures, the last major global exhibition that Oakley and Wazer curated in 2015. But I just wanted to begin with a couple of words about the work Bear, which you see here, film stills from this work. This is a film that is just about 10 and a half minutes long. It's a black and white collage, if you will. And as you can see, McQueen is actually one of the two men that is in the film. They're filmed in a way to kind of suggest not only sort of the actions of pugilists or to have a conversation in their nudity about sexuality, about masculinity, also about race. But there's a way in which in this film too, I think we see some of the very beginning ways in which McQueen ultimately is noted for the intensity of feeling and sentiment, the intensity that we see on the film and on the screen of his work. That type of intensity we see in his early work and work that again is produced as his thesis film at Goldsmiths, but also we can see it even translated into the work that he goes on to do, including films such as 12 Years a Slave. I wanted to also share with you just some of the words of some of the figures that I just mentioned who have been influential mentors to McQueen, including people like Wazer, who said, quote, "What struck me was the films," and again, he's speaking of Bear, "the film's incredible elegance and visual power." He said, especially when he saw the work that was on view in a gallery in 1996 at the show where he was awarded the ICA Futures Prize. And he went on to select from that exhibition Mr. McQueen for the 1997 Johannesburg Biennale. He said, quote, "Here is the artist I'd never heard of, but with an incredible self-assurance in his own capacities and in his own intellectual exploration of cinema." Later, Nicholas Sirota also said, quote, "The extraordinary intensity of his vision and the subject matter with its very strong psychological elements, but without a full narrative, was always something that was very compelling. It made you think." Now, another thing that makes one think when looking at the work, and the early work especially, that we see projected in installation created by Steve McQueen is not only the way in which he's working in black and white without sound, but also the way in which these works are works that are installations. And I want us to really take a moment to think about what that means. These are not the kinds of films that you would passively experience in a cinema, but rather they're installed in art museums and in galleries, in spaces that McQueen intentionally wanted them to be, where they completely envelop the entire facade, an entire wall, floor to ceiling, side to side. And there's a way in which the viewer becomes part of the installation and is held accountable. There's also a kinesthetic experience that viewers also have the opportunity to be a part of in a Steve McQueen film installation. And I think this is really important when we think about as his work is ultimately translated from the film experience in a museum or in a gallery to the experience that we see in feature-length films that are shown in theaters, fiction films also that are shown in theaters. The other person that I wanted to also pull out is Manchia Diawara, a scholar of film and a filmmaker himself, who also went to the second Johannesburg Biennale in 1997. And he talked about this moment of this Biennale coming into being. If we think about that time period, it's one in which actually, it's after apartheid, and the way in which Diawara talks about his own ability, you know, as a West African, being able to finally travel to South Africa, you know, with his passport to be there, but also the kind of work that Inwazer and, of course, Steve McQueen, other artists who were there, including Isaac Julian, were doing post-apartheid in South Africa, and the kind of impact that they're having, not only with the artists who were part of the exhibition that were from South Africa, but also from the African continent, from the diaspora, and also globally. And so there's a really wonderful article I just want to point you to if you would be interested that is in Art Forum from about 1998, I believe, in which Manchia Diawara talks about in his experience. And you know, he talks about the theme of the Biennale being trade routes, history, and geography. That was the title. And also how some of the sub-themes, including alternating currents and transversions, he said, quote, reveal the show's preoccupation with hybridity, métissage, and globalization. And these are the kinds of themes that, you know, when I think about it, that's quite some time ago, that we're also still talking about, you know, today, that I think they were very much at the forefront of, especially in the kind of work that was being shown. And one of the things that Diawara talks about is the way in which Isaac Julian, whose work, Frans Fanon, Black Skin, White Mask, was one that was on view, they talked about how film was being homogenized by Hollywood and commercial pressure, and how actually, you know, and I'm paraphrasing here, for artists of Julian's era and also artists like McQueen, you know, the ability to actually go into the galleries, go into the museums, and to really think about how film can be innovated was something that was really front and center for both of them. He talks about McQueen too, and also how McQueen, quote, implicitly endorsed the value of film and video in venues such as the Biennale, and also as occasions to, quote, mine the visual movement offered by the medium. So they also talked about the role of video and the opportunity for especially to reach diasporic communities and audiences, and the sort of innovative nature of film to be able to give them that kind of reach. You know, for Inwazer in 2011, in Documenta 11 in 2002, the work by McQueen that was on view was Carib's Leap, Western Deep. And that was, again, his innovation in kind of thinking about not just the experience of the viewer and this kinesthetic relationship, but also at this time too, the use of multiple screens was something that people like Isaac Julian, Lorna Simpson, and of course Steve McQueen were already doing. And this is a work in which we have these two different narratives happening at the same time on two different screens. And here I also want to talk about environment in the way in which by this time McQueen, of course, has added sound, but also that there's this environmental feeling that you get from these deep sounds and pauses, kind of striking sounds, and also striking uses and flashes of light or of intense and deep darkness. And so, I mean, even to this day, you know, some 20 years ago, I can still remember the experience of having been there and having seen that film at Documenta 11. I'm just going to move forward here. I also wanted to just quickly talk about some of the work that McQueen continues to do, especially in his attention to working in the museum and gallery space, but also having had experiences and commissions that are outside of the UK, especially at crucial times of conflict. And the work that I'm showing now, stamps from 2006, was something that was the result of his work as an official war artist, having gone to Iraq. And he presented this work entitled Queen and Country, and it's a piece that commemorates the passing many British soldiers, who passed in the Iraq War by presenting their portraits, as he says, on sheets of stamps. And you can kind of pull out, as you can see in the image there, these works to get a sense of the work that he did and thinking through this conflict, and also the amount of time that he spent there, and also the amount of time that the conflict itself ensued. The last image, or film rather, that I wanted to talk about, an installation or biennale that I wanted to talk about, was McQueen's presence as the UK representative in 2009 at the Venice Biennale. And one of the things that I love about this film, titled Giardini, and it's a 35 millimeter color film, is that, you know, one of the things that McQueen does is he goes to Venice at a time when it's not all full on for the Biennale itself. It's not the vernissage, it's not when other artists are there. It's actually at a time of the year when the Giardini, which is, you know, used for the art and architecture biennales, is actually quite vacant. That you see, as you see in the image here from this film still, you know, not just the sort of the cold environment of the wintertime, but also stray dogs and other kinds of things that sort of ramble through that space. So I think that much of the work that he's done is so powerful, but also I think really, really transformational in terms of not just moving the medium of film forward, and also I think to different audiences, but also to really contemplate the way in which his role as an artist filmmaker has shaped also even some of these global enterprises, whether it be Documenta or the Venice Biennale, and especially questioning what we might think is the role of those kinds of events when we are there or have the opportunity to see the work that's actually on view. So to look at something like Venice, and in this example of Giardini, I think he's also really recalling the very long history of the Venice Biennale, having begun in 1895 and occupied that space of the Giardini since then. So I think I'll pause here and pass the baton to my colleagues, and I look forward to further conversation.
Well,
thank you.
Thank you, and I think, you know, thank you very much for bringing up the aspect of the sort of oppositional work of the sort of Black filmmakers from the UK, because I think all of those positionings and how they see themselves positioned within the culture and what they have access to in relation to making work and also getting it seen was very complicated. And I think that rather than sort of like deal with sort of like rejection of the establishment, there was a whole sort of strategy that was employed about just not really dealing with the establishment. So it's quite interesting that, you know, thinking about the work that Steve's gone on to do sort of like later on as well. So thank you. Stuart, can I hand it over to you? Yeah.
Great. Can everybody hear me? Okay. Just to reiterate the thanks to YCBA, to Courtney, to Karen, to all the organizers of this conference, and maybe just to pick up Courtney's question, why Steve McQueen now? I think certainly since his last major survey in this country at the Art Institute of Chicago, which then traveled to the Schaulager in Basel, a lot has happened. And not only has he sort of dove even more headlong into the film industry, but he has produced a major television series, Small Axe, as well. And for someone who I would argue raised the bar of video installation just on a technical level to an unparalleled standard, that museums had to scramble to meet those very high standards. And I mean, really to his credit, because I think sound in particular was something I think many people in the art world were very lazy about, and Steve would not accept that lack of rigor. And so he's really pushed all of us, I think, just on a technical level. Something that's less easy to do in a cinema and even less easy to do in someone's living room if they're watching Small Axe on a television. But I think it is this sort of heterotopia of multiple sites and spaces of engaging with moving images that makes him particularly unique in the scope of where the work actually operates. I also think that as we kind of step back and really look at all of these chapters together, one realizes what a singular project he has crafted and created, and how the moving parts really do relate to one another, and how there are some very deep and very fundamental questions that pretty much every single project asks in varying degrees, and cumulatively, I mean, for me, they're only becoming more crucial and more important. As Cheryl was talking about Western Deep and Carib's Leap a moment ago, I remember my first encounter with it was actually at a presentation that Art Angel organized in London at a hotel in Covent Garden, and it was actually an excavated former cinema site where they had removed the seats of the proscenium. So it then became effectively a black box space, more typical of an art institution. So it was literally a hybrid of both the cinema and the gallery, and then there was a wall severing the space in which you had each film on either side of that wall. And maybe back to this point of binaries between video and installation and cinema, for instance. I don't think the binaries hold in Steve's work. I think he's really interrogating the subversive, dark space of cinema in general. And it's something I want to get onto in a moment, which is darkness, blackness, this kind of inky space of many things, but visibility and invisibility, surveillance, how these things certainly operate on a political level, also on a phenomenological level. But increasingly, it's something I think that he's really thinking even more about than ever, given the recent exhibition in Milan that just closed a few months ago at the Pirelli Hangar Bicocca, and you see an image, an installation shot from that on the right. Just a quick anecdote that, I mean, I oversee the media and performance department at MoMA, and people often are a little confused in terms of how that department relates to the Department of Film. And Steve is usually my handy example as an artist who effectively, if we acquire a multiple screen video installation, it's media and performance. If we acquire Hunger, it's the Department of Film. Again, I don't think those binaries really hold, but the fact that he operates so successfully in both of these arenas, I think is really fascinating, and actually something that has been written a lot about, but deserves, I think, deeper and further consideration, given the changing role of moving images in general, not least since the pandemic drove us all onto our laptops and iPhones more than ever. And to see how a larger scale installation might segue into something that is more viral, more atomized, somehow more democratically received beyond the art institution is something I think he is always and actively considering. But to move quickly to one project that I was involved with, which is the installation of Static, the installation shot you see on the left at the Museum of Modern Art. And we acquired Static roughly around the time I arrived at the museum. And for those of you who have not seen it, it's an incredibly powerful video and a meditation on many things, but certainly on freedom and liberty. And it effectively is a helicopter panning shot and very close shot of the Statue of Liberty that kind of spirals around it. And so even though it is this effectively open horizon that you see, there's a real sense of claustrophobia, of surveillance, and of a certain compression of space, and something that does feel, to some extent, extremely foreboding. Traditionally, the work has been shown in a more typical black box environment with Steve's usual exacting standards, and on a relatively modest scale compared to some of his other larger scale works. However, on the occasion of this installation, it was effectively the first year of the Trump administration. I think there was enormous pressure on the notion of freedom, liberty, and democracy, and we began to discuss what it would mean to show the work in a very different way. And I wasn't sure how Steve would respond to the invitation, but he was incredibly enthusiastic, in fact. So rather than show it in a highly controlled and relatively intimate environment, we positioned it right at the heart of the Marin Atrium, at the heart of the Museum of Modern Art, which is in fact not a typical gallery, but really a civic space. And to that end, I just wanted to highlight how important I think it is to think about not only the history of experimental or structuralist cinema in relation to Steve's work, but very specifically the history of the London Filmmakers Co-op, of which he was extremely familiar. And the co-op often talked about the space of reception, and as Cheryl mentioned earlier, really pushed against the passive spectator to encourage active forms of viewership. And I think Steve is a really important heir to that legacy of the co-op. But in all of these spaces, I think you see him treating the gallery as a civic space, one where as much as the work reflects a formal and a structural rigor, typical of the work from the 60s and 70s. In fact, he pushes it into a new phenomenology of political subjectivity that I think distinguishes the work dramatically from his forebears. So in Marin Atrium, rather than this immersive space of darkness, you actually get an incredibly brightly lit, sunlit, in fact, space, which I wanted to show this pairing in particular because it also pairs with the new work, Sunshine State, which is a new commission that was also featured at Hangar Bicocca in Milan. But since this iteration of Static, Steve has only recently updated me that now this is effectively how he wants this work to be shown going forward. He does not want to go back to the original, more intimate format, but rather this really epic scale. And so what you see on the right is the most recent version of it, but in a very different circumstance, which is, again, back to an immersive but very dark space, an old factory. And I think it was exciting to see his work at Hangar Bicocca because it is literally an old tire factory, but given the stakes for workers, for prisoners, and for other similar subjects throughout his career, this felt like a very charged site and a very loaded site. But the space itself, the scale of it, but also the darkness, were very palpable subjects as much as the images on screen. So the encounter of Static was very different, even though the spatial configuration and the scale were almost identical to the way it had been presented at MoMA. But I think you can see that he really does think about light and space as much as he does sound, as much as he does the political histories that he so eloquently captures in the videos. This is a still from Sunshine State. And so again, thinking back to Carib's Leap and Western Deep, Carib's Leap actually documents a phenomenon that happened in Grenada when slaves were effectively forced to jump off of a cliff due to the colonizers, French colonizers, literally pushing them to the edge of that cliff. So they either had to submit or jump. His father, it turns out, was in fact an immigrant from Grenada who moved to Florida effectively to pick oranges. And this new work takes his father in part as the subject, but also Al Jolson in The Jazz Singer, which is the still that you see here, where he also solarizes or creates a negative image of the original. And so as you hear the voiceover and this recollection of his father's own story and these very violent histories of how colonization impacted his own family directly, he's also thinking, again, about the history of Hollywood itself, notably the film that really introduced the talkie, that really brought the spoken word, the actual spoken voice into the film industry. But equally is playing with these codes of lightness and darkness, black and white. And so not only is it literally flipping the racial codes of appearance that the film deals with, as Al Jolson does literally take on a racialized costume, but it also then segues into a flicker film moment. So again, drawing on the history of structuralist cinema, but literally putting these spaces of black and white, the spaces in a film leader, in a almost sort of psychotropic, very dynamic moment where I feel like the entire formal apparatus of cinema is brought into question along the terms of colonization. Here you see the film further back in the space, and you can get a real sense of how this project was really impeccably installed. And so there were not a lot of black boxes or isolated moments. In fact, all the works were put into a very dynamic dialogue with one another. But again, this very, very intensive, epic, dark space, I think really plays a fundamental role in the experience of each of these works. Finally, I just wanted to quickly segue to Illuminaire, which is a work that is little discussed in his oeuvre, but I think one of the most interesting and important works that he's made. It shows Steve himself in a hotel bed watching news reports of the Afghanistan war at the time in the early 2000s. And the only light in the room is the actual light of the television. So it's literally the violent broadcast itself illuminating Steve and the room. It is shot actually with a webcam that is a very early generation webcam that keeps trying to make out the figure of Steve as the subject, but of course has a difficult time in the darkness. And so again, as throughout his career, asking questions about visibility and invisibility and surveillance as ever. And for me, in this moment of Zoom, in this moment in which we were all appearing on webcams multiple times a day, this work feels frighteningly prescient in many respects. There have been many brilliant essays written about it, not least the Art Institute of Chicago catalog, where there's a discussion frequently about Felix Gonzalez Torres, in particular, and his very well-known photograph of an empty bed with the imprints of two lovers on the pillow. These questions of absence, of death, of the violence of light, I think also extend to newer works like Sunshine State as well, and ask very profound questions about what it means for light to pierce darkness in the manner it does in Steve's work. So I will leave it there and pass it to Hamza.
Thanks, Stuart.
Thank you. I think I've waited. I'm going to be something of the drier member of the panel. I've prepared remarks. I wish I could be as off the cuff and brilliant as Stuart is in the moment, living in the moment. But it's great. I had the opportunity to work with Steve. My former boss, Suzanne Ghez, and myself at the Renaissance Society in 2007, we were producers of the piece Gravesend. And I can't remember how I got to know Steve or where I met Steve. But I do remember one particular, he was in Chicago, and this is well before then, so this would have been a late, when he had a show at the Art Institute, or he was preparing to have a show at the Art Institute. I think Lisa was there, but I think, did James do the show, James Rondo?
James and Lisa, I think both.
James and Lisa did the show, right. So he was in town. The show hadn't opened, but he was in town for that show, and he came down to the Renaissance Society. This would have been early, like late 90s maybe, hazy. But I remember he'd bought a new pair of shoes, and they'd hurt his feet, and so he asked me if I could give him a ride back downtown. And that was, we'd met before, but that was the first time that we'd actually, like, just sitting in the car, driving down Lakeshore Drive, back to the hotel. It was when we got to know each other. But then after 2002, he and Oakley had asked Suzanne about producing a new piece, which would be Gravesend, which he had thought of as the bookend to Western Deep. So even though Western Deep and Carib's Leap were the pair, he'd actually had another work in mind to be the bookend specifically to Western Deep, and also to address the question of mining and mineral extraction. And so he had approached us. It would have been, the exhibition was 2007, but the piece was like 3 years, so around 2004, that he would have come and said, hey, would you? And we were the first institution that he had approached about producing the piece. And Suzanne was actually honored, you know, to be a producer on that piece. So it was that time, but that time was also when he began to, when he started Hunger, so his first feature film. And just anecdotally, he would check in, he came to Chicago a couple of times before the exhibition had opened, while he was working on Hunger. And those were the days in a certain sense. And it was great, he was so excited about Hunger. And if you know Steve, when Steve gets excited, it gets really breathy, and I'll do my best impersonation of Steve, and hopefully he'll still be my friend. Hamza, have you ever heard of this guy, Michael Fassbender? You ever heard of Michael Fassbender? You will. He was very right about that one. And he was also, I remember him standing up, and we were sitting in the office, and we were drinking scotch, installing, and he would get up and he would reenact scenes. He was so excited from the film, from Hunger. The guards from the prison, when they leave their houses, they go out and they look up and down the street, and then they have to check under their cars. He stood up and he did the look. And so it was quite beautiful just to work with an artist at a really seminal moment, where on the one hand, formally, what goes on in Gravesend in terms of looking, the long static shot, which is a hallmark of Gravesend, is something that was also a part of Western Deep, but I think it became much more acute in Gravesend, and then is a real hallmark hunger is there. So in terms of it looking forward or being Gravesend is a particular, a pivotal moment, a pivotal piece. But on the one hand, again, looking back towards Western Deep, and as a bookend of Western Deep, I think it brings to the fore his relationship to documentary. So I like to think of Gravesend as having a very dialectical relationship. It's almost in some sense a critique of documentary. Centers around a certain, I know we could talk about a relationship between, the nature of film, abstraction, but it, as the way that it critiques documentary with a certain integrity to realism is what I would like to talk about formally. So that was the period in terms of working with Steve. So I'll give, I wish I could show you the piece. I wish I could show clips of the piece, but Steve is notorious in terms of what he will release. So we'll have to make do with stills, but I'll go through with something of a description of what Gravesend is about. I think you'll perhaps be able to piece it together. So here's an opening shot. The scramble for Africa refers to a period in late 19th century world affairs when Africa's interior was feverishly carved up by European imperialist expansion. The British, the Portuguese, the French, and last but not least, the Belgians, whose infamous atrocities remain deep and dark enough to absorb whatever light is shed on them, were all fierce rivals in gaining access to the Congo's vast mineral riches. Lacking all dignity in the fight for natural resources, what posed as civilization was a barbaric episode Joseph Conrad was none too shy in describing as, quote, the vilest scramble for loot that ever disfigured the history of human conscience, end quote. Told from the vantage point of the Congo, modernity is anything but a narrative of moral progress. In 1960, within weeks of having been liberated from Belgian rule, the Democratic Republic of Congo was beset by political disintegration. Its two most diamond-rich provinces seceded when the central government lost control of a mutinous and factionalized military. The United Nations then spent 5 years piecing the region back together, at which point a pattern endemic to the Cold War emerged. Military commander Mobutu Sese Seko installed himself as a dictator with the blessings of Europe and the United States. During a brutal 32-year reign, he amassed a net worth in the billions of dollars, while the country, with its colonial infrastructure left to rot, was driven into extreme poverty. He was deposed in 1996 by Laurent Kabila, who led a successful coup with military support from Rwanda, Uganda, and Angola. In the wake of Mobutu's ouster, the military coalition fell apart, and the country collapsed into a de facto civil war that continues into the present. Scattered throughout the country, enough mineral riches are in the hands of armed brigands to securely finance a now decades-long conflict, with a death toll estimated at well over 5 million. The subject of McQueen's 17-minute-long film Gravesend is coltan, a mineral so valuable it is the new blood diamond. Short for columbite tantalite, coltan is an ore rich in tantalum, a metal used in capacitors found in a host of computer-driven electronics. As a result, coltan's price on the open market has surged some tenfold within the past decade. 80% of the world's supply comes from the eastern region of the DRC, many of whose mines are in the hands of Rwandan rebels. There is no incentive to end what for them is a lucrative conflict, as the demand for coltan continues unabated, and indeed abetted by the craze for the latest model cell phone or gaming console. Occasionally cropping up in the headlines, the conflict, while in and of itself tragic, symbolizes a history far from healed as our global economic order is unable to dissociate itself from a blood-soaked imperialist predecessor. Coltan's is a tall story to tell. Relative to a topic teeming with documentaries, McQueen's approach is unapologetically abstract. Compressed within 17 minutes is a meditation on empire and the fascinating portrait of an ore. Shot on 35mm film and decidedly non-narrative, Gravesend is structured around a series of radical leaps in location, modes of thought, and mood. Like a musical composition, it consists of movements varying in tempo. The mainstays of its footage are bouts of realism, alternately broken by a fast-paced but lyrical abstract animation aerially tracking the Congo River, and a slow, time-lapse dissolve that is a somber reflection on empire. Gravesend makes its most radical leap in the opening sequences, boldly juxtaposing images of coltan's otherworldly refinement with its all-too-earthly origins. These states of matter are worlds apart, and save for that which is strictly visual, Gravesend is resolutely purged of information illustrating any causal economic links in between. From a high-tech refinery, more believable as something from a James Bond film, to a wild and fecund jungle interior, it is not only a question of where these scenes are occurring, but when. Between polar extremes, the net effect is a present moment understood as thoroughly heterogeneous, an uneven mixture of a pre-modern past of pickaxe and shovels, and a future ideal in which imperial power has effervesced into the invisible hand of supply and demand. As for illustrating the global political economy, coltan is a lesson in historical materialism if ever there were one. In it lies the web of relations tying advanced industrial nations to the remotest hand-to-mouth economies. It's easy to say people and not coltan are to blame for the Congo's woes. To be near a coltan source, however, is to be no closer to a culprit. Since the prospectors are isolated from a larger context, we don't know if the coltan is being mined ethically, let alone lawfully. In either case, their labor undergirds an economy that appears to have its origins in a finders-keepers free-for-all. For them, labor is labor, whether its fruits matriculate into a legitimate or an illegitimate economy. This point perhaps supersedes the question of the prospecting's legitimacy, and by extension, the economy built on it. This point perhaps supersedes the question of the prospecting's legitimacy, as incumbent on the ethical awareness of the prospectors whom McQueen has portrayed as neither victims nor aggressors. Indictment is deflected away from their agency and towards a larger economic system where blame is ultimately circular. Gravesend takes its name from a town in Kent, England. Located on the south bank of the Thames, it was from Gravesend that Marlowe, the protagonist of Joseph Conrad's Heart of Darkness, set sail for the Congo. The time-lapsed footage of the sun setting over a harbor skyline punctuated by smokestacks renders, as if verbatim, the foreboding melancholy established in the opening pages of Heart of Darkness. Quote, "A haze rested on the low shores that ran out to sea in vanishing flatness. The air was dark above Gravesend, and farther back still seemed condensed into a mournful gloom, brooding motionless over the biggest and the greatest town on earth. And at last, in its curved and imperceptible fall, the sun sank low, and from glowing white changed to a dull red, without rays and without heat, as if about to go out suddenly, stricken to death by the touch of that gloom brooding over a crowd of men. Forthwith, a change came over the waters, and the serenity became less brilliant, but more profound. The old river in its broad reach rested unruffled at the decline of the day, after ages of good service done to the race that peopled its banks, spread out in the tranquil dignity of a waterway leading to the uttermost ends of the earth." End quote. So that was Joseph Conrad's description of the town of Gravesend and the Thames. For all of Conrad's eloquence, the phrase that more readily comes to mind is, "The sun never sets on the British Empire." McQueen's sunset, while graphically illustrating the historical twilight of empire's formal political structures, is also rhetorical, questioning the very pastness of the past. Did the sun set on the British Empire? Did empire come to an end? McQueen's conspicuous lingering over sunset makes this sequence an allegory unto itself. Preceded by an image of coltan prospecting, in which the end of a shovel rhythmically emerges from a grave-sized pit that is anything but shallow, This rhetorical question begs reframing. Are we ready to bury empire? More to the point, does emphasizing empire's end obscure an exploitation that is historically uninterrupted, as the West, still dependent on its former colonies, perpetuates gross iniquity, now accompanied by internecine conflict? Over and above any socioeconomic and political machinations, Gravesend favors discrete outward appearances. For McQueen, the facts of the matter are visual and visual alone, as Gravesend's stunning production values attest. He insists that Gravesend, first and foremost, is about looking, even at the expense of knowing what we are observing. Textual footholds are dismissed, no maps, no dialogue, no villains, and no experts. There's nothing to indicate or verify the setting is the Congo, nor the nature of the substance before the lens. Although precise and highly specific in bearing towards a subject better known through journalism, Gravesend steadfastly refuses to inform in that manner, opting instead to extract visually from its subject generalities that ultimately function allegorically. Unflinchingly direct, Gravesend's camera work is a brazen species of realism. A sequence featuring a close-up of severely weathered hands hammering at stones, picking out black morsels of coltan, is without doubt the direct descendant of Gustave Courbet's 1849 realist masterpiece, The Stonebreakers. Only now, it's accompanied by the dull thud of striking pay dirt. Gravesend does not trace the fate of a valuable ore from extraction to refinement, nor do the worlds these states of matter represent collide. Instead, they are connected and interdependent, part of an equation that accommodates their profound incommensurability. While its unembellished footage brings it into a discursive relationship with documentary and other forms of reportage, Gravesend, above all else, is a poem, and an epic one at that. Strikingly beautiful and supremely ambitious, it is a highly formal meditation that speaks by looking. Decisively unsentimental in its depiction of a charged material, Gravesend makes clear that as the ringtone tolls for one, it tolls for all. So these are more shots, stills from Gravesend. So this is one of the prospectors. And I think this is one of, I believe, his first installations shot in 35 millimeter. And so just anecdotally, Steve, it was quite the Herculean effort because of the nature of coltan to get access to one of its refineries in the far north of England, which is what this is. That's what I meant by the high-tech James Bond scene. So just to be able to get access to the facility was a feat in and of itself. So the film shifts between this refinery in the north of England to then cutting in the Congo. So getting a 35 millimeter film crew, getting access to the refinery, and then at the same time going to the Congo to find a spot where he could actually film with a 35 millimeter camera the mining of coltan. Again, quite the feat. It turns out that when he shot, the time that he spent in the Congo, they were constantly monitoring, assessing the situation. And he got word that one of the kind of local warlords had found out that there was a film crew sniffing around and dispatched some soldiers to go find out. And when word reached Steve that they were on their way, they had to pack up and get on Dodge, essentially. So the footage in and of itself, and it's 35 millimeter on a tripod, so it isn't at all like verite per se, but just the idea of being able to see or witness the substance itself, which is usually the subject of, we know what it is and we know where it is. We actually all have some of it on our bodies right now, right? But it remains an abstraction. So in a lot of ways, when I refer to this as a species of realism, just the idea about, well, what is this stuff and where is it from? So yeah.
Thank
So
you.
just leave it there. And that's an installation shot of the animated portion of the film where he tracks the entire length of the Congo River in like a matter of, I think 2 or 3 minutes. So
Hamza, and you know, coupled with Stuart's comments about Steve and his knowledge about experimental films, and you know, basically having a dialogue with the history of cinema and history of representation, and then you talking about it in relation to the sort of documentary as well, and I suppose the risks that Steve will go to, because it made me think about the deadpan as well, because people just think, oh, well, it's just a gag shot. Actually, it is so risky because everything has to be precise, right? And I think, you know, that element of precision and him always knowing exactly what he wants and really going to the ends to actually achieve it is really important. And just quickly before we go to Donna, I just wanted to share this sort of like quote. So in an interview in The Guardian a while back, somebody was talking to him about, you know, what he felt that film, what new ideas and emotions he thought the film offered. And he admits, he says, oh, well, I don't know. And, you know, it's typical Steve, just like honest and says it. He says, I was just interested in telling the truth by visualizing it. Visualization of this narrative. He's talking about, I think, 12 Years a Slave, but I would, oh, sorry. I would actually think about this in relation to a lot of his work, but he says, you know, he says the visualization of this narrative hasn't been done before like this, and I think that's the thing that I'm interested in. I'm interested in producing images that have never been seen before. I needed to see them. It's very important. I think that's why cinema is so powerful. Yeah. And I think that's what he does time and time again. He really pushes because he's so curious and about the work.
Yeah, but I think when I was mentioning just in terms of where Gravesend was positioned in terms of his, you know, a real resolute visuality defining it, it was interesting to me that he goes from Gravesend to then, if you were to jump to the opening scenes of Hunger, which are incredible, where I feel like it's like, oh, okay, so this is about limits and thresholds, sound and image, but the first scene of the prisoners and smearing their excrement on the walls. So to then reach for this other kind of visceral quality, like as another way of actually kind of reinscribing what the boundaries of cinema might be, right? So you couldn't, you know, luckily, you know, Hunger was made at a time when 4D cinema did not exist. So,
well, to be continued.
Yeah.
As a discussion. I'm going to hand over to Donna now. So Donna, thanks.
Thank you, Karen. I'm also very grateful to you, Courtney, Gemma, everyone at the center, and very delighted to share the stage with my colleagues here. And probably a little slide heavy here, but okay. So I want to talk about End Credits, which is a project that Steve began in 2012. And I think one that really cuts across a variety of areas that are of great interest to him about time, duration, use of space, documentary, and a great interest, I think, in the United States history. So this was the iteration that I saw of End Credits, and which was originally a show organized at the Art Institute of Chicago, and then also presented at the Schaulager in Switzerland, in Basel. And it's a more conventional, I would say, presentation, a black box presentation. And it's comprised of, let's see, oops, I'll go back one. I'll talk a bit more about, just show some images of what it's comprised of, which is the FBI file of Paul Robeson. You know, it's interesting because I was at Tate Modern around the same time maybe a little bit after he received the Turner Prize. I started at the very end of '99, and so I didn't, you know, I met Steve while I was there, but I never had occasion to work with him, although I greatly admired his work. And it was really when I came to the Whitney, of course, it's the Whitney Museum of American Art, which always has its limitations, although we would interpret things quite broadly, even more so now. But it was really on the occasion of a project that we had called open plan, which was inspired by our new building, the Renzo Piano Design Building, which opened in 2015. And I worked on the building, and we purposely designed these galleries, and especially the 5th floor, to be column-free. It's 18,000 square feet. And myself and my colleagues sort of drummed up this crazy idea of giving artists the whole floor for certain periods of time. It's a bit unusual to actually get this floor. It's actually never happened again in quite this way, unless you count the last Whitney Biennial, which was a floor through. But essentially, it was really kind of unrivaled space. So, you know, I was very interested in this idea of systems, and this was sort of on my mind for a while. It was a show that I wanted to organize based on William White's book, The Organization Man, which talked very much about the rise of systems and corporate structures in the 50s. So systems were on my mind. And, you know, when I I end credits, I just thought, wow, this is quite something. So here you see, it's one of 2,680 pages of the FBI filed of Paul and Eslanda Robeson, who were ruthlessly followed during the 40s and the 50s based on Paul Robeson's sympathies towards the, not so much the Communist Party, but really looking in effect and interested in the, what he experienced when he went to Russia, where he said he really felt at home because he felt that his race was not, you know, how he was defined. So I got really interested in this idea of the document, the idea of surveillance, which is, of course, at the heart of end credits. There is Paul Robeson appearing as the Emperor Jones. I'm sure everyone knows who Robeson is, but you know, he was an extraordinary athlete, scholar, trained as a lawyer, and also an incredible actor and opera singer. But he was, because of his supposed sympathies with the Communist Party, J. Edgar Hoover, who was head of the FBI at that time, and all the things that led then to the hearings on the House Committee on Un-American Relations, activities, excuse me. And now if I can figure out how to do this, I found this little clip, if I can figure out, I hope I get this.
This United States government should go to Mississippi and protect my people. That is what it should do.
I lay before you, sir, an article. Quote, I am looking for full freedom, unquote, by Paul Robeson in The Worker. July 3rd, 1949, quote, I said it was unthinkable that the Negro people of America or elsewhere could be drawn into war with the Soviet Union. I repeat it with 100-fold emphasis, they will not, close quote.
And gentlemen, they have not.
I won't talk about static because you already talked about that, but you know, this idea of how McQueen uses space, I think, is really fundamental. And I think he approaches it as a sculptor approaches. He really thinks about the moving image, sound, all these things as they embody the actual space. So this is actually 5 Easy Pieces, which was also at the Schaulager. You know, and in my conversations with him, and I think those have written about, you know, he's also cites many influences. Yvonne Rainer, this is from Hand Movie, where it's a beautiful movie of, you have it in your collection, I think, right? Of moving her hand in a rhythmic choreography, and of course, Warhol's Screen Test, and this is the famous one of Anne Buchanan, where she stares into the camera to the point of tears coming down her face, this deep sense of discomfort that comes about through the exchange. And Bruce Nauman, an artist who Steve actually has talked very much about. This is Mapping the Studio, where I think it's 20 hours of the in the studio at night, or it's maybe not 20. Basically, the only thing you see is a mouse moving around, but you're on a chair, and you know, this idea of being immersed in this way is really, I think, very fundamental. And Stuart, you talked about that with, you know, static. And so I invited him to participate in this project at the Whitney. I will say this was not his first idea. There were a variety of ideas that we went through, but then in talking to him about end credits, and I had actually gone to Amsterdam to talk to him about it way before this project because of this interest that I had in systems. And we tried to figure out what would happen. So it was really just luck in a way on one level, and a little bit of engineering that we came up with this idea. And I immediately thought of Steve, and I thought, okay, if anybody could deal with the space, he could do it. So, what you see here essentially is the scanned files from the Robeson's FBI file. And it is, really a quite extraordinary image that just scrolls. So the video length here, you see it's 12 hours, 54 minutes. However, the audio is 19 hours, 23 minutes, and 49 seconds. And they are out of sync. So as you sit there and the scrolling is happening, you hear people reading the files. When they come to this blacked out area, they say, redacted, redacted. Of course, this is the information that the government does not release, even though you can get this under the Freedom of Information file. Steve found the files online, and that's actually how he accessed this material. And I think what was extraordinary was to be in this space with these two images. So this is one end of the, that's actually the east side looking out onto the city. I have a west side. Oh, okay, and that's the west side looking out onto the Hudson River. And so he very much also, it was very important to him that the image went from the ceiling to the floor. And in this instance, it was literally building a wall to make it happen. And very clear about even the benches, to the meticulousness that you speak of these very clear benches that we have. And this incredible texture that was also a component of why he was interested in this material. Because it works on both a deeply visual level. I think somewhere in there, and I guess it's not showing up, I did have an audio recording, but I don't know what's happened to it, which is a little bit of audio from the actual end credits and the people reading, but here you get some idea of what's happening. And again, this is how we dealt with it. Now, it may seem simple that we just built the wall up to the ceiling, but I think, as everyone who's ever worked with Steve knows, is extremely meticulous about the presentation, the quality of the projector. He has an amazing person he's worked with for, I think, 25 years now. Right?
Sue.
Sue.
Shout out to Sue.
Yeah, shout out to Sue, because she is, watch the two of them work together is a pretty incredible thing. They're usually huddled somewhere in the corner, whispering back and forth to one another about what's required. They know each other so well. She knows what his vision is, what he wants. And so this was just an incredible opportunity. I'm getting a little confused on my slides here, so okay. So what it did was to ultimately converge into this 5-part series called Open Plan. Now, when I think back on it, it was somewhat mad because we would give an artist roughly about 2 weeks, and we would change it every time. We had one slot, which was a 3 or 4 month exhibition slot. And of course, we all had these great ideas, and everyone debated, well, if we just do one artist, will it be enough? Everybody had an idea. And so it literally, we had Andrea Fraser, who did an amazing project, actually. She went up to Sing Sing prison and recorded the audio of being in a cell block. So she had just a completely empty gallery with that sound. Michael Heiser, a work that had been in the collection that Whitney was never ever able to show in its Breuer building. The painter Lucy Dodd, and then the jazz musician Cecil Taylor. So it was really kind of an incredible opportunity that one doesn't often get, and I have to say we took well advantage of it. But this idea of how, of Steve also, I guess to me, was this great interest that he has had in New York, in the United States. And he did go to NYU, to the film school there, which he promptly left. He was not it just didn't satisfy him. And so Drumroll is a work that he made with literally a drum in which he put a camera which is rolled down the street. So those are scenes of New York, so very, very early piece. But then obviously, you know, something like Shame, which was largely the scenes in the hotel took place at the Standard Hotel, which was right across from the Whitney. And this idea, and you know, I spoke to Steve yesterday and we were talking about this notion of the perverse, but perverse not just in a sexual way, but perversity in terms of violence, the perverse ways in which people enact things upon other people. So the sinister, and I think, you know, Shame is, of course, you could see this in a larger context, but I think in the way he dealt with it here was very distinctly New York to a certain extent. So this idea also of these American subject matters, and I think, of course, with 12 Years a Slave, you know, was one of the most extraordinary. And, you know, this idea of the long sustained shot, I think, is a hallmark of McQueen, both in his video work that exists within the gallery format, but also in his feature films. I mean, I remember when I saw this film, and there are very few filmmakers of today who would actually have such a long sustained shot. It's, you know, one single take. And again, this great interest in American culture, and, you know, arguably a film made about slavery in the United States no one's ever made before, perhaps because of, in one way, a somewhat outsider perspective, although, you know, McQueen has many family members in the United States coming from the West Indies. So, you know, there's this, you know, great affinity on one level, but then also critique on the other level. You know, and I know Lynching Tree is on view in the third floor gallery. So this was shot, as Courtney said, you know, at the time of 12 Years a Slave. And then Sunshine State, which Stuart, you showed a few images of as well. And Sunshine State, of course, refers to Florida. The story of the movie that goes along with it is, as Stuart, as you said, the Al Jolson film, the first time there was synchronized film, the famous blackface scenes. And the story is told by McQueen. There's a narration by him talking about the time his father would go periodically as a migrant laborer to Florida to pick oranges. And one evening, the two of his fellow workers wanted to go into town. And his father was reluctant to go into essentially a white town to go have a drink. They went into a bar and they were immediately, you know, there was a racial slur leveled at them, and one of the laborers got into a fight. They ran out, and his father recounts, you know, jumping into a ditch where he just stayed, you know, frozen, and he heard two pops go off. And the next day, he never saw those two men again. So it's very, you know, his father told him this story on his deathbed, and McQueen says, "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" And he said, you know, I wanted to protect you. So, you know, I think there's also something very interesting, maybe we'll talk about it, which is the way biography comes into his work. And it plays, even the Robeson, the reason he got to Robeson is his next door neighbor had gone to a concert in Scotland that took place around 1949, where Robeson sang for the miners. You know, he was sympathetic to the workers, and McQueen's neighbor gave him, who he said he was a socialist, gave him this pamphlet about it. And he became really interested. I mean, this goes back to the age of 13, and Robeson for him was also a figure that he thought was global, who understood the diaspora, who went to other places in the world. And I'm sorry you can't hear that audio, but do listen to it online, because he is so extraordinarily eloquent. And to hear him talk to these, you know, sort of white bread State Department people, it really has the stature of a grand speech. So I think this the biography comes in ways maybe more so than ever. I don't know, but that's what I discern. Sure. And I think, as Stuart, you know, as you pointed out in the film, the disappearance of the face, the going from the positive to the negative. And then the other thing that happens, which I think has parallels with end credits, is the narrative. Yeah, the narrative begins, his voice the story, like every third verb is removed. So as you're sitting there watching this and listening to it, you begin to just get bits and bits and bits. So it's out of sync between the two. And then I think I found that what it did was to make me more present, because when someone speaks to you and they're telling you a story, it's one thing, but when you suddenly realize that all the words are not there, but they were there before, you become even more aware. So, you know, I think this last film, Sunshine State, is really quite extraordinary. And I think, Stuart, as you pointed out, it is the installation as well. So I just wanted to end, maybe somehow we'll get that end credits audio, because it's unusual. So I got it. It was a special request to Mr. McQueen, who said yes. So maybe we'll get it in there tomorrow. But what's interesting about end credits, of course, is that it is now over. It has been a 10-year project. So over the course of this 10 years, he has been adding both video images, scanning more images, but also expanding the audio. And again, remember, they are not a one-to-one. There's more audio than there is video. So you have this out of sync. And so now with the final, this is it now, apparently, it has now reached, the video is 12 hours, 54 minutes, and the audio is 67 hours, 4 minutes, and 43 seconds. Now, I will also say that although it's the Whitney Museum of American Art, and I will thank the director, Adam Weinberg, we did acquire this for the museum. It's a bit of an anomaly in the Whitney's collection, but we felt very strongly that it speaks to something as not only a deeply American subject, but now also a worldwide subject, since nothing's private any longer. But of course, Stephen pushes things even more, because now everyone who owns this piece they have to go back and add more to it. And in museum parlance, once you acquire a work, you really don't want to change it. So he really is also pushing the structure of the institution in this way. So I know we'll get on to other things, so thank you.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank all the panelists for their contributions. And I'm aware of time, and so I just don't know whether from many of the people in the audience, whether there are any comments or observations that you would like to make from any of the presentations, or to ask any questions from any of any of the panelists. I mean, I think, you know, Donna, what you said, while you're thinking about a question, I'll just sort of ask Donna something. What you were saying about McQueen and biography, because I think it's really important, because, you know, there's a whole thing, balance between the local and the international that you point to both, but also in relation to his collective family memory and history, and what he engages with in relation to the work that he produces. And I don't know if anyone from the panel wants to sort of say anything about that.
I just had one quick comment, which is just, there are many things I admire about Donna DeSalvo, but one of the things I most admired, in addition to this particular installation, which was extraordinary at the Whitney, really the perfect fusion of work and space and history and all of it, but was the title, America is Hard to See, which it comes actually from Emile d'Antonio, somebody that Donna and I share a lot of enthusiasm for, which gets us in part back to the question of documentary, but also of negation and things that are, in fact, hard to see, and how Steve does both shed a light on those, and particularly in a work like Sunshine State, but also keeps them in darkness, which actually sometimes reveals more. And I think these kinds of occlusions, or the way he'll sometimes use sound instead of image in a completely dark space, is kind of unprecedented. And but I just suddenly started to think a lot about that title, because I think it actually speaks to Steve's work in an interesting way.
I mean, I just as an aside, because we're on to d'Antonio, is that if you don't know the work of the political filmmaker, his last film was called Mr. Hoover and I. And he made the whole film based on his FBI file, because he actually really was quite a subversive on Nixon's enemy list, you know, goes back to this 50s, 60s idea, and, you know, that idea of document, and the way that, you know, even Steve uses the film language of the end credits. You know, like the structure comes from film, and then you get reduced to what? The credits, you know, so it's this demeaning, not, I don't want to say that because, you know, all the people who are like boom operators and grips and things, it all matters, but, you know, that whole idea of doing it in that kind of way is, you know, I can't think of another person who somehow can live and work in these both worlds in the way that McQueen does.
With so much success in both of them.
And success. Yeah, there are a lot of artists who've made films, some of
Yeah.
them, as we know, not as successful as
And some filmmakers that have made some pretty bad videos.
But there's also very difficult, but it's very difficult subject matter as well. And I also think that there's a way in which the what he's actually looking at and exploring within the shorter films bleeds into the visualization and the sort of like realization in feature films and television as well, which I'm sure that the papers that we're going to hear from tomorrow will sort of refer to. But one thing I was thinking about, Hamza, in relation to you talking about the documentaries, is that I think quite a lot of Steve's work really asks a lot of the audience, and they respond. You know, and I think that, you know, when I was sort of like growing up and learning about cinema and going to cinema, there'd be like me and one other person sitting there watching the films in the London Filmmakers Co-op. And, but interestingly, over the years, you know, sometimes that one other person would be Steve or it would be somebody else. And so I think that the point I'm trying to make, that there's two things. It's a bit like what he wants us to do. But equally, I think he's incredibly knowledgeable about cinema, both sort of like Hollywood cinema and the history of cinema, but also formally the experimentations and everything. And it's all in there. And he actually picks precisely the right strategy, the right scale, the right size, the right materials in relation to making the points that he feels are the important points in relation to the subject matter that he's looking at the time. And I think that that's one of the sort of like really great things in relation to his work. And he brings up that, bringing us back to cinema makes you want to go and look at things again as well. And I think those sorts of things are very important.
I just wanted to add to that just briefly, but I think what I love about the point that you made is that he's looking at the history of cinema, he's looking at the history of photography, you know, he's delving deeply into the archive, but the work that he produces isn't heavy-handed. It isn't like, here's the object from the archive, and here's my film. You know, he really goes into something that transforms that thing that we think we might know from history and memory and makes it something new, whether it's through, presentation, the use of sound, the setting, and so on. I really feel like there's a different handling of the archive that we can, and that history that we can, you know, of other media that we can credit him with that's very different from the work of, you know, some other contemporary artists who also kind of mine the archive for their work. And I appreciate that.
But I also think he resists classification. And I think there was, when he was first sort of like getting involved in films and as an artist, there, in the UK, there was very much labeling of black artists, and he really resisted that because he said that's not what he was about. He was looking at the subject matter, he was looking at formal works and constructions in relation to how he was presenting the work. And I think quite a lot of people found that very odd, that he didn't want to be classified as a black artist in that way. But then, sorry, Hamza, what were you going to say?
Oh, no, but I was going to say, but it's important, I would say in his case, even generationally, to know that kind of binary. Like, I don't want to be classified as a black artist. And so, I mean, do you just, you know, which is an older claim.
Well, he said he wouldn't maybe classify himself, so he didn't want to.
You know, but that, and from that, just thinking about the 1960s when black artists were just like, no, I don't want to be called a black artist. I just want to be an artist. And abstraction was the means for them to transcend kind of, you know, cultural specificity, right? But it, in terms of presented with that as a kind of binary, but then to say, not that being an artist is exclusionary, of those reflections on what it means to be Black. So I think that that's really, you know, a key facet of Steve's generation.
Yeah.
And in terms of the issue of biography, which I think is huge with him, is that he wouldn't, the slope and the approach would have to incorporate not just a theorizing of subjectivity and Black subjectivity, but himself as a social subject, like sociologically, an historical subject, a national subject. So in terms of like collective memories, right? Not just his or his family's, but also, so what kind of mirror is Bobby Sands for him, right? So before going, you know, it's a perfect pick in a way, you know, I just feel like it's a great move, especially thinking, coming off the heels of post-colonialism, right? But then to begin the small acts production, which I think of as like, which I didn't realize he started Small Acts with the Year 3 project. He put under the umbrella of Small Acts. I thought of Small Acts as the films for Amazon, which addressed the Windrush generation, where I thought like, okay, this is a more formal announcement about a certain biographical, you know, narrative. But I think by looking at children first, like before going forward, that is brilliant, you know. So I think the way that he submerges in a way to kind of dissolve biography, but at the same time, you know.
But it's also part of a national
memory, that's part
and collective, and I think he's inscribing himself within that without foregrounding it.
Exactly. So even at the level, what I like with the Bobby Sands, it's not just like, oh, this is about me and I remember. It's like, no, I remember this and you remember this too. You know, this is also part of my childhood as well as part of your childhood, you know. So
don't you think it's also the extremes too, though? Like when you think about shame and you think about Bobby Sands and the hunger strike.
Oh yeah.
I mean, they're like these extremes of human behavior that I think intrigue him, because in a way, you know, I always think of him as kind of fearless. I mean, he will go to that place, and he says it. You know, he has to go to the place. Sometimes he wants to see for himself. So in part, I think that, and I think the other thing that comes in a lot is notions of class.
Oh yeah.
I think that's you know, I mean, these are conversations I've had with him over, you know, some, you know, number of years, and you know, that's where I think also the coding, that not wanting to, if you're labeled, that like that's what society does.
Right.
It's both race and class that, you know, become labels you can't shake off in some way.
Especially in the UK. I'm just looking up at the audience to see whether there are any questions or anyone wanted to make any comments, because I suddenly realised we sort of like went off on a whole other conversation after I'd asked you whether you had any questions. So I don't know whether, well, I think...
And Gordon Parks made a version of 12 Years a Slave, by the way.
Have you ever seen it?
No, I'd never seen it. So what I'm gonna do before we start descending into conversation as a panel is to thank each of you for fantastic contribution and a really great start to the symposium, and to thank you, the audience, for coming along, and look forward to seeing you tomorrow. And hopefully we can pick up on some of the things that have been sort of like unpacked here, and it's going to be really great to hear the contributions that other speakers and presenters are going to make. So thank you very much for coming along to this session. Thank you.
I did happen to find it one night.
Welcome to the Yale Center for British Art. I'm Courtney J. Martin, the Paul Mellon Director of the museum, and I am so pleased to welcome you to the second day of our Steve McQueen Symposium. Before we begin, I would like to acknowledge that Indigenous people and nations, including Mohegan, Mashantucket Pequot, Eastern Pequot, Shigadocoke, Golden Hill Paugussett, Niantic, Quinnipiac, and other Algonquin-speaking people are the original stewards of the land and waterways of what is now the state of Connecticut. We honor and respect the enduring relationship that exists between these people, these nations, and this land. Today's program brings together artists, curators, and scholars to explore the work of Sir Steve McQueen CBE. Born in London in 1969, McQueen has been a vital voice in contemporary art for more than 3 decades. His practice encompasses photography, video, installation, film, and television. If you're joining us here in person, I invite you to visit our 3rd floor gallery, where we have an installation work by McQueen. The Lynching Tree, which was shot on the outskirts of New Orleans in 2012 during the filming of 12 Years a Slave, his Academy Award-winning and BAFTA-winning film from 2013. The installation consists of a photograph mounted in a light box and is accompanied by a reading and response room that provides context for our visitors about McQueen's work and the history of lynching in America. I encourage you to view the work in time for this afternoon's discussion between Karen Alexander and Kimberly Juanita Brown, in which the lynching tree will figure prominently. That discussion begins at 3:30. Please note that today's presentations are grouped into thematic sessions with time reserved for questions from the audience. Please wait for the microphone to come to you before speaking. For those of you who are tuning in remotely, of which there are very many, please send your questions to ycba.research@yale.edu. The first session this morning will be chaired by Hamza Walker. Hamza is the director of LAX Art in Los Angeles, California. Please join me in welcoming Hamza to the stage.
So thank you so much to the center for this opportunity. It's really, really wonderful. And the staff, it's been a wonderful, wonderful visit. And I'm really honored to share the stage with all the scholars on the bill today. I went to college at the University of Chicago in the mid-1980s. And there were a few very popular t-shirts making fun of the dorky culture, charming to some, annoying to others. Sorry, t-shirts making fun of the dorky culture, charming to some, annoying to others, on which the school prides itself. The most famous of these t-shirts was the University of Chicago, where fun comes to die. But the one that I liked most read, quote, "I know how it works in practice, but how does it work in theory?" That is how I feel about subjectivity in general, and for obvious reasons, how I feel about Black subjectivity in particular. I know how Black subjectivity works in practice. That is tantamount to waking up and taking a go at life, seeing what the day's exchanges and interactions have in store. But how does Black subjectivity work in theory? How do we theorize Black subjectivity, or subjectivities, plural? What kinds of trajectories can we construct in the theorizing of Black subjectivities? Where, in theory, does Black subjectivity live? Can we imagine it without recourse to music? But given the inextricable link between race and visuality, can the same be said of the image? And if this is the case, what about film? How is the Black subject theorized in the moving image? And can we imagine this question without recourse to the work of Steve McQueen? What did I do to be so black and blue? Black, blackness, blue, blueness, blues. To what extent does theorizing Black subjectivities not only involve being mindful of wholes, but entails mapping the wholes as a way of mining the wholes? Emphasis on mining, both in a metaphorical and literal sense. So 2 of today's papers will address Steve McQueen's Western Deep. And then there's McQueen, the formalist. But formalism in the wake of the work of Felix Gonzalez Torres is not your father's or your grandfather's formalism. This is a formalism that's been inscribed with the quality of kind of, well, irredeemable, irretrievable loss, let's say. And that's the formalism that I think McQueen is indebted to. And so there's a beautiful overlap between today's papers, 2 taking on Western Deep, and 2 that'll actually use Felix Gonzalez Torres as something of a linchpin in their thinking. So I'm delighted to introduce our first speaker this morning, Delinda Collier, who's professor and interim dean of graduate studies at the School of the Art Institute of Chicago. She's the author of Media Primitivism, Technological Art in Africa, which is on Duke, published in 2020, and Repainting the Walls of Lunda, Information Colonialism and Angolan Art, 2016. Her articles and essays have been published in African Arts, Critical Interventions, African Art and Culture, Africa is a Country, and Third Text, among others. Her paper today is entitled Blackness in McQueen's Western Deep. Following Delinda will be Alan Longino, a PhD student at the University of Chicago. He focuses primarily on Japanese conceptual art, film, as well as performance and collective studies. His writing has appeared in Haichi and the Haunt Journal of Art, UC Irvine. His paper today is entitled The Blues of Steve McQueen. Our last speaker, and she'll be coming in via the interwebs, our last speaker in the session is Charlotte Ickes, art historian and curator of time-based media art and special projects at the Smithsonian National Portrait Gallery in Washington, D.C. This past summer, Charlotte curated a new performance by the artist Maren Hassinger. In 2021, she co-curated with Saisha Grayson and Marino Isgro, Viewfinder, Women's Film and Video from the Smithsonian. She also curated Women's Film and Video from the Smithsonian, a year-long virtual screening and conversation series supported by the Smithsonian American Women's History Initiative. She has held fellowship appointments at the Museum of Contemporary Art Chicago, the Whitney Independent Studies Program, the Philadelphia Museum of Art, and the Institute of Contemporary Art in Philadelphia. She will be presenting remotely this morning, and her paper is titled Nothingness in the Cage, Darkness, Blueness, and Blackness in the Work of Steve McQueen. So please join me in welcoming Delinda Collier.
Thanks, Hamza. Okay, so thank you all. I was really grateful for Hamza's introduction and bringing up the fact of Black subjectivity versus, in practice versus in theory. And obviously what I'm presenting today is a theoretical discussion of Blackness as subjectivity, I think, is something that I think a lot about and obviously don't have access to. But a lot of my work discusses the parameters of how we kind of talk across these subjectivities. So I wanted to discuss Western Deep, the one part of Western Deep, Carib's Leap of 2002, and really focus on Western Deep, as most of my work has been on contemporary African art and specifically Southern African art. So this issue of extraction is primary. And something that I'm glad is being spoken of more freely and prolifically in recent years, and was, the subject of a lot of essays in the book that I just published, Media Primitivism. So I want to set Western Deep against McQueen's other work too, exploring the limits of the media apparatus, which was in the discussion last night, which I really enjoyed. McQueen's attentions to the parentheticals of representation. It's Western Deep is a monumental work, It's really touches on the public senses of vision and hearing, and tests those limits of both of those things, and really explores the limits of media and its amplifications. So Western Deep was commissioned, I'll come back to this slide. Western Deep was commissioned for the seminal exhibition Documenta 11, which was also discussed by Cheryl Finley last night, in 2002, which was the first to be curated by a non-white director, Okwin Wazer. It was key in orienting Documenta 11 to the post-colony. One of the implications of this was the glaring truth that the post-colonial was not a clean break from the colonial, but rather contained within it many of the same mechanisms of exploitation. That is, the automatism of the extractive economies operated despite their nationalization, their changing ownership, sometimes not changing ownership, or their ethical signaling. And Wazer's argument related to Documenta 11 was that if the avant-garde existed, or if it was relevant, it was working in formerly colonized countries. And those fundamental challenges to the West were in his curatorial tenure concretized by the events of September 11, 2001, which he so deftly wrote into his curatorial essay, The Black Box. And Wazer's reliance on lens-based media and documenta and beyond secured its place in his narration of this new avant-garde, recasting its historical tension between radical political content and form. In recent years, the debate has sharpened to a rich discussion of Blackness via critical race theory that uses poetic devices to peer deeper into and past the lens and its affordances. In my recent book, Media Primitivism, I read Western Deep along with an art installation by James Webb, a white South African artist, whose work explores a similarly immersive experience that amplifies a recording that he took, a sound recording that he took in the shaft of an elevator in a mine that's next door to Western Deep. So it is similarly uncomfortable to experience. It's very loud, and it's also contained in this dark space. So these two works really played off of each other in my mind. They are, in my reading in the book, works of abstraction as extraction. That is, the history of Blackness as method of abstraction in modernism occurred alongside profoundly unnatural and inhuman industries of mineral extraction. This artificial darkness of the theater, to quote Noam Elcott, gave new insight to the gesture of literal blackness and non-representation in works like Kazimir Malevich's Black Square. So Elcott's book, Artificial Darkness, An Obscure History of Modern Art and Media, unites the two as media environments, profoundly unnatural spaces made possible with electrification. He writes of darkness as it relates to a set of cartoons by Alphonse Allais in 1897 in the book April 1 album, where 7 monochrome squares fancily framed are captioned with text. The first is a black rectangle that reads, quote, "A battle of Negroes in a cave on a dark night," unquote. The beginning of this phrase, "a battle of Negroes in a cave," was found after Elcott published his book under the layer of white paint that frames the internal black square. Is that here? I thought I included it, but oh, here it is. I think these are out of order. This was the discovery of Allais, his remark under the most pure work of abstraction. According to Hannah Black, who wrote very briefly on this, she elaborates on the relationship of freedom and abstraction. And I really think this episode of us finding this quote under Black Square has yet to be completely unpacked. And I'm sure people are writing and publishing on this, and I look forward to more of that discussion. But really, this was, I think, a monumental moment where we had the ability to rethink the history of abstraction and the relationship between things that we thought were parenthetical to abstraction, like racism. So Alle's racist joke works because one cannot, as it were, distinguish figure from ground. But this absolute self-sameness is only possible, it's only funny, because it occurs within a totally naturalized societal typology, a modernism that conjugated bodies via gender, sexuality, ability, class, and race. This book of cartoons includes the colors blue, green, ochre, red, and gray, each of which correspond to social roles, class, and age demographics or clothing. It is again confirmed with Malevich's hidden message behind a manifestly flat surface, or the fetishized planarity of modernism, that the myth of racial difference is the conceptual precondition of modernist purity and underwrites the figure-ground relationship of the Enlightenment philosophy that was being checked with the avant-garde. So Elcott reminds us via Regal that absolute darkness was a limit, it was a joke, unquote. So paralleled by the development of artificial light and the advent of controlled electricity especially, artificial darkness was part of an increased attention on spaces of vision divorced from the situated body. Elcott connects this modernist impulse for blackness to photography and theater space. He historicizes the isolation of vision, for him epitomized by Wagner's Festival Theater at Bayreuth and Etienne Jules Marie's Dark Shed, made to view chronophotography. Precursors to the darkened movie theater, these dark spaces engineered a spacelessness and disembodiment that can genericize and virtualize the body. Elcott writes, quote, cited, imitated, and amplified across the globe, Wagner's darkened theater and Marie's black screen were the paradigmatic sites of controlled darkness in the late 19th century and early 20th centuries. But they were in no way site-specific. Bayreuth and the physiological station were at most metonyms for the larger apparatus of artificial darkness in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Indeed, the specificity of these two sites lay partly in their capacity to negate sight along with space, unquote. So this reliance on darkness as a method of abstraction is embedded in film and abstract art both. Both relied on competing desires for immediacy. Exhibition literature for Western Deep, Carib's Leap installation at the retrospective that I saw at the Art Institute of Chicago in 2012 described Carib's Leap as an image of falling or descent as allegories of oppression. Indeed, the metaphor of descent in Carib's Leap and Western Deep encompasses both durational experience of early video and Giorgio Agamben's Homo Sacer as a suspended political subject, something that T.J. Damos writes about in his essay on McQueen. Both films prolong the body in free fall and suspension, the moment before finality. In a recent article in Flash Art, William J. Simmons surmises that this might be why film and not photography is the medium of death. Western Deep is shown in a darkened room that is made even more so by the darkness registered on the screen from a camera that struggled to record light in one of the deepest mines in the world. In the film, the camera travels with the miners in their descent a mile down into the Earth's crust, only revealing pieces of where and who they are. The opening sequence with its sudden cuts between very loud sound and silence is tenuous and tense. So the joining of these two works, I think, is key. The agency of a person in one is both undermined and determined by the other. The light and dark contrast describing the spatial enormity for the plunging bodies. The two histories imply each other, as Hamza talked about last night, two impossibly violent scenes of exploitation on a scale meant to obliterate humanity at the level of a single person. So in the middle of this, in the medium, literally, is the camera, an automatic device that McQueen positions within the machinery in the deepest gold mine in history, the formative medium of South African colonial modernity, and the concomitant social engineering disaster of apartheid. So I just want to comment briefly on, my point here is that it's impossible to describe the mines, But just to gesture to that, there are these enormous underground, essentially cities, and they exist in a series of tunnels and kind of a honeycomb structure that resides underground. And they've discovered that people live there and never come out from under there, and have secret kind of black markets operating, and really just a true hellscape down below, where people, it's said, turn gray from the lack of sun or sun exposure. So the camera struggles, as it does in Illuminaire, to focus on the object. And I think also this is a very brilliant piece, this video piece, where you kind of feel the anxiety of that focus trying to grasp its subject. The black box is enclosed in a bigger black box, right? So it's becoming kind of the victim of its own technology. And the automatism of the camera is incapacitated. The dysfunction of the camera is akin to the collapsing of the figure and ground in the LA cartoon, the automatism of representation, the mechanics as well as the politics. It's stretched to its breaking point. Demos writes about the intensity of the sound when inside of the darkened installation of Western Deep, extrapolating it into an allegory of modernism. He writes, quote, "It is as if we have suddenly found ourselves blind within the grinding internal organs of some industrial machinery," unquote. Demos and other critics made connections between the oppressive conditions of the mine and that of the claustrophobic theater where Western Deep was screened, walking through the possibilities of sensation and installation art and cinema being marshaled for empathetic connection to the miners. But such connection is, I think, totally impossible. Instead, what Western Deep, to me, does is it belongs to a genre of art that attempts and discernibly fails to depict the scale and sheer violence of the mining sector and its social engineering engine of apartheid. The notion, that is, that a mine can be represented includes the question of the laboring body and its integration into the landscape, which is an element of the debate about early modern Black art in South Africa. And John Konekifa Mole, born in 1903, was a modern painter who trained at the Windhoek School of Art in Namibia, and he worked in this genre of township art and landscape painting characteristic of early Black South African modern painting. But he regularly inserted the Black male laboring body where that wasn't a trope before. And a recurring theme throughout his landscapes is the varying source of light from the moon, the sun, and miners' lamps. The landscape is structured by the hulking, haunting forms of the mine shafts, so often featured in the imagery of South Africa, but also by the bodies that stand under a canopy of power lines, thereby unifying the twin aspects of power in South Africa: infrastructure made sensible in terms of what is available to the senses after industrial electrification, and the distribution of subject positions within mining infrastructure. Sense perception, for instance, would be radically shifted according to a life lived without the light of the sun. The forms and experiences that are available to a person with such radical restriction in the visual field. And so perhaps unironically, Mole started a group called Artists Under the Sun, whose members sold paintings in and around Joubert Park, which is the park that surrounds the Johannesburg Art Gallery, outside of the lighting-controlled interior of the gallery. It was also because they were not invited into the gallery, perhaps obviously. But I think a real predecessor to Western Deep can be found in the photographic essay book by a Black South African artist, Ernest Cole, who snuck a camera into the mining compound to record the conditions, and the book was banned in apartheid South Africa because of that. And this is another thing that I wanted to kind of mention, was that in many of these huge mining outfits in Southern Africa, cameras were not allowed. And if they were, it was by one person who worked for the mine. So it was a very restricted scene. And so to do this was a great act of bravery. A photo from the book shows a child drawing a landscape by candlelight. The caption reads, "Moses Mogale does his homework by candlelight," Township houses are not equipped with electricity. Though a seemingly neutral statement, paired with what is happening in the photograph, it becomes a deep critique of visual culture in South Africa. The ever-present landscape painting in South Africa, so influenced by British art, is here copied by the boy, just as he is experiencing the dispossession of his own land. That he was assigned the work of producing a landscape is as unusual as the fact that the visual mode of surveillance that the landscape rests on is unavailable to him. Instead, he mimics the activity using the primitive light of the candle. Both genres, the landscape and the candle, are in 1967, the date of the publication, obsolescent. Both are associated with this young black boy then. Electricity then became one potent symbol used by activists to demand equal access to services in the face of forced racialized relationship with technological obsolescence. And also they also became the site of anti-apartheid acts of sabotage. So in recent debates of the post-apartheid period, artists were faced with the continuation of mining disasters such as the 2012 Marikana mining massacre, in which 34 protesters were shot by the police. And by the way, that also implicates the current president of South Africa. As Dr. Finley spoke to last night, Nwezira and McQueen seem to form a creative bond around the post and post-colonial and post-apartheid, the cultural and economic forces that endured beyond what was immediately apparent. And perhaps colonialism and apartheid were always impossible to depict, systems of such enormity and dispersion that they could only be gestured to. So in the literal attempt to depict the mind, the attempt and the failure to depict the mind, Western Deep demonstrates the impossibility of its representation. And it's quite precisely the failures of abstracting a single figure from this huge machinery that's created such a powerful need for the poetics of Blackness, which is what I appeal to today. Because it is in this poetics where there exists a form of representation without closure. Thanks.
So I also want to say thank you for having us here today and for everyone yesterday talking. This is a presentation, an essay that I began about a decade ago, and over the summer when I saw the call for papers, I told my girlfriend that I thought this was a really perfect place to kind of finally revisit this and put this together. So I'm very thankful to kind of be here and be in such collaboration with Delinda and Hamza and others that I admire so much in their scholarship and in their teaching. So, and as Stuart said yesterday, kind of there are themes and there are elements of McQueen's work that between the feature films to short films and other installations, that kind of there's a continual project that he's been kind of also practicing and implementing in all of his work from the past couple decades. So, and this presentation kind of focuses upon that presence of blue in the work. And so I kind of want to begin now and just kind of to focus upon that. Oh, that was not film. In March 2012, for a period of 2 weeks, every one of the 275 lamps lining the pathways of Amsterdam's Vondelpark would illuminate the park in blue light. The work, Blues Before Sunrise, was an intervention by the artist and filmmaker Steve McQueen, and took as its reference the song of the same name by the early blues musicians Leroy Carr and Scrapper Blackwell. As McQueen noted in making the work, the blues haunts like no other music can. In the opening lyrics of the song, Carr sings out over a slow piano, "I got the blues before sunrise, with tears standing in my eyes. I got the blues before sunrise, with tears standing in my eyes." Here we have Michael Fassbender in McQueen's film, Shame. One of the last shots of the movie, we see Fassbender's character, Brandon, crying on the west side piers of New York in an early morning rain. McQueen's second feature film, Shame, was first premiered in 2011 and had its release at the Rotterdam Film Festival just a few months before the park installation in Amsterdam. What this presentation looks at then is one element of McQueen's practice, the color blue. I began this essay more than a decade ago after first seeing the light installation in Amsterdam. The intense presence of blue light in the park sparked in my mind a relationship that was also featured in the recent release of Shame. In both works, an overwhelming sense of blue surrounds the characters as well as the visitors in the park. Moreover, I was reminded that the artist's first feature film, Hunger, equally utilized the color. This gives me pause, as it still does. As such, this presentation does not so much approach McQueen's blues as an argument, as instead takes a cue from the director himself to contemplate on the color as both a poetic reality and a corporeal form that participates just as much as any actor in his films. In the time since I first started this essay, curators and art historians such as James Rondeau and Solveig Nelson have visited McQueen's application of blue in his films and installations. Rondeau suggested that with blue, McQueen was indeed able to change a part of his own world, that of his adopted home of Amsterdam. In a conversation between Rondeau and McQueen, the artist stated that he only ever wanted to create a beautiful experience to the artwork, but said that it is very difficult to just make a beautiful artwork, very difficult indeed. In order to do so, one must really remove themselves from any political or personal judgment of a site or person. This insistence on a political removal is one that McQueen has remarked upon multiple times. Rondeau related his position of McQueen's aesthetic choice in the color blue and his insistence on there being no political meaning in the work to the work of Felix Gonzalez Torres, an artist who frequently incorporated the color blue into his works and installations. This paper takes McQueen a step forward in understanding his relationship to blue and its suggested queerness, which Solveig Nelson has remarked upon, and looks at the promise of decentering or looking around the object. I attempt to do this through the work of Julia Kristeva. Kristeva, writing on the work of the early Renaissance painter Giotto di Bondone, suggests that the use of blue in the hands of Giotto had the power to bring Christ into the human realm, creating this, quote, burlesque moment in the history of art. Further, it is suggested that blue, as a phenomenological color, has the power to destabilize one's focus of the object in order to both look past it and to see it without judgment. For his part, I believe McQueen has always been able to create this destabilized object, to look to other areas of possibility in objects, and to give us an image that is without prejudice. He does this by approaching the subject from the periphery, or from a stance that one does not often see the object, and from this stance, he just looks. And by some natural or instinctive, though McQueen hates the word, occurrence, blue comes in from the sides. Going back to 1997, I believe the color first starts to flitter its way into the work from the artist's photo series, Barrage. This series, done when the artist was just 29 years old, finds McQueen in Paris, a city that can be metonymically associated with the color blue. Along the streets of Paris, partaking in the city's history of street photography, McQueen was taken with objects that appeared to be trash left behind. In fact, these objects were rolls of carpet placed by street sweepers to redirect water flows for the city's drainage. These rolls of carpet and other fabrics, photographed both in the day and night, condense together the colors of gray and blue in a way that is just as much material as it is atmospheric. 5 years later, in 2002, McQueen made Western Deep. It is in this film, where he first collaborated with the cinematographer Sean Bobbitt, that the most stark presence of the color blue comes to the fore, with each of the South African miners being wrapped in a blue cloth that seems to come forth like paint flecks against an otherwise dark, grainy, severe room. As T.J. Demos, and as just a second ago Delinda Collier here, have remarked upon the film, for much of it, the viewer peers into nothing but darkness. Instead, the sound of the mine, the rickety elevator shaft making its way downwards, and the miners working in the dark fill the exhibition space with a darkness that is deafening. The sound and the undarkened gallery space bring the viewer into only a minor understanding of what these miners must tolerate. This approach to sound and the image is one that is again understood in McQueen's Static from 2009. Filmed high from a helicopter circling the Statue of Liberty, the blades of the helicopter create a violent hum that is as turbulent as the filming of the statue. In this film, we also see blue in one of its myriad hues and saturations, as the color takes on a wash of aquamarine, appearing similar to that same aquamarine noted in the emotional early morning shot in Shame, where Brandon is crying looking out towards the Hudson River. Even during the late afternoon hours, the Statue of Liberty fills the screen and becomes less bronze, less acid-washed, and less of any color that we have ever seen her in. Instead, an aqueous blue-tinted aura surrounds the statue that is as fluid and uncertain as the liberty for which she stands for. But enough ink has been spent over the use of blue in film and art. We are aware of this. From the Polish filmmaker Krzysztof Kieślowski's triptych in cinema of 3 colors focusing on yellow, red, and blue, when blue, where Juliette Binoche's character harbors grief and attempts to remove herself from society following the trauma of losing her husband and child, to blue films, a long-held euphemism for pornography where, operating on a budget, erotic filmmakers would buy blue film reels in order to create the movie. Less structural and more relative to the content, McQueen's Shame could, in a sense, be thought to border along the sex-filled eroticism of blue films. Even more recently, the German filmmaker Anne Oren's film Blue creates a story in which the color blue is used as a protagonist in her home, and just as much, Maura Davies' Notes on Blue from 2015 creates a diary that is tinged and inflected with blue. Davies' film, like McQueen's own work, owes much of its lineage to perhaps the most poetic and direct force of blue in film. This, of course, being Derek Jarman's Blue from 1993. Being Jarman's last feature film he made as his body was succumbing to AIDS, he found himself slowly going blind. It was only when he took eye drops that a deep blue would fill his vision. Looking at both Jarman and McQueen, the art historian Solveig Nelson has highlighted in McQueen's work the relationship to Jarman and to new queer cinema in the 90s, writing that this is a training ground of sorts for McQueen. Indeed, where structuralism has often been suggested in McQueen's work, Nelson reinforces the notion that the color blue, and indeed all color in the hands of McQueen, is one not focused on any political or structural position. Instead, Nelson suggests there is an impulse to abstract depictions of sex into a moving image, refusing to provide markers of any fixed gender or orientation. This refusal to provide an orientation for either the viewer or the subject is what allows McQueen the openings of possibility, as well as giving him the foundation for his films, these foundations being the, quote, building blocks for a journey. Like Jarman's own rapture in the color from McQueen is something personal, but not quite autobiographical. It is something sensed and felt and created within the moment. It becomes its own character in his films, an erratic, pervading character that is intimately perceived and felt. As the art historian Carol Maver writes in her book Blue Mythologies, even though Jarman could not see, he was able to view directly into the realm of color. This realm of color, just as much for Jarman as it is for McQueen, is one that Maver calls joyful sad. So this asks the question, what can McQueen's blues do? This is a simple question, perhaps naive, but is essential to asking of any artist. What is the color capable of doing in the picture? Ultimately, I believe McQueen's blues must be seen as both a poetic and a philosophical embodiment, and equal cooperation and estrangement from other colors. As a property of light, blue has a physics to it that gives it both weight and form. There is a mass and a corpus to blue. Saint Bonaventura, writing on the metaphysics of color, linked together light and the body, writing, "If light names or articulates a form, then light cannot possibly be a body. It must be something else than a body. Therefore, it seems that light, both strictly and figuratively, is not a body, but a corporeal form." Following Bonaventura's line of thought, we can restate the question from a second ago. Why is the picture this color? Or, more to the point, why are so many of McQueen's pictures awash in this color? Blue, McQueen knows, not only exists along with the other colors along a spectrum, but carries an effect and a belief with it. As the only cool color amongst the primary triad of red, yellow, and blue, blue is already a minority in the triad. Therefore, the color blue must be resourceful. It must be open to intuition and inventiveness, and it must allow itself to be applied to contradictions. This is perhaps why Pliny the Elder called blue the, quote, most orgiastic of colors, belonging to the barbarians of the north. He believed the color blue was not fit for a civil ordered society, and particularly that women of blue eye color could not be trusted. In opposition to this, Rebecca Solnit called the blue blue the color for longing for distances you never arrive in. She asks us to envision ourselves being able to exist in a blue world. In McQueen's work, this blue world simply exists, calm and cool, but it is libidinal and free-playing as any virulent orgy. Here we have two key scenes in Shame and Hunger. Both are moments of contemplation by the characters, beset in a blue haze. Sean Bobbitt, director of photography for both films, noted that for Shame, it was essential to create these blue interiors that would otherwise just be a stark white around Fassbender. Both of these scenes occur at the beginning of each film, at moments where the viewer understands something dramatic has occurred, but we do not just yet know the character's transgressions. These scenes, each a long, unmoving frame, are images that McQueen, with Bobbitt the DP, particularly has in mind for the viewer to focus upon and to remember. They show not only the characters gathering their thoughts, but give time to the viewer to collect their own thoughts on what is or may be occurring in the film. In both of these scenes and moments, it is even more necessary to observe that both characters, Fassbender's Brandon and a security guard played by Stuart Graham, could be criticized and judged as being conventionally bad people. Throughout Shame, Fassbender's sex addiction routinely infringes upon his life and those of others, while Graham's character is at once a normative, middle-class Irish citizen who, for a job, beats, torments, and guards prisoners from the IRA. But in these scenes, McQueen gives us pause to not judge them of their sins, but to question and reflect how these sins and contradictions may exist in our own lives. Again, McQueen allows possibility and freedom to exist within these scenes. So what do these other colors offer? These warmer counterparts do populate the work, though at less frequent intervals. They arrive at moments of intense human interaction and decision-making, such as in the film Charlotte, where McQueen literally touches the eyeball of the actress Charlotte Rampling, or in Shame, Carey Mulligan's character sings into the camera for more than 5 minutes. Through the course of her singing, the camera switches to her brother Brandon, who for the first time in the film cries with a single tear. Later in the film, the colors come again as Brandon spends a night in New York, losing himself in an aggressive haze of reds and yellows. In red, he stalks a man into a gay nightclub, hunting him throughout the club until he finds him, ultimately forcing the unknown man into giving him a blowjob. In yellow, Brandon loses himself in a threesome whereby the viewer watches Fassbender reach climax. This climax, though, is not one of arriving to any point, but showing just how spent and devoid of life the character is, as his eyes, cheeks, and jowls appear to be sunken, hollow, and lost in a void. Throughout this nighttime sequence of reds and yellows, as opposed to other nighttime sequences of the film, not a hint of blue is found in the images. What we can infer from this is that McQueen makes a certain distinction in light and color, but especially with blue. Color is not only given purpose, it is given meaning. Light is given the corporeality that performs with the actors in the films. I would perhaps suggest then that color, but particularly blue, often denotes the hollowness and the emptiness of whiteness. In McQueen's films, the void is not seen as one of blackness, but by whiteness. And it is this color of black that is the true accomplice of blue. If blue is the color that Bobbitt and McQueen preferred to stark white interiors, then black is the color that provides blue with its freedom. This relationship between black and blue has been referred to in multiple ways, most directly in Geoffrey Jacques' reading of David Hammond's Concerto in Black and Blue. As Jacques wrote, quote, "There is a sense in which the entire history of Africans in North America can be told through the reference to these two colors." As such, while McQueen might choose to eschew any sense of autobiography, he does, through personal sensibility, focus his camera on the victims of marginalization, and in doing so utilizes black and blue that comes from the margins of the optical. In light of this optical phenomenon associated with blue light, I would like to focus these last few minutes to form a rhapsody on the corporeality of the color. Kristeva's investigation into the color blue, particularly as it related to the practice of the early Renaissance painter Giotto, is indispensable for our consideration of McQueen's persistence with the color blue. By Giotto's deployment of the color, the cultural consciousness of the time in the 14th century shifted and the history of art was thoroughly expanded. I find McQueen's deployment of the color to be of a similar nature. Following Kristeva's line, Giotto's use of the color in 1334 introduced a new way of seeing the world. Effectively, Giotto moved away from a plane of transcendence and into the plane of immanence. By the use of blue, Giotto made Christ human. Hegel, writing on Giotto, called this maneuver burlesque, by bringing Christ into the realm of the human. But this burlesque quality of blue was even more shifting and decentering. In Giotto's Arena Chapel, Kristeva perceives a phenomenological effect occurring in the low-light conditions surrounding the space. In the dark light of the room, Giotto's blue is not only perceived in the building's frescoes, but become a part of the atmosphere in the space. She recalls an optical effect discovered by the Prussian anatomist Johannes Perkenyi. Perkenyi had found that in the low-light conditions, colors with short wavelengths prevailed over long ones. That is, the color blue is best sensed and detected in such dim light. As such, just before sunrise, the color blue is the first to appear. In the works of Shame, Hunger, Giardini, or in the Park installation of Blues Before Sunrise, this optical effect of blue in low light or dark conditions is received and felt. Like the blackness and deafening darkness in Western Deep, the color of blue in these works surrounds the viewer thoroughly. And, as Anne Goldstein, who commissioned the work in Amsterdam, said, the sound of the work comes through via the usage of the color. But Kristeva takes this optical effect one step further. Using Andre Braca's paradox, to see a blue light, one must not look directly at it. And kind of as a digression here, as an experiment, next time in the evening or the night or kind of early morning, kind of when you see a blue light, especially on campuses or kind of safety lights, see if it's the effect of the atmosphere of blue around the light or the center of the light that your eye actually focuses upon. And I think in general, you'll find that it's the atmospheric effect of blue that your eye actually is attached to. To see a blue light, one must not look directly at it. Kristeva hypothesizes that the perception of blue entails not identifying the object. Blue is beyond the object's fixed form, and it is in this blue zone where phenomenal identity vanishes. She sees this in the development of an infant's eye, when optics are just forming. Before the mirror stage, where the child identifies and centers itself, color is all a child's eye sees. More, when a child's eye is developing its color perception, low wavelengths are the first to be taken in. Thus, all colors, but particularly blue, would have a non-centered or decentering effect. In both films of Illuminae and Giardini, as well as other works, writers have commented on this inability to locate or even discern form. We see the body of a man on a bed, or we see what looks like two visitors to the Giardini partaking in some emotional act, but we cannot truly tell. We can only imagine the possibility of what is going on. To conclude, blue is what Kristeva calls Giotto's joy. This joy is what arrives when one is completely immersed in a blue world, such as one where Jarman lyrically rhymes, lost in the warmth of the blue heart haze, singing the blues, quiet and slowly, blue of my heart, blue of my dreams, slow blue love of delphinium days. And it is lastly what Kristeva writes, Giotto's joy is the sublimated jouissance of his subject liberating himself from the transcendental dominion of one meaning, white, articulating within a complex and regulated distribution. This very same sentence could be ascribed to the blues of Steve McQueen.
Okay, I think we're going to reconvene. Good morning, I'm Stuart Comer, Chief Curator of Media and Performance at the Museum of Modern Art. And it's my great pleasure to chair the second session of the conference. And again, warmest thanks to the Yale Center for British Art and to Courtney Martin and Karen Alexander and everyone involved with bringing together this important opportunity to reconsider the work of Steve McQueen. This second session today will be called Frames of Viewing, Television, and Film. And it goes without saying that Steve has become, in fact, a major force in the film industry as much as he has been in the art world. The discussion a moment ago about monochromes actually made me think a little bit about a work not by Steve, but by a more senior figure, Dara Birnbaum, in fact. And we acquired it at MoMA not long after I started at the museum, but it's called PM Magazine. And it has two freestanding walls, one painted chroma key blue and the other red. Both of these were absolutely key to broadcast television at the time that she made it in the early 1980s. And she talked about the work as painting out a space for video in the art institution where video had not been made a priority of any kind, quite the opposite. And I wonder, looking back at that moment now, what it would mean for Steve to almost go in reverse and now to return to the actual space of television broadcast and claim a space for his own project within that space as much as he had in the gallery. So I think many of the presentations we've heard so far have dealt with the complexity of spatial dynamics in his work, both within the screen or within the image, but also within the spaces in which those screens and images occur and are installed. And I think the two papers we'll be hearing this morning tackle both questions of television and broadcast, but also Steve's own investment in the history of cinema, going back to its earliest iterations. But I also wanted to just quickly think a little bit about what it means to position Steve, too, in a space or a history of broadcast, and especially in the context here at the Yale Center for British Art within the British system. So Channel 4, of course, was a landmark opportunity for a number of artists, not least of all Black Audio Film Collective, for instance, whose Handsworth Songs was broadcast in 1986 following the race riots in Birmingham and then London in 1985. And it was a watershed moment for art on television. And similarly, in this country, you can think back to the video freaks who worked with the Black Panthers and with Fred Hampton to really use tactics of guerrilla television to highlight issues of race, anti-Blackness, and a number of the issues that continue to circulate in Steve's work. So where we think about Steve at this point is not merely an artist who moved into cinema and then into television, but an artist for whom all three of those spaces have always been central, I think, to the logic of the work in different ways, whatever form or platform it might be occupying at any given time. So I'm really looking forward to hearing both papers this morning. And first off will be Sarah Duncan, acting head of media at the National College of Art and Design in Dublin. She is the author of Memory and Intermediality, an Artist's Moving Image, which addresses the preoccupation with memory and contemporary artist moving image installations. She is currently working on a film project, The Invisibles, a platform commission for the 40th EVA International 2023, curated by Emily Jassir and Padraig E. Moore. And in 2021, she received an Arts Council of Ireland Visual Arts Bursary Award. Recent curatorial projects include Intermedial Encounters at the BIMI at Birkbeck in London, and The Memory Image at IFI in Dublin. The paper today that she'll present is Genealogies of Film and Steve McQueen's Video Installations. Our second speaker is Hannah Andrews, Associate Professor in Film and Media at the University of Lincoln in the UK. She's the author of Biographical Television Drama and Television and British Cinema, Convergence and Divergence since 1990. Her research focuses primarily on British cinema and television, and interests include industrial and intermedial relationships between television and film, biographical media, and political comedy on television. Her paper today is titled Small Acts and as Cinematic Television. So please welcome Sarah. Thank you.
Thanks, Stuart. Just to clarify, it's Durkin, not Duncan, it's okay. I just want to thank Gemma Field, Jen Ongley, and Courtney Martin. It's delightful to be here. I'm delighted to be here to speak about Steve McQueen, who's an artist I've appreciated his work for over a long period of time, like most of the people contributing to this symposium yesterday and today. So, whoops. Steve McQueen's works of the mid-1990s are notable for the ways in which they bring together two distinct genealogies of the moving image, artist film and narrative cinema. His projected video installations Bear, 1993, 5 Easy Pieces, 1995, and Deadpan, 1997, mobilize and replay film aesthetics from the historical avant-garde to the cinema of Buster Keaton, the auteurs of European art cinema, and neo-avant-garde film practices of the 1960s. This image is from the 2013 installation of these works at Schaulager, Basel, a major survey exhibition of McQueen's work. These installations bring together film histories and practices that until then had operated in parallel but separate worlds. Broadly speaking, these are the worlds of artist film and video and the world of narrative cinema, including Hollywood and European modernist film. McQueen's hybrid approach to the moving image as both an artist medium and a component of industrial narrative cinema can be read as a reanimation of an earlier film praxis that became foreclosed by the dissolution of the historical avant-gardes and the institutionalization of Hollywood cinema. McQueen draws together diverse genealogies of film and video. Firstly, he approaches film and video from an art school perspective that understands it as an element within a primarily sculptural, performative, and conceptual tradition. This approach is associated, as we've heard from some of the other speakers today and yesterday, associated with the work of American artists in the late 60s and 70s, like Bruce Nauman, Vito Conci, Dan Graham, Simone Forti, and Yvonne Rainer. A second strand of the art school approach to film is the tradition of structuralist, materialist film associated with American artists like Michael Snow and the British artist Peter Goodall, among others. McQueen's installations and film aesthetics draw on both these strands of artist film. At the same time, McQueen also brings his considerable knowledge of Hollywood and European art cinema to his work. It's notable that McQueen's practice at this time in the 1990s is positioned less in relation to contemporary film and video, but to historical practices of artist film and video and classical cinema. Using the moving image as a means of revisiting and reanimating the past is also evident in other artists' moving image practices in the 1990s. I'm thinking of people like Stan Douglas, Tacit Ad-Din, and Runa Islam, among many others. In McQueen's case, video installation is the means by which earlier avant-garde film aesthetics from the 1920s and the 1960s are brought together within one space. 16mm film is remediated as projected video within a specific architectural installation in the gallery. And here McQueen is a transitional figure who brings cinematic narrative into installation and who brings a materialist aesthetic to narrative film. Now we can examine what results from McQueen's excavation of past genealogies of film practice. It's interesting that McQueen's installations invite and receive an historiographical approach from art critics by their references and activation of visual codes associated with art history and with film history. The hybrid quality of McQueen's films between art and cinema is noted by the earliest critical writing on his work, initially by John Thompson and subsequently in 3 essays by Okwayne Wazer, Michael Newman, and Robert Storr, published on the occasion of McQueen's exhibition at the ICA in 1999. Across all these texts, McQueen's work is compared with the striking range of temporalities of the moving image, from the proto-cinematic stop-motion photography of Edward Muybridge in the late 19th century to Martin Scorsese's Raging Bull, 1980. Writing in 1997, Thompson summons up a host of male auteurs in contextualizing McQueen's approach to film as narrative. Carl Dreyer is mentioned, as is John Huston's Fat City, work by Ken Russell, Volker Schlöndorff, John Ford, David Lean, Alan René, Michelangelo Antonioni, Jean-Luc Godard, and Robert Bresson are all mentioned as reference points by Thompson. Newman traces a lineage of McQueen's art historical and cinema references from the historical avant-garde to modernist cinema, adding Scorsese's Raging Bull, Antonioni's The Passenger. I've gone wrong in my slide stack here. This is Scorsese Raging Bull, Antonioni's The Passenger, which is here. Alexander Rodchenko, Andy Warhol, and Buster Keaton to the list, while Robert Storr is reminded of Sergei Eisenstein, and also by Orson Welles. Such comparisons align McQueen with the major auteurs and in Waser's essay with Muybridge, the forefather of modern cinema. While it might seem hyperbolic to compare short-looped video installations with classic feature-length films for cinema, the critics' responses indicate connections that the artist's work explicitly invites. We might ask, how do these video installations set up such alignments? And furthermore, why does it seem necessary to McQueen and his critics in the 1990s to invoke the archive of European cinema? What are we to make of the multiple temporal shifts in the wide range of film references signalled by the work and its critics? In both the lists evoked by the critics and in the works themselves, there is a sense of cinema being excavated and replayed in order to forge a historical consciousness for the 1990s. To look at one of these installations more closely, I'm focusing on 5 Easy Pieces from '95. According to McQueen, the title is borrowed from the classic of American New Wave cinema, 5 Easy Pieces, directed by Bob Rafelson in 1970. McQueen doesn't reference the content of this film. He simply repurposes the title as a physical, spatialized indication of his own film structure. In Rafelson's film, 5 Easy Pieces refers to the protagonist's childhood book of piano pieces. McQueen's quotation suggests a similar return to what he views as the fundamentals of film form, expressed in cinema's vocabulary of montage, slow motion, and narrative structure. In this context, we could also mention another set of works with the same title, Yvonne Rayner's 5 Easy Pieces, which Donna DeSalvo mentioned yesterday, short black and white 8mm and 16mm films made in the late 60s. In McQueen's 5 Easy Pieces, the use of 16mm film without sound, albeit transferred to video, could be read as an approach to the moving image as an historical medium from an era without colour and synchronized sound. Yet this impression would also be a mismemory of film, given that in the silent era, films were accompanied by live musical scores, although today we generally encounter them as silent moving images. The absence of sound in McQueen's film means that the normative mode of cinema spectatorship is bypassed, as the viewer doesn't enter into a full illusionary world of sound and image, becomes aware of themselves as a physical presence in the projection space. By transferring film to projected video with an architectural scale, McQueen situates his reference to silent cinema within the phenomenological space of installation, creating his own cinematic apparatus. 5 Easy Pieces shares the same characteristics as other video installations made by McQueen between 93 and 97. Firstly, the architecture is a specifically constructed 3-sided box, which the viewer enters to be faced with the large floor-to-ceiling projected film filling the end wall. As exhibited in the 1990s, the measurements of these spaces were typically 4 meters wide, 3 meters high, and 7 meters long, with the walls painted black. So the aspect ratio of the projected image echoes the 4:3 aspect ratio at which 35mm film from the 1920s would be projected. Within these conditions, McQueen creates a space that is partly the darkened space of cinema and partly the embodied space of installation, in which the standing viewer is placed in a physical relation to the scale of the screen image. And like other artists' work at the time, twin modalities of spectatorship, that of the gallery viewer and that of the cinema spectator, are intermeshed with each other. In 5 Easy Pieces, the viewer enters the space to encounter a short-looped, silent black and white film whose narrative is organized across three different and interlocking spatial axes. This highly physicalized form of narrative is structured like a jigsaw puzzle based on gravity. From the aerial shot looking down at 5 figures athletically hula hooping, we go to a worm's eye viewpoint, looking up at a rope which is traversed by a female gymnast. These scenes are intercut by another low-angle shot of a standing male figure in boxer shorts. Through a combination of spatialized camera shots marking different positions in space, either high up, low down, or in mid-air, the film attempts to establish physical lines of connection between the viewer as a body in space and the depicted bodies on screen. The accumulation of montage shots reaches a denouement of sorts when the standing figure appears to urinate directly onto the camera lens from above. In the context of McQueen's installation space, the gallery viewer is directly placed as the object of this action, and thus the film repeatedly attempts to break the fourth wall of cinema. A further element in the film is an inclusion of a brief sequence of color video, which attempts another way of engaging the viewer. What appears as extremely close-up visceral flesh is endoscopic footage of nostrils, mouth, and eyes, bringing the viewer into an impossibly close contact with the performer's body. This confrontational edge to the engagement with the viewer draws on both the traditions of installation art and a materialist approach to film. What distinguishes McQueen's approach is that this materialist approach to film is structured as narrative. Here I suggest that McQueen's combination of intense formal effects and narrative activates a formative tension around the question of realism within avant-garde filmmaking. Across the historical avant-gardes, innovations in filmmaking are driven by the urge to show how the film camera brings new forms of representation into existence. And this is also accompanied by the desire to direct filmic representation in ideological ways. Five Easy Pieces' formal aesthetic evokes and extends the historical avant-garde in a couple of ways. Firstly, the compositional aesthetic of angled shots, cast shadows, and a challenging method of engaging the viewer confrontationally is reminiscent of Russian constructivism, as both Newman and Weiser note, referring to Rodchenko's 1920s photographs. Secondly, McQueen depicts athletic activities which chime with agitprop films of the era that feature athleticism as a desirable attribute of the model Soviet citizen. Yet McQueen is not simply quoting a formal style. In an ambitious sense, his ghostly evocation of a constructivist aesthetic revives and tests the conflicting tensions of the avant-garde's attitude to filming the real. Most immediately, McQueen literally inhabits the constructivist form by inserting himself as a black male into a scene which is both visually rich and violently confrontational. It is as if he challenges the avant-garde call to show life as it is in both senses of the term, on an ideological and a technological level. To show life as it is might mean that reality includes otherness in the form of the largely unrepresented black body within the art historical canon of avant-garde film and narrative cinema. It also means that the film camera expands the parameters of the ways in which we perceive the real. So McQueen's installation ambitiously expands these parameters by inscribing himself and activating an imagined past and bringing it to bear on the present. A key reference point for McQueen's performative video installations can also be found in Bruce Naumann's performances to camera of the late 60s and early 70s, and McQueen continues a Naumann-like play on the idea of documenting a performance to camera. Again, black and white film serves as a visual code that endows the screen image with the truth-telling aura of a document. McQueen begins with scenes of simple physical actions that could be documents of performance or rehearsals towards a performance. Through repetition and camera effects, the possible meanings and readings of these performances become uncertain. While Naumann's physical actions refer to the context of choreography and dance, McQueen locates his actions in relation to cinema, to a fight scene in Bear in '93, and to slapstick in Deadpan 97. Unlike Naumann, McQueen allows a narrative dimension to exist within his films. This is particularly evident in the installation Deadpan, where he extends Naumann's performance to camera mode into a hybrid reconstitution of the past of cinema through the form of a recorded performance. Naumann's stationary fixed-lens camera is aligned with the static camera of early cinema that the artist Stan Douglas has described as being, quote, only capable of a deadpan stare at a staged event. In Deadpan, McQueen takes a fragment of cinema, a moment of slapstick from the Keaton film Steamboat Bill Jr. 1928, and uses it as a basis for a film that seems to inhabit multiple temporal modalities of the moving image. These modalities are the physical cinema of Keaton, the early cinema of actualité, narrative cinema, and the pure optical, rhythmic, anemic cinema of Marcel Duchamp and Man Ray 1925. Taking a cue from the title, we can say that McQueen is emptying out not simply his own performance, but the original Keaton sketch, re-inhabiting and colonizing past modes of cinema. In a similar manner to Naumann's performance of repetitive tasks, McQueen exhausts the action of the stunt through repetition. Dressed in white t-shirt and jeans, echoing Naumann's everyday studio clothing, his face remains impassive throughout. As is well known by now, McQueen reprises Keaton's stunt by standing motionless as a timber frame facade of a house falls around him, but he remains upright. Over the course of the 4-minute loop, we see the facade fall from a number of different angles, about 12 times in all. The repetition of alternate shots builds towards a shot where the house frame crashes directly on top of the low-lying camera. The impact causes leaves and dust to fly up before the lens, followed by darkness, extinguishing the image, and by implication, the viewer standing in the enclosed and darkened projection space. And here again, the viewer's bodily experience is aligned with the events on screen. Michael Newman cites a possible genealogy from McQueen's work by comparing the stop-motion sequence of rapid close-ups in deadpan to structural flicker film, identifying a rhythmic temporality which is opposed to the narrative action of the stunt itself. This genealogy stems from Rosalind Krauss's identification of a pulsatile temporality in Marcel Duchamp and Man Ray's Anemic Cinema, 1925, which she connects to films by Nauman, Serra, and structuralist film of the late 60s, describing the effect of anemic cinema on the viewer as the invasion of a dense corporeal pressure. Krauss links its pulsing tempo with the rhythmic repetition found in Nauman's film and video, in Richard Serra's Hand-Catching Lead from 1968, and with the structuralist filmmaker's emphasis on a phenomenological experience of film grounded in the body. The inclusion by McQueen of the flicker sequence brings materialist quality to the deadpan installation, as the flickering image is experienced by the viewer as a real-time duration. And as we've noted, the flicker sequence's anti-illusionist rhythmic time complicates a straightforward narrative reading of deadpan. But McQueen also goes beyond materialist film in opening up the perception of film, of time in the film image, to multiple temporalities beyond the immediate real time of the installation, or the gallery time. These temporalities include ghostly references to Nauman's task-based performances, to Buster Keaton, to McQueen's own performance of the stunt, and to the 1960 flicker films themselves, as traced in Krauss's lineage of pulsatile temporality. The flicker sequence is also reminiscent of the stuttering effect of early silent film projected at 15 frames per second. The way in which deadpan sums up these multiple temporalities can be developed by thinking of it in terms of a Deleuzian crystal image. In Gilles Deleuze's classification of different time images, a crystal image denotes the coexistence of multiple images of different past and presents within the same film. Crystal images are composed of specific circuits between an actual image and its virtual image, and also create other circuits to the swathes of virtual images which constitute the past. In Deleuze's example of L'Année Dernière and Marienbad, directed by Alain Resnais, individual scenes within the film appear to splinter into other scenes from the memory of the two protagonists. Deleuze's description of deeper and deeper circuits draws on Henri Bergson's philosophy of memory as a means of accessing a vast extent of the past, which is continually accruing in tandem with the present. We can liken this to the viewer of McQueen's films making associations with other films and experiencing a circuit of virtual images activated by actual images, such as McQueen performing the stunt. The actual stunt is a reprise of a virtual image from the past of Keaton's first film performance in 1928. Now, just to conclude, I finish by saying that McQueen's film performances inscribe a trajectory through cinematic genres such as the fight scene, the circus and slapstick, and film aesthetics. His original and intermedial cinema apparatus harnesses the moving image as an experience in and through time, extending and pressurizing avant-garde aesthetics from constructivism to structuralist flicker films. He asserts the moving image as a material of memory, with, to quote Walter Benjamin, the weight of an experience. Thank you.
I'd like to add to everybody's thanks to the Yale Centre for British Art for welcoming us here to have these conversations about such an important filmmaker. My paper is titled Small Acts and as Cinematic Television. Small Acts caused category confusion even before it was broadcast in the UK in December 2020. It was presented using the rhetoric of cinema. Individual dramas from the series were screened at the New York, Cannes, and London film festivals. Its BBC broadcast and simultaneous release on the BBC's on-demand service, iPlayer, were advertised as its premiere. That's unusual for British television. International partner Amazon Studios described the episodes in their catalogue as a collection of 5 films. And perhaps most compellingly, during the promotion rounds for the series, the director, Steve McQueen, repeatedly described it as cinema, films that happen to be on TV. There is a long-standing tradition in the UK of films that happen to be on TV, particularly in the crucial support for the UK film industry provided by television institutions such as BBC Films and Channel 4 Television's film arm, Film 4. Film 4 especially has been a long-term McQueen champion, supporting the development of his feature films Hunger, Shame, 12 Years a Slave, and Widows. British cinema and TV have a long history of such convergence, becoming ever more industrially, technologically, and aesthetically hard to distinguish from one another. The positioning of Small Acts as cinema rather than television is a logical continuation of this decades-long process. In its year of release, the closure of cinemas for COVID-19 lockdowns magnified the already tenuous distinctions between cinema and television in the age of streaming media. Small Acts was critically celebrated as McQueen's first foray into television. His prior career trajectory had been unusual for a British filmmaker for the absence of television in its early years. As we know, he took the atypical route from artists' film and video to features. This significantly supported the discursive framing of Small Acts as cinema, made by a filmmaker, and as Sarah highlighted, one that has been aligned with with the history of auteurs in cinema. These are de facto films. The application of this logic to the movement of other high-profile directors into television drama production has been central to the development of a term that encapsulates the knotty relationship between these familial mediums: cinematic television. This phrase has frustrated television scholars for decades, thanks to, among other things, its implicit cultural devaluation of television in general and its essentialist assumptions about the medium specificity of cinema and television. Nevertheless, outside of academia, the notion of certain television programming as cinematic retains a stubborn cultural currency. For example, in The Guardian's description of Small Acts as unapologetically cinematic. Why is it that people keep wanting to use the term unapologetic about Steve McQueen? What does it mean for Small Acts to be conceptualized as cinematic television? This paper will explore that question by attending to the 4 A's of intermediate relationships between cinema and television: aesthetics, affect, address, and access. Let's begin with aesthetics. Time does not permit a rehearsal of the often fraught discussions about the application of the aesthetic term cinematic to certain types of television, but to summarize, the emergence in the early 2000s of a wave of high-end drama series targeted at elite audiences and usually produced for premium cable television channels prompted a new wave of intellectual interest in the aesthetics of television, exemplified by criticism that embraced cinematic television as an artistic advance for the medium. The response from television scholars such as Brett Mills and Deborah Jaramillo was to provide a systematic unraveling of the concept of cinematic television on technological, industrial, and evaluative grounds. Jaramillo, for example, provides 3 key aesthetic limitations for the term cinematic television. First, she argues, it perpetuates an audiovisual media hierarchy that is hopelessly antiquated. Second, It does not advance our understanding of where the look and sound of television are going in any meaningful way. Third, finally, it implicitly argues that film has a clearly understood essence that can compensate for television's lack thereof. Her second and third arguments reflect the intrinsic dilemma of medium specificity theory in the age of media convergence, summarized in film philosopher David Roderick's contention that in the context of digitalization, film's ontological anchors have come ungrounded, compelling us continually to question what is cinema. Prior to Small Axe, McQueen's position on medium specificity has aligned cinema with the theatrical experience. Discussing Widows, he said, "There's no point in looking at a movie on your own at home," arguing that cinema is a communal medium and that its thrill is located in the shared experience between viewers in the same space. McQueen's critique of small screen viewing extends beyond the experiential dimension, and his statements on the medial status of Small Axe have made clear aesthetic contrasts between cinema and television at the level of production. He told Sight and Sound, "For Small Axe, I did a television mix and a cinema mix, and the cinema mix informed the TV mix, which is a smaller and less sophisticated situation. It's not uncommon for television aesthetics to be evaluated as unsophisticated by comparison with cinema, but it is noteworthy that McQueen's distinction here relates to sound. As Stuart mentioned in yesterday's roundtable, we don't talk enough about sound. Sound is underrepresented in discussions of cinematic television aesthetics, which tend to focus on the medium's shared imagistic qualities. It has historically been posited as a significant arena of distinction between film and television, with the assumption that television is a more sound-driven medium than film, which operates primarily through visual language. In her analysis of his 2002 installation Western Deep, of which we've heard much in the symposium, Tina Rigby-Hansen applies the concept of haptic audibility to McQueen's art film work. She notes McQueen's prescriptiveness about how his work should be installed, focusing on how his manipulation of space encourages his viewers to become intensely involved with and even physically touched by the textures of sonic physicality. If authorial control over the space of encounter between viewer, listener, and screen is meaningful to McQueen, and I think it is abundantly clear from what we've heard at the symposium so far that it is, it's unsurprising that he views television sound as inferior, as a less sophisticated situation. Sound cannot be assumed to touch a viewer through the tinny speakers of a television set or a laptop. The example given by McQueen to illustrate the centrality of sound to the aesthetic experience of Small Axe as a cinema is the dance floor sequences from Lovers Rock, which he envisioned moving cinemagoers to rise from their seat and join in the dance. In the Kunta Kinte dub sequence, the song's pulsating bass line creates an energy that's matched in increasingly frenzied movements by the dancers. The music, combined with the whoops, whistles, and shouts of the crowd, envelops the viewer. The camera mingles with the body on screen, its movements replicating the relentless rhythms of music and dancers, constructing a body of its own. Rebecca Wanzo calls this a carnal cinema, one which emphasizes the pleasures of Black embodiment via the construction of embodied images and sounds. Sound is thus employed in Lovers Rock to enhance identification between a viewer's body and the cinematic body of the camera. This brings me to affect. McQueen's alignment of the cinematic with embodied experiential elements of the medium's aesthetics complicates Small Axe's status as cinematic television. Small screen viewing is positioned as a second-class engagement with the cinema, one that cannot match the emotional intensity of theatrical viewing. The equation of cinema with emotional space can also be found in affect-driven definitions of the cinematic and cinematic television. Angela Restivo's intervention in the cinematic television debate, which focuses on the popular series Breaking Bad, defines the cinematic as an interrupter within the regime of images, one that, quote, has the potential to introduce gaps, uncertainties, and contradictions in the narrative of which they are a part. As you see. His cinematic is one of latent energies, immanence and intensity, as opposed to cognition, the communication of meaning. There are many moments throughout Small Axe that can be interpreted as disrupting the momentum of narrative to produce uncertainties and to exploit immanent energies. An example appears in Education, in a short sequence in which Kingsley takes a bath to quell his anger at being transferred to a new school for the, quote, educationally subnormal. Kingsley is pictured in this high-angle, medium close-up, and I must note that the colour blue is so prominent in this image. He is pictured in this high-angle, medium close-up. His thoughts are troubled but inscrutable. The soundtrack combines the sound effects of dripping water with Kingsley's heavy, anxious breathing, and later music that has an ethereal, mystical quality adds to the soundscape. Here, as elsewhere in the film, the 4:3 aspect ratio creates a sense of claustrophobic enclosure to the image, the sensation of being captured in a situation from which there is no escape. This sequence has limited narrative momentum, but intense affective drive. There are many similar moments of rupture to be found throughout Small Axe. Of particular relevance to Small Axe, and a potential limitation for the definition of cinematic television, are critiques of affect theory from the perspective of blackness. Colin Patrick Ashley and Michelle Billies, for example, argue that the consequence of affect theory's attempts to, quote, transcend race has been, quote, a tendency of being race avoidant that often reproduces and is productive of a universalizing race making. Tyrone Palmer calls out the unmarked whiteness of affect theory, positing the logical impossibility of black affect given the position of blackness not only as other, but as a theoretical negation of normative humanity in the, quote, onto epistemological framework that structures civil society and the modern field of representation. Concepts of cinematic television that draw on affect theory derive from and work within philosophical traditions that poorly account for the historical meaning and position of blackness. This radically compromises the applicability of affect-driven definitions of cinematic television to Small Axe or any other artwork that renders black experience in audiovisual form. A further limitation to Restivo's application of affect theory to the matter of cinematic television is less to do with racial identity than with geography. In a particularly telling passage, Restivo argues that Breaking Bad will assert the power of the cinematic to illuminate American life in the 21st century. The cinematic here and elsewhere in his book are specifically aligned with American visual culture, seemingly precluding the possibility of a cinematic that emerges from or resides elsewhere. If Restivo's cinematic television is indeed a nationally specific one, then Small Axe's determined address to Black British people seems to render the series somewhat incompatible with it. Address is often overlooked in discussions of cinematic television, aside from an elitist, industry-driven presumption that such shows target well-educated, high-income, high-status viewers in possession of superior levels of cultural capital to the so-called undifferentiated mass audience for regular television. The class, gender, and racial politics of such an address have been explored by scholars like Michael Z. Newman and Ilana Levine, who analyze such discourse as a mean of, quote, legitimating certain forms of television. Small Axe also addresses a specific audience defined through cultural experience, via its steeping in a heritage that is most meaningful to those with a strong familiarity with Black British culture. In relation to the cameo-like appearances of important figures from Black British culture throughout the series, Roshi Naidu argues that Small Axe rewarded the gaze trained to scan the background. Naidu's gaze is one that highlights the fleeting, ambivalent pleasure of recognition for Black audiences when their identity is confined to the margins of representation. McQueen also spoke of this thrill of recognition when Black people were encountered on television. I don't have Hamza's skills of impersonation, so this is going to be in my voice, but imagine McQueen saying it. I remember back in the day when a black person used to appear on television, used to ring people. There's a black person on TV. The whole family, people would be ringing you. Oh my God, did you see that? The mise-en-scène of Small Axe is awash with details of set design and composition that refer to the cultural and social nuances of black British life, from posters and record sleeves to the surreal image of the cross-bearing traveller in Lovers Rock. Throughout Small Axe, there is also a repeated switching between foreground and background, usually achieved using a focus pull technique that manipulates the viewer's attention within the same shot. This aesthetic strategy is used most often to emphasize the harassment of the black community by the police. A strong example can be found in Red, White and Blue, where the approach of a police car towards Kenneth Logan's van can be blurrily perceived in the background of a shot in which he occupies the foreground. Their interest in his vehicle is the precursor to an act of brutality against Kenneth, the predictability of which is registered in his sigh after the turn of his head that acknowledges their presence. In Small Axe, the viewer's gaze is not only trained to scan the background for traces of recognition, but also for signals of risk. The repeated focus switching not only provides a representation of a black community hounded by surveillance, but it also rewards these specific viewing competences. This is an address to an alert, scrutinizing audience, a different kind of discriminating gaze to that normally associated with cinematic television. Finally, the matter of access. Debates on cinematic television are normally framed with a focus on television's appropriation of cinematic aesthetics. Relatively little consideration is generally paid to what television has to offer cinema. Yet, television has acted as a space of access for cinema throughout the intertwined histories of the mediums. Access can be conceptualized in two ways here, both of which are relevant to Small Axe. Access can be conceived of as the access of filmmakers like Steve McQueen to the means of making cinematic material via the developmental support of television institutions. It can also mean the use of the television medium to enable audiences to access materials to which it may otherwise not have been able to encounter. An access-led understanding of cinematic television may conceive of Small Axe as cinema through television at the levels of production and reception. Television broadcast and the affordances of streaming video on demand expand cinema's visibility, providing access with limited barriers to entry. McQueen repeatedly emphasized the importance of this to Small Axe, stating that, "From the start, I knew the stories I was telling about the British West Indian experience had to be accessible to a wider audience, a mainstream audience. It's being broadcast on the BBC specifically so that everyone can have that access to it and see it for free." In the case of Small Axe, the scheduling of the series during a peak time slot on the flagship channel of the national public service broadcaster rendered it both radically accessible and a noteworthy cultural event. So much so, in fact, that the BBC was willing to move the broadcast time of the usually immovable 10 o'clock news bulletin so that the series could be broadcast. This is an act that I see as analogous, perhaps, to providing a wall-to-ceiling display space in the gallery for McQueen's work. Further evidence of the televisual framing of Small Axe as culturally important can be found in this specially commissioned ident, which was created by McQueen and broadcast before the broadcast of the programmes. It consisted of brief images of the flags of West Indian nations dissolving into one another with reggae music as their backing to the continuity announcements. This ident then signalled a specificity of address for Small Axe to a socially and televisually marginalised audience in a way that is extremely rare for British television. The effective drive of the series, then, is not only to be found in the text itself, in its cinematic images, but in its scheduling, its presentation, its promotion. While the imagery, composition, and construction of affect in the Small Axe films may well be cinematic, their political significance, according to this view, is profoundly televisual. I think McQueen should have the final word on this matter. explaining why he partnered with the BBC on Small Axe. Despite viewing the films as definitively cinematic, he told an interviewer, "I wanted my mother to see these stories on TV." Reclaiming a televisual space for the transmission of Black cinematic affect turns out to be the most personal of political causes. Thank you.
Both of them made me want to get back to something I was trying to outline yesterday, which is this legacy in the London filmmakers called about investing in the space of reception of the viewer and the degree to which you
Could you flip the switch on that microphone, please?
Your mic's not on, Stuart.
Is it on now? There we go. So just to reiterate, going back to this question of the space of reception, which is something, again, that really comes out of a structuralist, materialist history, and especially the London Filmmakers Co-op, but I think extends to both the space of the gallery, the space of the history of cinema, as Steve literally sculpts it within the gallery presentations, and then the space of broadcast, or BBC, or Channel 4. And I also just wanted to kind of somehow dovetail the question of, you know, the space of reception with the question of the Black gaze as well. And, you know, seeing the footage you just shot, especially from Lover's Rock, which is just, you know, such a dynamic episode in the series. But I just wanted to read a quick quote that Tina Kamp's new book, A Black Gaze, which I highly recommend, but she actually quotes Arthur Jaffe, the filmmaker, as saying, "If you point a camera at a Black person on a psychoanalytical level, it functions as a white gaze. It therefore triggers a whole set of survival modalities that Black Americans have. It does not matter if a Black person is behind the camera or not, because the camera itself functions as an instrument of the white gaze." And Tina goes on to then say, while she agrees with that, that she doesn't think that should preclude the ability to construct a Black gaze through the camera or through the apparatus of cinema and its history or through the possibilities of television. And I think it's really important to stress that I think there's a big difference between television in the UK and television in the US. In this country, primarily it is a corporate entity, which it is too in the UK, but it's also a government entity to a greater degree, I would say. It's a really national platform in a way that we don't have to the same extent in the US. So to your very good point, you know, the degree to which making that space available to these stories is huge. I mean, it's a really fundamentally major step for broadcast TV. But I guess just kind of bringing the two presentations together, I'm interested to think a little bit about, you know, again, your 4 A's are fantastic, but just to think a little about, how Steve literally occupies these spaces and does continue to occupy the space of cinema and drags it into the space of television. And then by default, and this is where I think it's really interesting for me, like, again, to your question of access, you know, where does the public lie? Like, where does the space of reception exist? If, you know, what is the difference between, again, like the collective experience of the cinema, the very personal experience at home, and the very perambulatory experience of the gallery, which is collective but very different than a proscenium situation like this one. So there are 3 very distinct spaces that I think Steve has tackled brilliantly in all respects. So I don't know if there's a coherent question there or not, but I'll let you both dive in.
Yeah, well, I was just talking to Hannah last night about just the importance of just doing things. I think it was just really important in relation to the small acts that Steve McQueen brought that West Indian experience to the screen. And then going back to my own presentation, a line that I used when I was writing about that body of work in the 90s before, which is very familiar in art circles, was just the idea of making the films that were never made. And it's that idea of just feeling that to take that vocabulary of cinema, that kind of the hierarchy of the art historical canon and the cinema canon, and Steve McQueen's ability to kind of use that language for his own ends and to literally inscribe himself into that language and that context. And then he's gone on and on to keep doing that. And we were just discussing last night, the two of us, how it's shocking statistically in the UK and in Ireland, just the lack of coverage of some of those, the life experience and the black gaze, the perspective, the experience of, or the subjectivities of people living, that it just hasn't been on screen enough, along with other. So yeah, that's maybe Hannah might want to continue that.
Yeah, I think you said yesterday, Stuart, about the museum, the art gallery being a civic space, and I think the idea of television as a civic space has a very long history in the UK because of the development of public service broadcasting, and so there is always going to be within that a small window in which alternative perspectives are viewed. But if you trace the history of the Small Axe series, which was in development, I think, for over a decade, you can see that that is not without a considerable amount of collective effort. And in the case of Small Axe, I think the producer, Tracy Schofield, can be credited with quite a lot of the forward momentum to ensure that that civic space of Sunday night on BBC One, which is a significant television slot in the UK, was opened up to this experience and to this version of the black gaze. So I think that collective effort is worth noting, even though we are here celebrating an individual.
Which brings up a very good question, which is of enormous interest to me, which is, again, Steve as an auteur, effectively, or someone who's clearly critically invested in the history of auteur filmmaking, versus the collective enterprise of things like the workshop movement, such as Black Audio Film Collective or Sankofa in the 1980s. And, you know, following a lot of the sort of post-industrial racial turbulence in the late 70s into the early 80s, you know, Channel 4 really did support a lot of these collective efforts within the Black community. And I think, and Black to mean actually a very multiracial community and in the UK. And I guess where Steve kind of positions himself now, because he's really always gone at it as an individual primarily, but even though of course any film is a collective enterprise. But I'm kind of curious to think about this, especially now, as he goes further headlong into television. But how we might think about him vis-a-vis histories of auteur filmmaking, versus like the more collective models. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a difficult tightrope to walk, because I think he has maintained a sort of a career in the art world while also having a foot in sort of industrial commercial cinema, and there's a very different economy associated with both spaces. So, in a sense, like the inability to show clips, for instance, of his artwork is a little bit of a impediment if you're trying to teach or extend that work to a bigger audience of students and other people who may not have access to some of the spaces that work is shown in our collections. But then he has this parallel career, so he's sort of reaching audiences across different spaces. And I think going back to the art space, I think you mentioned yesterday that from the get-go he had a very high technical standard, and maybe he was probably one of the first to start working with cinematographers from very earliest mid-1990s. So I think that's interesting as well, that even though he's an individual, he pursued this idea of having a kind of professional crew, and he sort of professionalized, even though it's something we take for granted now, showing film as projected video in gallery spaces. He would have been one of the first people to do that very well, and that sort of released a lot of language and reference possibilities for other artists as well. So he has been a leader in a lot of ways, technically and practically as well. But in a sense, there's another thing going on outside Steve McQueen, which is the sense of the art world discovering cinema and starting to kind of cannibalize cinema, which probably irritated a lot of film scholars at the time as well. So there's kind of a bigger picture that his practice would sit within as well, in terms of the art world discovering cinema and trying to show within galleries, as you well know yourself.
But it's interesting too, because I mean, certainly in the UK, Screen, the journal, was such a fundamental influence, certainly on a lot of feminist and Marxist and psychoanalytic theory that all directly fed into a lot of art criticism, a lot of art history, and subsequently a lot of artistic practice as well. And so the fact that Mark Nash, Isaac Julian's partner, was in fact the editor, I think is telling in some ways. But certainly Laura Mulvey has had a huge impact on a number of artists as well as theorists. But then I guess I wanted to quickly also go back a little bit. I'm just thinking about the Bruce Nauman sort of Yvonne Rainer comparison, because again, Bruce is someone who's never really worked collectively. I mean, it's really about him in his studio. Whereas Yvonne was someone who was very much involved with Judson and much more collaborative or collective models of work, even though, some of her films, especially Hand Movie that Donna showed yesterday, is really her in her hospital bed, very much alone. But I guess I was also just going back to my earlier point about guerrilla television or even Tara Birnbaum's work, which is a very different trajectory of video, I would say, than Steve's. And it really does come out of an activist model of talking back to the media, using the tools of the media against itself as a form of critique. Whereas Steve is actually literally occupying the media in a different way. He's not appropriating it. He's making media, within the frame of the industry. And that's a really powerful position to be able to occupy, and so enormously powerful. I mean, he's won an Oscar, so it's, very few artists have had access to that level of agency, frankly. And so, yet, what I love most about him is that he has not, I remember having a conversation with John Mayberry, another British filmmaker, who had sort of renounced his early video work as amateurish, art schoolish efforts, and that, making feature films was really what he wanted to do. And it drives me crazy when people think of video art as a stepping stone to making real film, because, video is its own special, fragile thing. And Steve is still going back to making video, and I was totally, stunned by Sunshine State. It's really one of his most important works, I think. So that he's able to kind of follow this trajectory through so many spaces of production and then still come back to making, a landmark work of video art, I think, which has everything to do with his investment in early forms of cinema that you so beautifully outlined, especially with the jazz singer and really complicating it both on racial terms and also technical terms, like how it used sound and sync sound very early on, and yet he severs it from the sync, and then really exploits the sound in a critical way. But I understand that he's also now about to executive produce 2 new projects for BBC. And do you know much about that? Because I don't know too much about it, but I think they are a direct outcome of Small Axe, and they're tackling similar questions about the education problem for young Black students, I guess in the 70s. But I think it's very exciting to see where this is going to go, and if he really continues to invest in television as a space of potential. But I wonder if you could talk a little more too, if we have time, Gemma. Yeah. Again, about the questions of access and audience, because I think I did a talk with Steve at the Walker Art Center several years ago, probably in 2014. And I remember at the time there was a big controversy because I think tickets had sold out very quickly and largely to members. So a lot of activists in the Black community in Minneapolis spoke up and just said, this should be for us. This would not be for an elite at the Walker Art Center. And so Steve then actually organized a sort of town hall forum to bring 12 Years a Slave, which had just come out at that moment, to the Black community in Minneapolis. It was, Steve's own kind of form of activism, I think. But I just wonder to what extent you really, I would love to hear you think a little further about this question of the democracy of television and the outreach that it suggests.
Thanks, yeah. This really does bring me back to work I did in 2011, like a long time ago, which was about Channel 4 and its offering of a space of display for work by artists who make film and video. And at the time, I saw television as an inherently democratizing medium because it offers a space of access, as I said in my talk, with limited or no barriers to entry. However, I was writing about a television slot or series which was called The 11th Hour, and unsurprisingly, it was broadcast at 11 p.m. and this was the only space that could be found on the minority channel at 11 p.m. for experimental film and video. At the time, I was much younger than I am now, and I was amazed that there was ever a space on broadcast television for avant-garde and experimental film and video, wondering what somebody who was completely uninitiated might make of it if they encountered it late at night on Channel 4. And yet, I was pleased that it had been there and sad that it no longer was. And so television is a kind of negotiated space of access for artistic works, and has to be because it is an industrial product, as we mentioned before. That is mitigated somewhat in the UK, as we said before, by public service broadcasting, but not entirely. And the current kind of industrial logics of television really do work against it becoming this kind of democratizing space of access to art. So without being too kind of negative or bleak, it's a space of possibility, but not necessarily one that is being used in the way that it could be.
And then maybe one final question for both of you, and then we should try to, is there time for online questions? No, okay, so one final question, sorry. But it goes back a bit to, the era in which Steve grew up, which, as I did, and probably several people here, was clearly a moment where video technology became commercially available in the domestic market, and so one could rewind and freeze frame and suddenly manipulate the moving image in a different way at home. And so the degree to which that did maybe create a different logic of how we could revisit early cinema, for instance, seems like it deserves further thought. But you made a great point too about like on-demand television versus certainly what I grew up with, in the 70s and 80s, which was, you had to wait for the 7 p.m. slot once a week to watch your program. And then that obviously has fundamentally shifted. And, to state the obvious, but we're still very much in the wake of the impact that the pandemic has had on modes of viewership online. But I wonder if maybe you had anything just to add about this question of sort of on-demand TV, or just, how the codes of cinema really shift, the temporality of cinema shifts if you don't have to buy a ticket and go see it in a cinema, or wait once a week to watch it on television, but it's literally constant, like it's always accessible.
Yeah, so the special thing about broadcast television is that there is the spontaneity of encounter between viewer and image. You can turn on your television and encounter anything depending on what is on. And this was not lost on the artists who wanted their film and video broadcast on Channel 4 in the 1980s. And that does shift when we're moving to an on-demand culture, because the other thing that broadcast television offers that on-demand doesn't is simultaneity, the fact that we know that there are other people viewing collectively with us. And I think for small acts, this was particularly important because of the context in which it was broadcast. Yes, we were talking about the pandemic, but it was also broadcast in the light and the aftermath of the Black Lives Matter protests after the murder of George Floyd. And so there was a moment of desire to have a kind of collective and cathartic rendering of experience, and that was really brought together and brought about by broadcast television in a way that you just cannot do with on-demand. It's about this kind of civic collective experience. And so I am still willing to go to bat for broadcast television, even though I know that it's a medium in something of decline.
Any final words?
Yeah, I might just to add to that, just picking up on when Hannah was talking about the intermedial, the sort of perceived relationships between television and cinema, and one being higher, the other being lower, sort of misconceptions around both. I think that sort of intermedial dynamic is at play in the 90s between video and film as well, which is interesting. That I've always found it interesting that Steve McQueen also had this hybrid. He didn't have a problem with, like say, unlike somebody like Tacita Dean, who's stuck exclusively to film, he didn't have an issue with mixing this kind of intermediate relationship between film and video. And also getting back to today, ironically, maybe gallery spaces are, and if you think of some of the shows that McQueen has done with Sue McDermott and his crew, of these very meticulously timed, you go in and they give the screenings, say when Western Deep will start at the quarter past the hour, etc. It's ironic really in the context of on-demand Netflix era, that maybe gallery spaces are spaces where you can go in and kind of have a kind of a one-to-one relationship with the moving image work in a kind of special space, which is in contrast to this kind of other idea of the distracted gallery viewer walking past loads of video installations. So it's kind of interesting that, and I think Steve McQueen is obviously very aware of this, because when you go to any of his shows, they're very, very meticulously set up that you do get to experience each work on its own terms, so that ironically, the art world has become a space where you can appreciate all the aesthetics of the moving image in very controlled, at its best, in very controlled, deliberate conditions. And I think there's more respect being paid now to earlier sort of video art of the, the 50s and 60s is now being, curators are being more meticulous as well about showing that work as on its original formats with the original hardware. And I think people are, like Chrissy, I are also collecting the hardware and the things that you need to show this work on. So we're all getting more sensitive, but it's kind of within the art world as opposed to the mass media.
Maybe final question. Mentioning Screen a moment ago, the journal, I was just thinking about Peter Wollen's kind of legendary essay, The Two Avant-Gardes, which of course is brilliant and also has been debunked and criticized for many years over. But I'm just wondering how, in terms of many of the points raised by several presentations over the last 2 days, but just how you might position Steve. Steve actively dismantles binaries in his work, kind of across the board. And that binary in particular between the two avant-gardes, i.e. the avant-garde and industrial cinema, like how might you succinctly articulate that?
I think that's always been one of his strengths, is combining narrative with high formalist abstract values, which in the Peter Wollen seems to be an either-or sort of situations. I think that is one of his great strengths, is that it's possible to have it all, to have narrative, to have a political edge to the work, but yet also have these, as was mentioned yesterday in Hamza Walker's discussion of Gravesend, have a very, very visual, very, very aesthetic, pure experience, yet the work embedded within that in a very subtle way are very serious points, political points being made through the work. And so he's able to have it all, which I think is unique to him,
I think that's a perfect place to end. Thank you both very much. Congratulations on your paper.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to our next session. And I'm very delighted to have been asked to chair this, and I want to thank again Courtney Martin, Gemma, Karen Alexander for all their incredible work organizing this symposium. I think we're at an interesting point in the day now, because we've talked about so many artists, filmmakers, and even examples of popular culture, from Pope Bell to Duchamp, from Breaking Bad to Buster Keaton, and in reference to Steve McQueen's work. And our next presenters really discuss, I think, works that explore strategies used in both McQueen's art and film, specifically relating to the body in time, and even some of the techniques that McQueen has become known for, the long shot, sustained shot, that has worked in both his film work, but also is evident in his work in the gallery installations. So I'm eager to hear today's papers and then to launch into a discussion building on much of what has been discussed today as best we can, because it's been such a rich series of presentations that I think have built up many questions to be asked about McQueen's work, but also I think fleshed out many of the approaches that he's taken that really occupy these two worlds with tremendous crossover. And I was speaking earlier with my colleague Stuart Comer, and I was saying, it's so interesting about categorization and us wanting to sort of figure out where things fit. And I think what's so brilliant about Steve McQueen's work is how he really defies those categorizations. He just pushes through, which is, I think, a characteristic one could say about him as an artist and as a filmmaker. So I'm going to, this afternoon's session has 3 papers, which we presented in sequence, followed by the time for collective questions. So I'm delighted to introduce James Harvey, lecturer in film at Queen Mary, University of London. His research focuses on the politics and aesthetics of contemporary film, with a particular interest in artist film, art cinema, and documentary. He's the author of Jacques Rancière and the Politics of Art Cinema, the editor of Nationalism in Contemporary Western European Cinema, and the author of the first monograph on the films of the artist filmmaker John Akomfrah. His paper today is entitled, quote, Surplus Liveness and Black Male Performance in Girls Tricky, which I must say is one of my favorites, and he will be presenting online. Following James will be Elisabetta Ferrabizzi, an academic and curator based in Newcastle upon Tyne, UK. She previously served as the head of exhibitions at the British Film Institute in London, where she created the remit and curated the program at the BFI Gallery. She's worked with a range of artists and filmmakers, including John Akomfrah, Yvonne Rainer, Michael Snow, and I'm really going to bungle this name because I'm really not good at it. Achapatong. Oh, I'm really bungling it. I'm sorry. I'm not really good at certain names. Where's Stalkal? She's currently working on a book dedicated to the curation of artists' moving image in Britain and is guest curating a special issue of the Museum History Journal dedicated to British curatorial practices. She will be presenting remotely as well, and her paper is entitled From Exodus to Small Acts, Steve McQueen's Filmic World of Two Halves. Our last speaker, I'm delighted to say, will be here in person, is David Sledge, a PhD candidate in art history at Columbia University, completing his dissertation, Contested Modernisms, Black Artists and the Spaces of Modern American Art, 1925 to 1950. David finished his undergraduate studies at Indiana University and an MA at Williams College. He's held curatorial roles at the Metropolitan Museum of Art, the Indianapolis Museum of Art, and Williams College Museum of Art, as well as publishing in venues such as Art in America and CAA Reviews. His paper this afternoon is titled Steve McQueen's Holding Time. Please join me in welcoming James Harvey.
Thank you, Donna, for the very kind introduction. Thank you, organisers, for inviting me to speak today. I'm going to launch straight into things because I think I may have exceeded very slightly on the word count. So I'm going to hopefully try and squeeze this all in. So in March 2001, newly founded online fashion magazine Show Studio commissioned recently awarded Turner Prize recipient Steve McQueen to interview a person of his choice. McQueen chose trip-hop artist Adrian Forbes, aka Tricky, who, according to the magazine, is McQueen's favourite musician. In the interview, McQueen initiates a sprawling discussion around the music industry, fame, race, and cultural differences between Britain, where they're both from, and America, where Tricky had recently moved. While disavowing the interviewer label early on, McQueen does not shy away from applying his own readings of Tricky's artistic tendencies. He has already changed music once, he says. He is like Miles Davis. He has a very feminine situation, which gives him a certain tenderness. Despite its rambling conversational nature, the interview gives a clear sense of McQueen's admiration for Tricky, which appears to be based on his refusal to fit into any predetermined category. This clearly resonates with McQueen, who has previously expressed his own dissatisfaction with the limitations of generic categories. In an interview for the exhibition book accompanying McQueen's 2020 Tate exhibition, Hamza Walker posits McQueen's work within structural film and political cinema traditions. He dispassionately refutes both claims, preferring instead to align his work with the creation of an environment. He goes further, confirming that the medium itself is never a priority and that there is no distinction between his artworks and his narrative cinema, that the priority is just responding to what is in front of you. This paper engages with McQueen's second meeting with Tricky on these very terms, attempting to understand the forms of his response to what is in front of him. In so doing, I encounter a determined portrayal of the black male performing body on screen, surrounded by recording technologies, in a way that invokes theoretical discourses around race and cinematic realism. Girls Tricky provides a revealing, albeit minor rendition of McQueen's authorial response to these discourses within the realms of creative production. Girls Tricky is a result of a second meeting between McQueen and Tricky. After the show's studio interview, he was offered the opportunity to collaborate with the musician further, taking his video camera for 4 days during the production of Tricky's 5th album, Blowback. In the tight confines of the recording studio, McQueen was granted maximum intimacy, gaining a privileged bodily proximity to the artist as he sings at the microphone. The resulting film is a 15-minute documentation of intensity and emotion. We witness the accumulation of energy into a trance-like state as Tricky spits across the frame, his body shuddering under the flailing sentiments of the written lyrics. His voice rises from gravelly, low tones to high-pitched screams, with little regard for the cadences of the instrumental accompaniment. There is an improvisational quality to what Tricky does vocally that clashes with the structures of mainstream music production. McQueen appears to capture some of this contradiction in his own attempts to frame the action. We shift between mid-shots of Tricky's upper body, a shaking camera, and steady focus on the recording space vacated by Tricky as he moves in and out of shot. In this summative exposition of the action of Girls Tricky, one perhaps already gets a sense of how the film relies on McQueen's familiar aesthetic style. Shuttling between austere stasis and spontaneous movement, the camera aligns itself with both the body of the performer and the immediate space around that body, achieving a perceptual alignment between spectator and the on-screen subject. This is above all an effective project, utilizing video as an attempt to translate the sensory qualities of Tricky's music into a visual style. But the conceptual implication of this approach, it might be argued, begins to engage the politico-aesthetic dimensions of black male performance. Alessandro Riengo has argued that cinema has historically fetishized black performers, attributing to these bodies an ability to reconcile the cinematic apparatus with the aspiration of the moving image to move in a lifelike manner, Riengo says, and a reliance on the black voice to resolve the problem of sound-image synchronization inherent to early cinematic images. Riengo's reference point here is McQueen's Deadpan, in which he restages Buster Keaton's stunt from Steamboat Bill Jr., where the artist stands motionless as a facade of a house repeatedly collapses onto him, capturing him in its empty window frame. This is a film and a sequence that I'm sure has been discussed many times over the past day or so. Riengo's reference to the depthless representation of black characters in early Hollywood follows James Sned's critique of film history's almost metaphysical stasis with regard to black subjects who are seen, Sned says, as eternal, unchanging, unchangeable. Taking Sned's critique to McQueen's quotation of Keaton, Riengo attends to Deadpan's ability to foreground cinema's historical reification of subjects determined by racial frames, as well as its prominent role in these racial constructions. In its formative years, cinema objectified and thus dehumanized black bodies with both material and ontological consequences. As Anne Morris explains, the indexical marker of race becomes a significant rhetorical tool for the cinema's claims to presence, authenticity, and meaning. Fatima Tobin-Roney has made a similar point in the context of documentary film, referring to its function as an index of racial measuring through its ability to capture movement, which provided, Roney says, a supreme and unconscious indicator of evolutionary development. Riengo contributes to such arguments on film history's racial indexing, highlighting film history's preoccupation with innate overabundance of performativity and affectability in representations of black bodies. With Deadpan, Riengo argues, McQueen provides a potential challenge to this through the black performing body's ability to act as a repository of surplus liveness. McQueen's performance of suspension, as Riengo calls it, challenges the racialized conventions of an early cinematic reference point. As with earlier works, including Bear, Just Above My Head, and Cold Breath, McQueen's own body plays a central role, broaching the subjection of black bodies in the artist film context. Foregrounding in order to subvert the black body's association with kinetic excess is shown to contain a potential to subvert the disciplinary procedures of a racist visual language. Loaded with the history of cinematic representations before them, the sounds and images of black performers have been reified around thoughtless conventions. These conventions are routinely motivated by qualities of excess. The notion of having more than is needed in the public sphere. Nicole Fleetwood has broached this topic in relation to the excess flesh as she calls it, of black female artists and public figures, which she describes as an enactment of visibility that seizes upon the scopic desires to discipline the black female body through a normative gaze that anticipates its rehearsed performance of abjection. Michelle Ann Stevens takes a psychoanalytic approach to the what she calls radically relational and intersubjective context of black male performance, which is negotiated within a libidinal economy of sameness, difference, masculinity, femininity, blackness, and whiteness. Sites of performance often host intersectional meeting points between bodies subject to symbolic and imaginary capture in racializing discourse and imagery, race as asocial construction, and a bodily subject whose sensory and relational representation of self, as Stevens terms it. In Deadpan, McQueen becomes performer, focalizing himself in the frame to rehearse a modernist politics of the image regarding the necessary self-reflexivity of the filmmaker as a marker of filmic artifice. This is one of the key ways he challenges the limits of the filmic medium itself. But rather than return to this well-trodden argument against McQueen's better judgment, I'll instead return to his self-avowed phenomenological priority, that is, respond to what is in front of us. With Girls Tricky, we're encouraged to take seriously the occupation of screen space by the body, to theorize with rather than despite of the proximity of lens to flesh, and to prioritize these qualities in any analysis of McQueen's work. The issue of proximity is a central one for McQueen. He's previously described the perceptual conditions of his film installations as intended to induce a kind of blanket effect in which you are very much involved in what is going on. In Orkney and Wes's terms, the spectator becomes reanimated through this aesthetic. As he plunges them into the depths of the film installation, and Wes says, their bodies seem to have been seized by, displaced into, the illusionistic realm of filmic fantasy. This immersive placement of the spectator in the scene is often paradoxically challenged through the changing position of the camera. We regularly shift between tight proximity to the body and a restrictive stasis, aligned instead with the limiting parameters of an interior, the body escaping the frame, as we focus instead on some inanimate object. Tricky's movement inside and outside the frame exemplifies this. The opening moments begin with a tight close-up of Tricky's head, right of frame, as he prepares at the microphone, raising his arm to reveal his shirtless torso. "I've got the skunk," he says, before inhaling deeply and then reciting the lyric, "I've never seen my dad, boy." Besides a brief glimpse of burning ash at the end of his joint, the only light source comes through the window separating the control room and the studio, highlighting little more than the sweat in his cheek, until his face turns towards the camera so we can get a better look at him, his eyes closed as he meditates over the lyrics. The handheld camera rocks slightly during these movements and remains unsteady until abruptly the backing band ceases playing for a moment. It restarts before Tricky begins his vocal. The camera becomes still now as he whispers the opening lines, "Girls, boys, girls, boys." As the drums kick in, he begins to move in time to the rhythm, raising his voice. "Girls wish you never had boys, they grow up to be bad boys." As his head begins to bob, the camera follows, carefully in time to Tricky's movement. The verse continues and the instrumental intensifies. Tricky moves clockwise around the microphone so that his back now faces the camera. All we see is the back of his head and the top of his shoulders. This works both to obstruct the setting and abstract the body of the performer. By removing the expressive faculties of the face from the field of vision, and in turn desynchronizing the sound from the on-screen action, the film's obstructing of a clear field of vision challenges the fetishistic association of black performance with indexicality through McQueen's contriving of a space for the performance of surplus liveness. T.J. Demos's analysis of Western Deep is instructive on the camera's proximity to Tricky here. Demos claims that McQueen achieves a proximity which is both closeness and distance, allows audience and image to touch, thus engendering an empathic culture between forms of difference that nevertheless maintain their separateness. Despite the vast difference between the settings, one set in the deepest gold mine in the world, the other in a recording studio in Notting Hill, the formal concern for upturning aesthetic conventions around black bodies bridges the two films. Girls Tricky is similarly concerned with using proximity to formally counter historical problems around the aestheticization of black bodies, but it does so specifically in a space of artistic production. Dwelling momentarily on this difference between the forms of labour, mining and singing, shown on screen might be useful. Tricky enjoys the benefits of wealth and fame and carries out his work in a comfortable and technologically sophisticated setting. The room is probably air-conditioned, the sweat on his skin is secreted through his own volition, and yet he perhaps embodies what E. Patrick Johnson terms ways in which blackness exceeds the performative, the ways in which living of blackness becomes a material way of knowing. Despite the dramatic contrast to the experience, growing up to be bad boys, never having seen his dad, this connects his musical performance to ideologically motivated and racially oriented social debates around absent fathers and youth criminality. In interviews, he has articulated clearly his upbringing, having seen his mother die at a young age, being raised by his grandmother, and surrounded by the violence of his family members. Challenging sociological narratives around absent male models, Tricky is equally keen to express his, what he terms, kinship with women. This perhaps finds its way into the mode of performing against masculine tropes and his willingness to use his body as a mode of subversive engagement with identity, exhibited, for instance, in his past uses of cross-dressing during live performance. Girls' Tricky foregrounds this corporeality through the claustrophobic placement of the camera and lack of supplementary light source, highlighting the limits of filmic representation. The black performing body no longer meets the realist demands of the video technology here, and instead thwarts the indexical bond between film and an unmediated reality. However, one of the main upshots of McQueen's highly proximus visual style is a less clear image. We're often too close to take it all in. It's not quite the case, then, that the whole figurative nature of Girls' Tricky is threatened by the fragmentation of close-ups or the abstraction of motion. I was able to perceive more or less everything that was happening, but the clarity of the action is not aided by the camera's closeness to the body. Proximity itself does not work in favor of perception, but rather against it in some senses. Proximity, it's what Demos describes as a new empathic culture, as he terms it, engendered by allowing audience and image to touch, is perhaps undermined on the grounds that the visual intelligibility of the subject is impeded. But this conclusion would misrecognize the subject's formation as image, challenging the potentially essentialized reading of post-colonial subjects in Western Deep. Demos describes the way the represented subject is continually thrown into disarray. He also notes how the film's lighting precludes access to anything like a full account of the mining conditions or an ostensibly truthful depiction of its laborers, which might claim to capture a subject in some illusory totality, as Demos terms it. Despite his references to Deleuzian and post-human frameworks in his analysis, Demos stops short of arguing for a becoming of the labouring subjects of Western Deep. Rather, McQueen's aesthetic complicates any such attempts at mounting totality prior to or resulting from filmic representation. In the recording studio of Girls' Tricky, however, a notable difference emerges due to the intimacy with the subject. From first-hand experience, I would argue that being too close to see does not impact on the effective experience of Girls' Tricky. When I first viewed the film, it was in a dark, crowded room at the Tate Modern exhibition in 2020. We'd just come out of lockdown, and the anxiety of other spectators' proximity was enough to put me on edge. The rising intensity of the instrumental, the voice, the movement of both body and camera left my head spinning for some time after. It was the last thing I saw at the exhibition, and not by choice. I was just exhausted by the experience. McQueen is surely appreciative of the installation's excitement of bodily mobility and interactivity, contrasted with the cinema space. One is at least as aware of an encounter with the architecture of the screening space as they are the screen itself and the content of the video played on the screen. While this general tendency has been widely explored with regard to film and video installation in museums and galleries, I want to argue that Girls' Tricky invites a particular regard for the singularity of its subject, for an intensified closeness with the performer's body. In the image and in the off-screen space, the Tricky of Girls' Tricky becomes what Vivian Sobchak termed a filmic body, an empirical and functional subject-object, as Sobchak termed it. Sobchak's commitment to the embodied activity of film viewing provides a productive lens on McQueen's filmic work, which itself appears to emerge contemporaneously with the re-emergence of phenomenology in film studies as an ideological critique of screen representation that simultaneously flags the limitations of oculocentrism. Laura Yu Marks argued on similar terms that such haptic visuality might even be conceived as a privileged mode of diasporic intercultural cinema. What's defined as a phenomenological account of the film experience attains a political dimension in Marx's analysis in a way that aligns with McQueen's cinema. Tricky's body utilizes the technologies at his disposal to perform a kind of agency that pushes at the boundaries which would otherwise limit his performance. The knowability and, with reference to Sned's reading, the unchangeability of the black performing body is further challenged when Tricky begins to step out of frame. The microphone, located as centrally as the subject himself, takes on a greater significance as a central pivot of the action. the thing around which Tricky performs to and with. If there are grounds to question the association of proximity with empathy, we might ask how this vital proximity between the on-screen subject and object affects this response. We might know Tricky through the public persona constructed through other media forms, but McQueen's Tricky comes to us as a product of a very particularized environment, that of the music studio and its highly engineered machinery of recording. The microphone is, in this sense, an appendage of the artist. It's this appendage that allows him to have a voice. When he leaves the frame, this appendage remains. We might question whether the microphone is a part of more than a replacement for Tricky's own body in this image. His body utilizes the technologies at his disposal to perform a kind of agency that pushes at the boundaries which would otherwise limit his performance. McQueen's foregrounding of technologies appears to invoke the integral role played by objects in the construction of a subjective presence, that is, an empirical and functional subject-object. This occurs in Girls Tricky through the relationship between body and microphone, but it's perhaps most pronounced through the use of naturalistic sound. In its rejection of standard processes of audio editing, we instead hear the unwanted sounds of the recording booth, the microphone surface, the clunking of equipment, the distant sound of drums rehearsing in the background prior to the performance. This is all extraneous to the essential elements of the recording itself, but it achieves prominence here, blending with the grain of Tricky's voice and most poignantly with the deeply sensory role of his breath on the soundtrack. Cinematic realism is founded on hierarchies of sound and vision dedicated to the suppression of such elements. Riengo's analysis locates a determined opposition to the historical association of blackness with the realist image in McQueen's subversion of surplus liveness. A perfectly integrated image, she explained, is one where the black body fosters a sense of a coincidence between the pro-filmic and the photographic image, where, for Riengo, McQueen's performance of suspension functions archivally as a recuperative gesture of the conundrum of agency manifested in early photographic technologies. For Riengo, I wish to go further. This highly self-reflexive recuperation of agency is evident in both suspension and animation, between stillness and movement, the pro-filmic and the outer frame, the human and the non-human. As these binaries interact in the spaces in and around Girls Tricky, neither stillness nor liveness is privileged. Rather, each is contingent on the other for its effects. As Tricky begins to bob his head to the rising beat and the camera follows quickly behind, subtly rising and falling, McQueen cannot keep up. This creates a blurred image. When Tricky begins to frantically jump, screaming, "I don't care," the camera stays still, as if McQueen has learned to not try to contain his subject. The performance ends with Tricky standing calmly at the microphone, whispering the lines, "I'm not a fire starter because I'm a little smarter," as if slyly teasing us of his superiority in escaping subjection to restrictive identitarian frames, not to mention the rigid frame of the video image. The relationship between stillness and movement here, embodied at different times by McQueen's camera and Tricky's performance, works to undermine the film technology's ability to fully capture the black male performer. Others have highlighted the importance of this dynamic between movement and stillness in McQueen's narrative films. Focusing on the endlessly tormented Patsy in 12 Years a Slave, Rizvana Bradley locates what she calls an experimental mode of figuration and movement as an alternative set of kinetic imperatives which provide a level of cinematic agency. Kimberly Juanita Brown has also discussed the way the film's clash of stillness and movement visualizes slavery's profound extensions, historicizing the slave trade as, Brown says, the long stretch of modernity, horrifically ordered and repeatedly enforced. It's notable that McQueen would utilize a gestural economy developed in his film installations for his epic historical reconstruction of a slave narrative. Eliding disparate times and spaces, the black body's movement and resistance to movement carries what Grant Farrag refers to as a disjunctive synthesis, which compels a momentary congregation of other resistant black bodies in history. Between the ethical regard for proximity and a politicized aesthetic of invisibility, the filmic body of Girls Tricky negotiates a space for agency for the black performing body, which exists in a historical relationship of disjunctive synthesis with those other black performing bodies in the history of the film technology. And just to finish up, the filmic body of Girls Tricky ultimately exhibits the gaps between the real and the filmic, offsetting stillness and movement to interrogate surplus liveness, utilizing the machinery of the recording studio to problematize the essentialized image of black performing bodies. In so doing, it demonstrates McQueen's intended or not persistent concern for a racialized politics of the image. Rather than challenging McQueen's previous rejections of social commentary or his recent avowed commitment to the burden of representation, I instead follow Jean Fisher and her claim that McQueen's work raises more general questions of where political and ethical efficacy is actually located. In its testing of the limits of representation with regard to Black performance on screen, Girls Tricky accomplishes an understated political resonance through the poetics of the image itself. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I cannot start my video. I have can you start it for me? Or
We can see you. We can see you and hear you and see your PowerPoint. It looks great.
Yeah. Okay. I've got like a window popping up that says the host has asked you to start your video. That for some reason I cannot get rid of. But if you don't see it, that's fine. I'll just leave it there.
Okay. Sorry.
It's okay. Just let me know when you want me to start, please. Thank you.
You can begin. Thanks.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you. Well, good afternoon, and I want to thank the organizers for inviting me here today. Can you hear me fine? Yeah? Brilliant. Okay, in this presentation, I will analyze some of the ways in which McQueen challenges the spectator's social and political understanding of the lived experience of marginalized individuals. To do so, I will carry out textual analysis of some of his feature films alongside some of his early installations, including Exodus and Bear. Asked about which work encompasses it all, McQueen answered, Bear and Exodus. They are the first works, and once you put down your flagpole, you've made the first step. It says a lot about who you are and where you want to go. Bear and Exodus were both shot in the space of 1 year, while McQueen was an art student at Goldsmiths in London in the early 90s. And yet the filmic language they employ is profoundly different. Bear is an artwork shot on film, made for gallery exhibition, which in a conversation with Stuart Comer in 2014, the artist has described as sculpture born out of a desire to be in the canvas as opposed to just painting it. Bear is highly planned, employs abstraction and precise filmic language. The piece is the earliest example of the importance of the gallery space in McQueen's work, with the installation form being as meaning-generating as the footage itself. Exodus, on the other hand, is the first work that McQueen ever shot on film in 1992. While this in itself is relevant, what makes Exodus of particular interest is that the 8mm 65 seconds silent film is very different from the works made by McQueen in the early to mid-90s. Unlike them, the artwork is unscripted, in color, and employs an impromptu documentary aesthetic of cinema verite that could not be further from that employed in Bear, made only 1 year later. McQueen's realist tendencies, evident in this work, nevertheless remained dormant, as after shooting the footage, he did not use it, putting it away for 5 years because, in his words, he did not know what it was. When he did show it in 1997, as you can see from this image on the left, he did so in a dramatically different way than that of Bear, on a plinth in a lit gallery. Since making these two works, McQueen has become equally successful in the industry of cinema, and in the art world. However, he has kept the two halves of his practice neatly separate. He has strenuously made clear in interviews that his moving image installations are artworks and not short films, that they're not to be seen as mere training ground for his feature films, and that although they employ film and video, they're different endeavors united by a common goal. This is reflected by his willingness for these two halves of his creative practice to exist in liminal yet neatly separate spaces of cultural production. In terms of circulation, distribution, and sell, they function in opposing manners, either as mass entertainment products readily available on a number of platforms, or as limited editions, accessed exclusively through selected exhibitions and sale representatives. Of course, here you can see Hunger, easily accessible on Amazon Prime, and on the left is a screen grab of Marion Goodman Gallery in New York, of course, listing Exodus and Bear. And of course, Steve McQueen is also represented by Thomas Dane Gallery in London. Despite McQueen's success in developing his practice along two distinct tracks, an analysis of his work across platforms demonstrates that his moving image works form two halves divided by conflicting methods and yet joined by common objectives. Analyzing Exodus and Bear, we note that right from the very beginning of his career, McQueen's intent has been to place the viewer in an active, knowing space by relentlessly alternating the spectator's position. And as his career has progressed, he has been making works that continuously bring sight to realism and abstraction. In other words, the two lines of inquiry we can find in Exodus and Bear. We're now going to see some examples. The first one is from Mangrove, episode 1 of the Small Axe BBC series that we've heard about in these 2 days. 28 minutes into the film, we find a powerful example of the way in which McQueen places the viewer in an active knowing space by bringing side-to-side realism and abstraction and manipulating the spectator's point of view. The sequence portrays a violent police raid on the Mangrove restaurant, and it can be divided into 3 parts. It starts with the camera placed at eye level, you can see here top left, then quickly responding to the violent events, it is lowered until it is almost onto the floor. Then our point of view changes because the camera eye is now on the floor, top left. We now find ourselves right where we can witness the violence perpetrated against Frank while it is happening. We become close-up witnesses of the scene, so close to Frank's face that we feel like we are crushed between him and the camera, in a similar way in which he is constricted between the policeman and the floor. McQueen ends the dramatic sequence with a shot, one that lingers on the floor of the diner's kitchen. The camera is still positioned on the ground at an uncomfortable angle, but after the commotion of the previous shots, this one is still mostly silent. All the action we see is an oscillating colander for 35 seconds, which feel like forever. As a result, the viewer's bodily self-awareness is elicited. The camera placement and extended length force the spectator to feel as hiding with Frank on the floor, waiting for the police to leave the building and stop the violence. As you have seen in this clip, the silence, dramatic camera angle, and duration allow the conditions for the viewers to take stock and emerge from the emotive grip of the story, to become aware of the numerous interpretations that can be placed upon these images. The viewer's self-awareness is augmented, and with it, their ability to focus on their thoughts and feelings. This interest in creating the conditions for viewers to become aware of their own presence, the eliciting of the viewer's bodily self-awareness, is at the core of McQueen's installation work, tracing back to Bear, the first one. In the work, we see two naked men, McQueen and Vernon Douglas, engage in what at times appear to be a fight and at others a courtship. The work consists of three sections. In the first section, the camera is at eye level, handheld. We're right in the middle of the scene. Through the camera eye and the alternating viewpoints, we watch and we are watched. Then, after a fade to white, in the second section, the two men are shot from a low angle. The result is that we're no longer at eye level in an even playing field with the protagonist, but we're on the floor looking up while the two entangled bodies move above the camera. The bodies form a barrier which we feel we cannot escape, where we have no choice but to scrutinize the men's bodies, actions, and therefore feel their feelings. We're brought to share their struggle to physically feel it. Like in Mangrove, we are placed on the floor. At times, we risk being stepped on, and as such, we're given the role of vulnerable voyeurs who can physically perceive the risk of violence portrayed in the footage. Despite being the first completed and exhibited moving image work by McQueen, Bear is an accomplished example of the artist's aim to place the viewers in a position to watch themselves watching and to challenge a unilateral reading of reality. And as such, we can see the common elements between this work and McQueen's feature film productions as seen in the Mangrove clip. Another example of the primary role given to the viewer's awareness of their own presence in front of the portrayal of violence and resistance that we find both in Mangrove and Bear is also found in Hunger, McQueen's first feature film. Throughout the film, we are side by side with the IRA prisoners and at times with their guards. In this slide, you can see stills from a sequence 35 minutes into the film, showing the moment when, in a coordinated protest, the prisoners start to violently smash their cell's furniture. The sequence alternates between quick edits of shots filmed within the cells, as you can see here, and from the outside looking in through the sliding peepholes used by the prison guards, as you can see here. We feel vulnerable when inside the cells, as objects are being thrown in the direction of the camera's eye, and safe when behind the peephole. As we've seen in Bear, in Hunger, McQueen uses film language to position us in an in-between psychological space, continuously and frenetically shifting from a position of power to one of desperate defiance. We find one of the most eloquent examples of this continuous shifting of the viewer's position and the creation of such in-between psychological space in the courtroom scene of Mangrove. Activist Darkus looks through a piece of cardboard cut in the shape of the slit of the police observation van being discussed 1 hour, 21 minutes into the film. The sequence that follows is shot with the cardboard held still by Darkus while the camera moves. The result is that as it pans across the courtroom, we see the space of the tribunal being literally framed by the acts of film recording and of us watching through a very partial perspective. At this point, McQueen shifts our position once again by showing Darkus turning around to face the camera with the slit in front of his face, becoming the one simultaneously being framed and framing us. As Darkus turns around once again, another cut takes us to a shot of the jury members in which the cardboard is superimposed on the camera eye. The image of the group is narrow, horizontal, and surrounded by white, making it look like it is floating. As we try to put the scene in focus, we see ourselves watching reality and being watched through the cinematic device, one that frames everybody and everything, including us. Although the function of the shot is diegetic, its abstract form is unusual in a court drama, of course, literally a peephole view which looks like a projection on a gallery wall and leads us to stop to make sense of what we're seeing. These insertions, placed within the storytelling, bring an element of abstraction into a realist context and suspend time, echoing the process of McQueen's installations. Like we've seen in Mangrove, we're brought to take stock and forced to take position in front of the events unfolding. In the gallery, McQueen uses the installation form to combine in-footage composition and screens, or their reflection, as well as the gallery visitors' movements, as evident in Deadpan, for example, as well as in Bear. Of course, this is not possible in the feature films, but I argue that one of the ways in which McQueen achieves a similar effect is through the use of the diptych. There are a number of examples across McQueen's feature films, but in Widows is a particularly clear example of such approach, as like Bear and Deadpan, it is a film that makes the continuous play of black and white elements its stylistic trademark, evidenced in the choice of actors, costumes, sets, and even pets, all inhabiting the same spaces and yet remaining clearly separate. Again, I chose this film as it is a Hollywood drama, which on the surface may seem extremely far-fetched from McQueen's early gallery work, but sequences like this one show otherwise. They're typical of how diptychs in McQueen's films frequently bring abstraction and realism side by side, associated but not joined. In the shot you can see in the slide, the right side shows Veronica against a white background, wearing black. The left side is undefined, white and grainy. The two parts are clearly delimited by a faint, gray, thin, vertical line, which in the film is a wall. However, wherever Veronica moves her arm and head so that they enter the space of the left half of the shot, as you can see here, they too become unreadable. Although the scene is realistic within the events told and functions to carry the plot along, it also adds an abstracting psychological element. Occasionally, the diptych becomes a triptych. The diptych or triptych, like the play of framing we saw in the Mangrove courtroom scene or in McQueen's early gallery work, allows the artist to create and project onto separate screens and bring abstraction and realism side by side without them ever merging. This is an effort to bring the viewers into and in between psychological space, but also to avoid simplifications or overtly political stances. This image from Hunger is eloquent. Everything in the left side of the shot is geared towards a realist portrait of reality. There is depth to the image and there is movement. While on the right, everything is geared towards contemplation and abstraction. The body of the guard is flat against a blue monochrome background. And interestingly, the two parts are divided by a large wall that looks like a monochrome painting. As such, it is perceived, in my opinion, as at the same time as solid and ephemeral, simultaneously impossible to break and easy to pass through. We should remember that McQueen embarked on his art studies with a passion for painting and an intention of becoming a painter, one that still clearly transpires from his films. One of the works which I feel is best represents the combination of the two strands of McQueen's practice is Western Deep, which we have heard a great deal during these 2 days. I just want to add that this work visually retains that same use of contrast between abstraction and realism that make up life in McQueen's work. And like in Hunger and Bear, its reality of violence is expressed through the body as site of resistance, as we witness the hardship endured by the workers in the mine. However, it is far from a standard documentary. It includes moments that recall Bear and deadpan, more typical of experimental film than of documentary practices, such as repetitions and manipulation of speed. And the work is shot mostly in darkness, with flashes of light that only occasionally allow reality to be recorded by Sean Bobbitt's camera. This results in a number of pure abstract shots and a documentary reality which emerges from abstraction. An underground world where, like in a diptych, the two elements coexist but never merge. Western Deep also marks an important realization for McQueen, as we understand from a recollection which he shared with Adrian Searle in 2012. He recalled that Western Deep opened the Documenta 11 in 2002. The inhumane treatment of people working in mines, I thought it would cause a stir. People instead asked if we had made it up. There was no outrage. There was nothing. I thought to myself, this is how powerful art is. It doesn't mean a thing. It is from this moment that we notice documentary elements coming to the fore more clearly in his work, with 2007 marking an important step, as he produced both Gravesend and God and Country, as well as starting working on Hunger, which is based on a real story. God and Country is the clearest example up to Hunger, in my opinion, of something else which I feel is very meaningful: the growing need by McQueen to maximize the power of the image and infiltrate life, a need perhaps born out of his realization at Documenta 11 of the limits of the social reach of the art world. This work, executed after having been official war artist in Iraq, was in his intention meant to become real stamps, regularly used in Great Britain by the post office, something that sadly never materialized for bureaucratic reasons. Another work which highlights his intention is a public artwork, Fondle Park, Blues Before Sunrise, where light permeates literally everything and everyone passing through the popular Amsterdam site. And of course, the Year 3 photography project is another example. Interestingly, McQueen has declared that he feels everything is political and that the arts is to be infiltrated into the broader and wider surroundings. He said this to Adrian Searle again in 2012. There is one scene in Widows that I feel offers a key to understanding McQueen's changing approach to his filmmaking and his passage from art world onto film industry in search of a way to infiltrate life from different directions. Although art very seldom appears in McQueen's work, unlike television, in Widows, we find the exception when father and son corrupt politicians Tom and Jack Mulligan discuss the function of a newly acquired $50,000 contemporary art painting, which you can see in the background here. They argue over whether the painting is art or mere wallpaper. So we could add that when everything is political, the political becomes necessarily embedded in real life, like wallpaper or television. Red, White and Blue, the third episode of the Small Axe BBC series, connects this demand to infiltrate life with historical events in telling the real story of Leroy Logan, a Black policeman in a predominantly white racist police force. Here, and in all his work across media and films, McQueen brings together extreme positions to show us that along the dividing line of the diptych of life is a conflicted border that can nevertheless be used as both a space of resistance and of interconnection between bodies that inhabit the same humanity. This, I feel, is the essence of McQueen's work, radical and poetically beautiful, while seemingly perfectly embedded in the system and its contradictions. Thank you very much.
so excited to be here today and would love to thank Jen Ongley, Gemma Field, and Courtney Martin for their work and for their generosity, as well as our chair, Donna DeSalvo, whose exhibitions I've gained so much from. I'd also like to say how inspired I am by the work of Local 33 here at Yale, and its really momentous week at the NLRB. And from that, I begin with Steve McQueen's 2008 feature, Hunger. In Hunger, a skeletal man lies in a prison hospital bed, his skin stretched across a starved body with a table beside him with fresh food. In a montage set in that prison in Northern Ireland, tray after tray is brought to Bobby Sands, who as a member of the Provisional Irish Republican Army is on hunger strike. Muscles atrophy, bed sores cover his back. As Sands' body disintegrates, medical staff place a cage-like apparatus around his torso to prevent even the weight of a bed sheet from disrupting his breath. The cage, an enclosure, formally doubles that of the prison in its walls, offered here to maintain precarious life. McQueen's cinematic focus throughout the film remains tight. The movie is about a prison, right? It's about a prison, Her Majesty's Maze, southwest of Belfast. Sands' position in prison, classed by the state as a criminal rather than political prisoner, is addressed through embodiment and the loss of that body. His specific lack of political status is asserted through a hunger strike. Placed into prison, Sands does not attempt to negate his situation so much as to deepen it, to extend the conditions of that loss. Across this talk, I consider the nature of bodily stasis in Steve McQueen's work. Specifically, I address first and briefly the objected body of Michael Fassbender's Bobby Sands in Hunger, and then at greater length of the artist himself in Deadpan of 1997. In both works, McQueen depicts the confined body subject to repeated shock with no visible release. Rather than a retreat or pure deadlock, however, this paper argues that the artist locates in that position of bodily immobility a refusal through which to imagine alternate paths outside of normative politics or time. This refusal and absence I track through scholarship in Black and post-colonial studies that emphasizes the exclusions rather than any easy or affirmative gesture. I ask, what are the capacities and claims made for the confined body, one entered into a loss of sovereignty as a feature of such a forced confinement? In the first third of Hunger, the men stage a dirty protest, employing their own objection as a defiant gesture. In this frame, for example, the men are stripped, wearing only blankets, walls covered in brown swirls of feces. You can see them collecting urine as well, in this tightly confined space. McQueen mines mass-mediated images of the strikers, much as the artist Richard Hamilton did in this 1983 oil painting, The Citizen, a pop art diptych drawing on religious and history painting, built up from disparate elements at life size. In both, this symbol of abjection, the fecal, stands, as Hal Foster writes on Richard Hamilton's work, as excluded from normative life and from the political, turned here into a marker of resistance to that ambiguous social figure invoking what Giorgio Agamben deems homo sacer, or bare life. For Agamben, that bare life is excluded from a community of rights by a sovereign state, though that notion has been critiqued correctly for its inattention to race, particularly by Alexander Wehelier. This form of sovereignty is famously redefined in Michel Foucault's Biopolitics as the power to, quote, make live and let die, to make live and let die. McQueen explores both ends of this biopolitics. We can see in the brutal state violence of the film's first half, recall the violent guards and the harsh tonal browns we've seen throughout the day. And on the other hand, the outwardly gentle but still confined second half of Hunger in the prison hospital with its gauzy white and blue tones, imaging the state's will to make live, right? An additional form of coercion. As a figure, and a specifically post-colonial one, Bobby Sands constricts these terms further, hollowing out a space for that bare life. That is a strategy of intensifying the capacity of loss and negation through a hunger strike, not eating or sustaining life. Placing that non-sovereign, socially dead body, and as a means to reimagine his status within that exclusion from the UK's community of politics and of its citizenry. The film ends with Bobby Sands' dual election as Member of Parliament and his death, though without any empty celebration of electoral politics. Instead, that time serving as an index of loss. With these terms in mind, I turn now to Steve McQueen's earlier film, his Deadpan, among his most confined and confining works. A tightly focused film, stripped of context and stripped of narrative, running for 4 minutes and 35 seconds. Deadpan repeatedly shows the front wall of a building collapsing, falling towards the artist and nearly but never quite hitting his body. He escapes danger. McQueen depicts first a full sequence of that falling wall, and then repeats it, but then only showing the approach with the view of his feet, and then a window with the artist, and then the door, and again from various angles, with finally a close-up on the artist's face, which remains unchanging throughout the ordeal. The filmic cutting across this sequence begins slowly. Initial shots are extended, deliberate, as in one that holds its view for a full 33 seconds, right? This is a 4.5 minute long video. As in one that holds its views for 33 seconds, with extensive time shown both before and after the fall. Latter portions of the film cut quite quickly, set on the wall or the artist's face for perhaps only 2 seconds. The action of that fall occurs at the same rate throughout, while the editing and cuts reach a near frantic pace by the film's end. An amplification of a standard cinematic tension and release cycle occurs, as the anxious fear that the wall will hit the artist never fully subsides, but rather reiterates itself continuously. The artist provides little effective opening for the viewer. His emotional expression remains blank throughout, while the threat continuously reasserts itself. As a result, the silent film, the length of a pop song, feels much longer, especially as it replays in the gallery, a loop of confinement throughout the day of the museum time. Viewers expect something like closure, a narrative arc, development across time. Instead, the artist denies such closure. McQueen's formal approach here is strategic, one we might view through Kobina Mercer's assessment of the late 1990s, in which Mercer argues that artistic works by Black Britons emerged from a long period of market exclusion to instead join one that he finds of a near overexposure in the circulation of images of Black people, often placed in a set of visual signifiers to register and circulate Blackness for a deterritorialized audience, an intensified mobility of images. McQueen, as Mercer writes, offered for this predicament bare post-minimalism, one that, particularly in McQueen's early work, attempts to evade ideological capture, a quote, boredom and spleen with identity politics amid the art market's corporate transnationalism. For scholar of Black Studies David Marriott, for example, this produces in McQueen's work, quote, what appears to be at first sight an unqualified assertion of form over identity. Somewhat paradoxically, however, that bare post-minimalism becomes a projective ground for many viewers. Oakley and Weiser, for example, cites a New York Times review by Holland Cotter, in which Deadpan stands as a metaphor for the US Civil War, and Cotter's treatment and others, there's an attempt to allegorize the work as a metaphor for some narrative or perhaps fantasy of a racialized past. Cotter cites a log cabin, a house divided against itself, etc. This abstraction and groundlessness, the site of fantasy projection, enters into a structural absence or lack in these works. David Marriott, for example, marks how the action of deadpan is devoid of substitutive exchange or of a restoration of belief. And I think it's important to emphasize this. How deadpan works through confinement, absence, a lack of narrative, and of social death. And as critics, we can ask, what are the ethical commitments to that loss, rather than searching for something hopeful or affirmative, or in a return to normative politics. Instead, following writers such as C. Riley Snorton or Saidiya Hartman, we might ask how that loss and dispossession might serve as a black mode of critique, one embedded in violence and one also not to be romanticized. McQueen offers a direct quotation, as we've seen throughout the day, from Keaton's iconic 1928 film, Steamboat Bill Jr. In this comedic scene, Keaton stands in front of a home. As viewers expect the wall behind him to fall, by sheer luck, that falling house misses Keaton, and he runs off with an exaggerated gait, looking back in awe. That remarkable gag, in both its power and humor, draw on Buster Keaton's stoic expression, from which McQueen takes his title, deadpan. As novelist and critic James Agee wrote, Keaton was, quote, by his whole style and nature, so much the most deeply silent of the silent comedians, that even a smile was as definitely out of place as a yell. Still quoting Agee, he used this great, sad, motionless face to suggest how dead a human being can get and still be alive. An awe-inspiring sort of patience and power to endure, proper to granite, but uncanny in flesh and blood. That is, Keaton's face offers for Agee the limits of the human, more object-like than flesh. That's what so many people find powerful in Keaton, right? The way he pulls pathos and humor out of this seemingly inhuman capacity to withstand pain. It's worth mentioning as well that McQueen minds this deadpan elsewhere in his work, as he explained in a conversation with Stuart Comer. McQueen recounted, right? He recounts that in preparing for 12 Years a Slave, McQueen studied Keaton's expression with Chiwetel Ejiofor, drawing on its effective status to build and imagine the character of Solomon Northrop for the camera. Unlike Steamboat Bill, however, deadpan is not a comedy. McQueen retains Keaton's capacity, that question for James Agee of how dead a human being can get and still be alive. Yet where audiences laugh at or with Keaton, they wince and brace for impact with Steve McQueen. Deadpan functions through its bodily horizons, the repeated threat of immediate and pure force. McQueen works, as I argue following Mercer, as deliberately evacuating meaning via abstractionist or minimalist modes. The film's formal means, calling here on abstract space, the draining of sound, the stock dress of t-shirt and jeans, the quotation of early cinema, and that deadpan face form a projective ground. As a result, in deadpan, that violence, its repeated blows, stands within McQueen's ground, eschewing claims to any unmediated representation. It's a pure and senseless form as a result. We can gesture to other moments in McQueen's work where that artist's body serves as such a projective ground for mediated forms of violence, as in a Luminaire of 2001, where we watched projected images of the war in Afghanistan from TV-like glow on McQueen's silhouetted body. In deadpan, McQueen provides no motivating source. The wall falls. Its force is both unceasing and gratuitous. Theorist Achille Mbembe defines a specific form of sovereignty he deems necropolitics. It offers a capacity to name who is disposable and who is not, one produced through terror and spatial fragmentation. Mbembe glosses Frantz Fanon's Wretched of the Earth, in which spatial power is regulated by the language of pure force, immediate presence, and frequent indirect action. In that necropolitics, a death world, he calls it, populations are placed within a state of exception that functions along structural lines of exclusion for a differing relation to death and to violence. Scholars following Mbembe, prominently Lauren Berlant and Jasper Puar, have shifted these terms of necropolitics towards the reproduction of daily life in what Berlant calls slow death. They refer to, quote, the physical wearing out of a population and the deterioration of a people in that population that is very nearly a defining condition of their experience and historical existence. Deadpan. We might laugh through Buster Keaton's Steamboat Bill, a comedy, and perhaps in the Q&A I can discuss more about Keaton, right? The histories of vaudeville or of minstrelsy or of the film's vision of race that might draw parallels to Steve McQueen's Sunshine State or to Al Jolson's Jazz Singer. But for now, I think we can just say that the comedy as a form often functions as a social lubricant or as a marker of social relations, right? It's this question, can you take a joke? One often placed along lines of difference. It's an easy banter that allows us to laugh at Keaton's deadpan as a relation between audience and actor, between audience and artist, as a restorative impulse indexed in Keaton's pain. McQueen, by contrast, offers in his deadpan an affective state that Lauren Berlant calls humorlessness. And I'm drawing here both on their critical inquiry essay of that name, but also an unpublished talk I saw Berlant give before their death. And I want to acknowledge that. For them, that humorlessness is a tone drained of warmth, a loss or contraction of social relation, against notions of comedy as sociability or lubricant. Indeed, scholar David Marriott describes McQueen's face here. He is, quote, wholly detached, unperturbed, enclosed on himself, looking out on the world with an absolute radical disinvestment. McQueen displayed a virtuosic self-mastery, an uncanny capacity to take blows. Similarly, McQueen becomes unreadable, though pointedly without humor. For Lauren Berlant, such a humorlessness is not a retreat, however, but rather an entrenchment. McQueen's position in deadpan is not that of pure stasis or of deadlock, and within this might stand a black mode of critique, one for revisioning the subject and its claims stated for the human. The titular deadpan becomes a space of refusal. And here, I'm hoping you can see why I began with Bobby Sands and hunger and locating a notion of bodily retreat, one that intensifies loss and social death through his hunger strike, and something associated with it in the self-portrait of deadpan, right, of a world crashing down, the repeated scene of force asserted against and confining the individual in corporeal means. These two post-colonial forms between hunger and deadpan are obviously not commensurate, particularly in how they function within genealogies of racial formation and also within the histories of anti-Black violence. Yet I draw on them here to speak to a bodily capacity. Importantly, and to emphasize this again, if McQueen presents humorlessness, a willed rigidity of the body, this form is not necessarily hopeful. Instead, it offers a capacity or virtual space for imagining existence within social death, and one that speaks through a refusal or absence among social relations. Deadpan is a site of lack, Yesterday, in her remarks, Cheryl Finley spoke so eloquently to Deadpan's installation, making clear how the film is not a passive experience, but instead one that envelops the space it's in, devouring the walls and galleries so the viewer becomes part of the work, so the viewer is held accountable within that work. Indeed, through his gallerist, McQueen provides explicit instructions for Deadpan's installation, that the work exists in a specific three-dimensional space, one which embodied images are projected above a polished floor, creating an oscillating, doubling effect between the two. Right? The body in Deadpan, McQueen's body in Deadpan, and the falling wall behind him assert themselves not only as an image, but also in their upside-down reflection, an alterity that exists both in real space, but also in virtual space, that of the projection and its double. McQueen's technique here proposes a reimagining of both physical and temporal setting. He depicts a repeated trauma, one that always comes again. Yet in this twinned real and virtual space, viewers watch that scene distorted, just slightly askew. With the contract of social relations severed, McQueen leaves his viewers enveloped in the wake of that dispossession. Thank you.
Mic on? Great. I want to thank the three presenters for their really fascinating papers and so much to think about. But I just wanted to start here, David, since we still have Mr. McQueen up. No, now we have our presenters, but we still have in front of us actually the screen with Deadpan. And you know, I just, in listening to you talk, particularly about Deadpan, although obviously you covered so many other things, it made me think a lot about the Buster Keaton film, and that in McQueen's quoting of that film, he inevitably brings that history into it. So that becomes an inescapable, and he's certainly not in any way trying to hide that reference. But I've thought a lot about the way Keaton also speaks to the modern man within the system. And I wonder if you could talk a little bit about how, you know, there's a thread, I think, that runs through McQueen's work where he's either quoting a social system, even in Bear, there's issues of, yes, the black body, but masculinity, or in Hunger, you know, political situations, social systems. So, you know, there's always somehow looking at the sort of the whole, the big picture, and then often the individual within that, sometimes individual struggle, like let's say with Bobby Sands. So if you could talk, you know, what your thoughts are on that, first of all, if that makes sense, and maybe if, you know, where you would go with that, you know, thinking.
Absolutely. Thank you. That's a wonderful question. And you're absolutely right. McQueen is an artist and a director who thinks so much about systems and about structures. And within them, always the role of the human in those systems. And right, he always emphasizes with Hunger in particular, right? It's a film about the prison and the way people move through that prison. You know, Hamza was giving his impression yesterday of Steve McQueen. Of that first scene of the guard who looks out onto the street and then looks under the car, and it's this process of entering into the maze, of entering into this physical place that functions specifically to radically exclude people from the social structures of being a citizen or a subject of the British Empire. One that literally takes them out in the case of Bobby Sands and of his peers in the Provisional Irish Republic Army, that takes them out of any political status, right? It's such a paradox, like the ending of this film, where almost simultaneously he both dies and is elected as a member of Parliament, right? This almost highlighting the absurdity of such an election, right? Where these figures have been so totally removed from the status of the political. They've been smearing feces on the walls of a prison throughout the entire film, and I think that's a set of questions that absolutely does that McQueen follows throughout the rest of his work, in Mangrove particularly, or the education film as well in Small Axe, of these massive structures of public political life, but also the ways that there are structural forms of exclusion, barring people from any full meaningful access to them, right?
And yet there's a sort of, I'll call it triumph that happens. I mean, there's a power in the individual of what they're able to do, and to some extent, in terms of a certain resistance. I mean, his characters, whether it's in education, where the mother, challenges the system, with Bobby Sands, yeah, I mean, he still dies at the end, but it's an act of defiance and resistance to the system, which I do find I think plays out in, even in Deadpan in that kind of way, because this, I just see that there's something on a positive, it functions in various ways because it looks at these inherent contradictions of how things, coexist, within. So let me bring in our other presenters. I've turned around because we're not getting you on our little screen here, so I don't want you to think that you're, and we have, we just have Elizabetta. Elizabeth, where's our other person, I guess? Well, okay, well, Elizabetta, I have a question for you, which is, it was interesting when you talked about the idea of McQueen's response to Western Deep being screened at Documento 11. And, and you quoted him when he, essentially was disappointed by the fact that what he showed was, really not, it didn't create the kind of almost outrage that he would have expected. And, I wonder if you could talk a bit about, that, and then his work in film, which does ultimately reach an entirely different, I mean, I'm a museum person, I've worked in them my whole life, and I believe in the power of art and what it can do, but I'm no fool to also know what the limitations are of what happens in the gallery versus what happens in the realm of popular culture, let's say. So I wonder if you could just talk a bit more, since you were talking about the two halves of his practice.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I came across that quote in an interview we did with Adrian Searle for the Schaulager catalog, I'm sure you are familiar with. And I was really interested in reading that. And in a way, I went through his art production and feature film productions since that moment up to Small Axe. And it seemed to me that I could perceive a sort of need that is expressed by the work on the part of Steve McQueen to really infiltrate life. And then I came across another caption in which of a few years back, I think 4 years ago, in which he actually states that art asks of the artist to infiltrate it in life. And so I was sort of reflecting about that in relation to the works that he has made post Western Deep, and the ways in which he's gone back somewhat to the language that he had employed in Exodus. So his very, very first encounter with the use of the moving image in 1992. And that realist approach to society, to life, that really gets back into his art in it comes to the forefront, and yet again it prevails in some works, and in others, especially in the gallery work, he still continued to highlight the sort of contemplative element, let's call it, what I defined as the abstraction side of his work. And then in his feature films, starting from Hunger, there are very, very many occasions in which these two elements come together. And so, I try to sort of make sense of the changes that I observed in his art. And again, like yourself, I'm a curator, so I'm all for the power of the gallery and of what art can do. And Steve has continued to use the visual arts to infiltrate life. And I think, as I mentioned, with God and Country, for example, I thought, his idea of the work becoming usable stamps, and he declared that, his dream was to see these stamps in as part of everyday life. Just anyone sending envelopes in the UK would have used them and would have come across these victims of the war in Iraq. And then again with the Year 3 project at Tate, which is a classic example of the way that he's trying to use art to infiltrate life. In a way, he does this with every single work that he produces. And as I said in my presentation, I feel that he's trying to infiltrate life from different directions. So it's about what is the best way to do it in that moment, in that context, whether it's the art world or the film industry or television, or even with a music video or advert.
I'm glad you brought up God and Country, because, I think back to a project by the Brazilian artist Cildo Meirelles, where he, took Coca-Cola bottles and had markings on them, and then they went back into sort of the everyday of life. And, the stamps, of course, that would have been an extraordinary project, in a way, a very conceptual project, ultimately, but then the reminders that of the cost of war on the level of the individual, because you get a stamp, and unless you've got a letter that needs multiple stamps, you might have one person on that letter, and then you have to have this direct confrontation. Do we have James Harvey still engaged in us online? I don't see him, and I certainly don't want to exclude him from the conversation. He had to go. Okay. All right. Good. So we don't have to worry. Well, I want to double back. Sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry. No, I just wanted to add in relation to God and Country that I think, it's a classic example of how these two parts coexist in Steve McQueen's work, because Steve McQueen doesn't preach. Steve McQueen doesn't tell us what to think about a very political issue. He doesn't necessarily place us on one side of the discourse. He actually creates the conditions for us to take stock and develop our own take on the situation. So God and Country can be seen in opposite ways. On the one hand, it can be seen as a commentary on the dangers of war, of the violence of war. And so a pacifist approach to the artwork. But on the other, it can also be seen as celebrating the army and the lives that these young people gave for Great Britain. So in a sense, it's a work for everybody. It's a work that confronts all of us with the death and the violence, but it doesn't preach and it doesn't impose Steve's own take on the situation on us. And I feel that that is also clear in all his work, whether it's the installations or the feature films.
I really want to say how much I agree with Elisabetta there, right? Which is that I consider Steve McQueen's work as a tool or as an object or a mode of taking the temperature, where he'll present a situation in the way that people, that humans enter into that situation. And he leaves these things radically open. I think about the police story, the police union story, right? In Small Axe, I imagine that some people finish that film thinking the police are a reformable institution, that what we've watched is a story of policing improving itself through mutual aid. And I imagine other people might watch that film, and the temperature they take away from it is that the police are an irredeemable institution, right? And it's this sort of radical openness in so much of Steve McQueen's work that's so crucial to it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one thing that I've heard a lot in the past couple of days, and it certainly ran a thread that ran through all the presentations, is this notion of abstraction and realism. And, there's an inherent tension that exists between them, or what might be seen as contradictory forces. And it makes me think just what you've talked about, which is in a sense, I think in McQueen's work, we don't get to resolution. We get to a coexistence of, seemingly opposite forces. And to me, that is where he is so successful at mirroring, life. He's not preaching, as you just said, he's not agitprop. It's a form of realism in a sense, but I just wondered if both of you could sort of, expound a bit more on this idea of abstraction and realism, because others have mentioned it as well today. And, it makes me go back to some strange debate between abstraction and figuration that, and that fact that Steve had a period of time as a painter, it makes me think, are we watching some thread that goes way back? And I don't want to get bound up in some art historical, categorization here, but since it's come up a bunch in the conversations, I just wondered if the two of you could say a bit more about how you see that, why you use that terminology, what it means to you. So, David,
I'm sure I'm happy to begin.
David's going to go first, and then
yeah, go ahead, and then I'll add something.
With his early works, a lot of the pieces that we've been watching, whether they're in black boxes or whatever sort of setting they're being placed into, I think it's important to emphasize that they're works of art. They're a construction being made by an artist, a constructed artifice that he has both extreme amount of control over, but also, we've just been looking at Deadpan, where this wall is falling. That's despite the degree of control he places into this incredible precarity and force or possibility of violence embedded in that. So there's this play of realism, but it's for me always a mediated or a step back.
Yeah, I feel that he brings together extreme positions, and Red, White, and Blue that you just mentioned is the classic example of this. But we even in Hunger, you know, at times we are actually continuously we are placed in the shoes of the guards somehow, and you know, it's just everything is always complicated by McQueen to somewhat make it hard for us to make up our mind. You know, he forces us to kind of feel our feelings. And I've described some of the techniques that he used to do that. But in terms of realism and abstraction, I feel he brings together extreme positions because it's almost like if he wanted to show us that, you know, along the dividing line of what I have termed this diptych of life, you know, is a space of resistance on the one hand, but also of interconnection. So it's a space that can be what we want it to be. So if we want it to be a space of resistance, that's what it is. If we want it to be a space of separation, that's what it will be. But if we want it to be a space of interconnections between bodies that inhabit the same humanity, then it can be that. And that's why when I made the example, when I analyzed the triptych from Hunger, you know, this gray monochrome wall, it looks like a monochrome painting, right in the middle, the violence being perpetrated against the IRA prisoners and the crying guard that's just been very violent against the prisoners. You know, that wall is very thick, very strong, and, you know, it's something that you can't go through on the one hand, but on the other, Steve McQueen also makes it look like a soft space that can easily be walked through. So it sort of depends on our approach, because there isn't one possibility. Steve McQueen is telling us there are multiple possibilities, and it's up to us to engage with these possibilities and make the change. This is what I read in his work.
Well, thank you. I'm getting the time out sign. So I want to thank James, who had to leave us earlier, Elizabeth, and also David for this wonderful and illuminating conversation. So please join me in thanking them.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I think that's a signal that we're
Ready to
about
go.
to start. So I wanted to welcome you to this final session. My name's Karen Alexander, and I've been joined by Kimberly Juanita Brown, Associate Professor of English and Creative Writing at Dartmouth. Kimberly's research and teaching gathers at the intersection of African American and African diaspora literature and visual culture studies. In particular, she's interested in the relationship between visuality and Black subjectivity, and her first book is called The Repeating Body, Slavery's Visual Resonance in the Contemporary. So in this session, I hope you've all had a chance to look at the installation of Steve McQueen's Lynching Tree from 2013, and we're going to be addressing that particular artwork in this session before going on to sort of talking wider aspects about Steve McQueen's work. I just wanted to just read a little bit about a short, not extract, but just sort of like thoughts on 12 Years a Slave, and particularly the scene, leading up to the scene where we see Curatorial Ejiofor being strung up from the tree. So for me, McQueen manages a subtle mix of the historical and the personal. You know, 12 Years a Slave, the adaptation of the 1953 book of the same name, features the character Solomon Northrop, a 32-year-old free man who is unwittingly lured from his home and family in New York to Washington by the offer of a job from the trickster slave traders who drug him and sell him into slavery in 1841. From the outset, McQueen quickly establishes a connection between the audience and his central character by framing Ejiofor's face, particularly his eyes, which seem to tell us much more about his inner thoughts than the words that he utters. And I think that that's sort of important in relation to that sort of like sense of looking, that sense of like McQueen really trying to establish us to really explore and look further into the image and into a whole range of different things to do with sort of like memory and history, and trying to sort of really establish a sort of like a deeper connection with the audience that he's aware of, as I say, he's looking at his work. And he, in the work, McQueen insists that the audience witness the violence of slavery, not only on the body, but also on Northrop's psyche. Once enslaved, we see the world through Northrop's eyes, captured eyes. As in Hunger, there are moments of stillness and calm, which offers space to observe and to see. Against the background of the relentless cruelty and inhumanity, McQueen frequently reminds us of the exquisite beauty of the landscape surrounding the slaves. In one scene, as a punishment, Northrop is strung up in the burning sun and made to stand on tiptoes in sliding mud, desperately staving off the possibility of strangling himself. As time passes, slaves gently go about their chores behind him. In a changing light. And it's almost like as if a painting is come to life, with Northrop's limp body in the foreground, spoiling our idyllic image and invoking thoughts of the classic song about lynching, Strange Fruit. So I think that the lynching tree, if we start sort of thinking about that and thinking about it being a window on the world, a window on history, thinking about memory, thinking about all of those sort of different aspects of lynching within American culture and what that scene represents. I was just wondering what your thoughts are when you actually saw that, because we both saw it for the first time today.
So, thank you for that. I was thinking about, I think I'm always thinking about between 12 Years a Slave and this image in particular, what you recalled with your reading, which is to say, that idyllic scene cannot be contained once you see what's also already there. Sorry. What's also already there is the devastation left behind by slavery, the devastation left behind by lynching, how you can't really, I can't really see a tree in the forest and not think about some act of violence against the landscape, against people, against the landscape. And so it makes all of these spaces that are supposed to be pleasurable spaces fraught. Now, without the title, Lynching Tree, maybe that doesn't bring it to mind, but it does for me. So no trees, no oceans, no actual views of landscape without me thinking about what came before it, who's buried there, who's missing, who died, and who murdered them. So it offers you that, and it also offers you the beauty of the scene without that violence embedded within it. But I think McQueen is kind of forcing you to not be able to have one conversation about one image or one part of the landscape.
I think it's really interesting how potent the actual name is of the artwork, because it immediately makes me, in my head, go through a whole sort of like library and archive of images that I may have sought out or didn't seek out of lynchings, but yet we don't have the body, the black body within this particular image. And I was just wondering how you think that the language of history and memory shifts over time, because it's different to be talking about lynching without actually having the body within it.
Very true. Yes. And I think I had this moment where I was like compiling all of these poems by like African American poets, they were saying, so I pulled one of them, and that's Lucille Clifton's, it's called Photograph a Lynching. And the last stanza is, or is it all of us captured, gathered by history into an accurate album? Will we be required to view it together under the all-recording sky? So I feel like something about the devastation of lynching images in the United States, there's like this, contemporary attempt to kind of mute that with poetry or with fiction. I think about James Baldwin's short story, Going to Meet the Man. And in that story, the deputy sheriff cannot get aroused unless he's fantasizing about Black people being beaten or lynched. So there's some way that I think writers and artists are trying to reconcile, maybe without the graphic detail of the photograph, everything that the graphic detail of the photograph held, and trying to hold on to that without maybe being quite so graphic about it. I think that's a fairly contemporary move. I don't know for sure. And I don't know how it works, outside of a Black diasporic framework or outside an African American framework, but there's something there that is a need to remember that the land is not allowing, but should or ought. Maybe the nation is not allowing, more precisely.
I think that idea of who needs to remember is really important, because I think that it sort of like feels ever present within a sort of like, a Black psyche, because the restrictions on the sorts of images that you saw oneself represented in is actually very restricted. The repertoire is very small,
right?
And within that small repertoire of images, there's repetition of very, very similar things, because it's almost like, this is what you are, this is what I can do to you again and again and again. So I think that, what's really potent about this piece as an artwork is about extracting the body, even though within the film, reimagining of a scene that represents lynching, it's so uncomfortable seeing the body there. And so it's about those sorts of emotions within different sorts of spaces, I think.
Right.
Because I think that sort of sense in which you're being allowed to spend time with this and really activate a whole range of different sorts of like thoughts within an art gallery is very different to what you would be able to, the sorts of emotions of brutality and violence that gets depicted within a narrative film.
Yeah, and there, so we saw the photograph upstairs, and you can't take any photographs in the space. I think that's vitally important, and it forces you to have the title, understand what it means, spend the time there looking at the image and what it represents and how it represents you as the person viewing as well. And we're used to, in this country, grappling with violence against Black people by repeating that violence on Black people and not thinking, I think, about what it means to be a Black person who approaches a photograph like Lynching Tree and what it means to them as opposed to what it might mean to someone else. So the kind of quiet contemplation necessary is vitally important, but not a thing that this country usually requests of its viewers. So that functions. The quote that I was thinking about was the quote in Saidiya Hartman's Lose Your Mother. It's like the place in the road where the car hit the tree and your mother and your brother died, but it's just a regular street for everyone else. And that feels like, most of what would be a memorial stopping point, a pausing point for Black subjects is just a regular street, for everyone else. And the nation itself has not decided that it's going to pause together to think about everybody who has been lost.
So the other thing around this particular image is that obviously it's very gendered, or it feels very gendered. I'm sure that there were women that were lynched, but again, the series of representations I'm thinking about myself that have seen is within that, and there's a sort of like a memorial, not a memorial, but there's a sort of like a very reverential remembering of that, I feel, that's implicit within the work itself. And sort of like if we move forward to, you can't really see the text very well within this, but this is a sort of set of neon tubes which have been painted that just says "Remember Me," and I think this is one of 3 or 4 works where you really get a sense of McQueen, you know, himself with and through the artworks, remembering individual Black loss and sort of like a sense of mourning. So you've got this, you've got Broken Column, which is actually a set of 2 pieces, one of which is it is about a quarter of the size of the other, and it's made from Zimbabwean black granite. And I've not seen this piece, but I've seen Ashes, which is the film that it usually gets shown with, which is a sort of very moving film about a young person who McQueen came into contact with when he was making Carib's Leap, and then when he'd returned, he'd found out that he'd died. And so there is a sort of like a sense with that, and also with Queen and Country, with the sort of national sense of loss and mourning, again for sort of like the young men going off in relation to war and fighting for sort of like the nation. There is a sort of strong, you know, connection. Direct connection. That's why I was sort of saying around sort of like being personal, but also a sense of sort of like collectivity within his sense of remembering. And going back to the image of the tree, which I won't go back to, it reminded me of the end of Uprisings. So the Uprisings was the 3 programs that Steve McQueen made after he made Small Axe, which was, I think, about a year after the 40th anniversary of the New Cross fire, where 13 young people died in a fire that almost everyone accepts was a racist attack, when young people were having a birthday party. And so that was on the evening of the 17th of January, 1981. And the fire took place of that morning, so it's like 17 straight 18 of January, and they died in this fire. And there was it's not that nobody did anything. Obviously people came and rescued the people who were, but it wasn't taken as seriously as it should have done. The police weren't investigating it. There was a sort of real lack of, you know, to really believe that what had gone on had gone on. It was at a time when young Black youths were being persecuted by the police on the streets of London. And it's the fury of the Black community in relation to the sort of apathy to this sort of like real big sense of loss brought about the Black People's Day of Action, which was one of the first really sort of like contemporary sort of mass mobilizations of Black people around the UK who came and marched on the streets of London. And the series of films in Uprisings talk to the survivors and then map out those events. And one of the last shots is of the set of trees that gets planted for the 13 victims in a park in Lewisham. And you don't, obviously they're very different trees, but you just sort of see the tops of the trees, and then you sort of see the bark of the trees. And it really made me sort of like, again, think of about, you know, making those sort of connections across the Atlantic in relation to senses of loss, but also senses of memory and senses of sort of like history, and you know, and thinking around across time, not just about space, but also across time.
Right. Yeah, that makes so much sense, because I think, you know, Black diasporic work is so much layering that happens, that even if the specific reference, the tops of trees, is not directly related to, let's say, you know, U.S. slavery, Reconstruction, and or lynching that came during that time period, there's still so much within that similar. It's a kind of Black fungibility that then has to be negotiated through Black memorialization practices and art practices that reflect that as well, and that will, of course, be familiar across diasporic spaces, geographies, right? Yeah, I think that's one of the things that it makes it feel like a secret that's not. Like, if you know, but highlighting that with subtlety and nuances, what McQueen really does well.
I can't remember what my next image is. Oh, so this is going to small acts. So I've put a range of different images from the actual TV programs within here because I thought we were going to have a sort of discussion about those as well, and specifically trying to sort of think about a sort of like the shift between thinking about masculinity in a wider sense, and then thinking about how on the sort of smaller screen, Steve McQueen has sort of inscribed things around femininity and especially sort of like Black male to female sort of like closeness with, especially within something like Lovers Rock. But I think maybe I'm going to go forward to your slides and then you can sort of like talk about your choice. So I'm going to keep going. So you have to tell me when we get there.
Magic. Ah, so pretty.
Oh, should I go back?
So now, how do you make that play?
Do we know how we make this play?
Do we have to? Maybe we can't make it play. All right, so I gave you like the little 2-minute clip. For those of you who maybe haven't seen it, you really should. This is like one of my favorite films, and that's really saying a lot for McQueen to say that this is one of my favorite films of McQueen's. So, ostensibly you have like a birthday party, somebody's turning 18 and, she's entering her sexual and emotional maturity, and you have this kind of glorious enclosure outside of the gaze of whiteness. Everything that has the gaze of whiteness happens literally outside of that. that party space, and you have the negotiation of gender, intimacy, movement, freedom, release. There's so much being released in the context of that party. And for a short film, it does a lot of work. I've been just telling people when it first came out, go see it, and like it does everything that you are looking to have done in a film that contains itself and wraps itself around Black diasporic culture, Black British culture in the 80s, and then the way that Black people have to, create spaces for themselves when those spaces are not available elsewhere, and then look at the space, that ends up being created.
I mean, I think what's interesting for me is that there have been, it's not as if there haven't been representations, but there haven't been representations like this that have really been felt so intimate and so, I suppose, lovingly produced in the sense of really celebrating the culture in all its diversity from within it, right? So you really feel that this is somebody who knows about it or who's basing it on a lot of research, a lot of collaboration. And for people that have seen this particular film, I'm going to spoil it for those of you who haven't, so I'm sorry. But for those people who have seen a particular film, I think there's a moment like you, Kimberly, I think it's a really special film, but there's a special moment within the film where I sort of feel as if the cast itself goes rogue on Steve, right? Whereby suddenly, they're dancing and thing, and then suddenly, the sound goes off, and they just go for it. And so, and the cameraman and everybody, and they do it. But it's an amazing 2 or 3 minutes of just complete and utter absorption. That's both on screen, but it's also within them. So it's almost like you're not on the film set, you're not in the film. They have just taken over. It's a bit like, you may think this is your film, but it's ours. This is our experience, our culture, and we're really reveling in this moment of having a chance to really express ourselves. And it sort of like leaps off at you off the screen, and you are sort of like really cheering them on for it as well. And I think that's a very special moment. It's
the last clip.
Oh, right, okay.
We can go to that. We have just one more. The one that's silent. Oh, yeah. No.
Is this a clip?
Yeah, but it has no sound. So I turned the sound off for this clip in particular because the whole episode, but this scene reminded me of a section of jazz where the character Alice Manfred is trying to figure out what's going on, with Black people. And she decides, no, it wasn't the war and the disgruntled veterans. It wasn't the droves and droves of colored people flocking to paychecks and streets full of themselves. It was the music, the dirty, get on down music. The women sang and the men played, and both danced to Close and Shameless or Wild, or Apart and Wild. It made me do unwise and disorderly things. Just hearing it was like violating the law. So that's the scene that immediately came to mind, because there's something about jazz, blues in this moment in the 1920s for the novel jazz that this person is trying to fully understand that they can't fully understand, because it's, in her opinion, like flowing through the music and therefore cannot really be stopped, and therefore also cannot be redeemed. This is a very church woman. And there's something that's there here as well, because at the end of I'm not spoiling anything, but at the end of this, Martha goes off to church, and there are a series of people in there that are going off to church in a very similar way, maybe with very similar clothing.
Yeah. And, I think interestingly, it was actually based on a story about, like, I don't know, one of Steve's relatives or relations or something that he knew that had somebody close to him used to sort of like, jump out the window and go off, which, go to these parties. So I think, that it does make sense. And so
the last one is
okay.
That's the final clip, the one where they're singing.
Yeah.
That's up to you.
Okay. Okay. And so what I also think as well, going back to, I can't remember us, Smooth's talking about sort of like TV and the sort of lack of representations of Black people, I think today and also yesterday. And I think that it's these sorts of images that you don't see. You might see a black couple, but you definitely don't see a black couple, even if they're in an advert, sort of like canoodling and being so sort of like close and intimate together. And
Right.
again, it's sort of like you can't unsee them as well, these images now. They'll be always there. They'll always be in the sort of like, you know, the BBC archives, you know, that you can actually go back to. And it's about the sort, I suppose, the collectivity of representing that, because it's not just like one or two academics noticing that we don't have these things. It's like generations of black people, both you know, both in the UK and also in the US, who suddenly start thinking, well, where are those images of these parties, those times, those experiences of the communities? And I think that you know, what the Small Acts did was really, I know each generation of filmmakers sort of like reimagines the world in their own image to a certain extent, but this really did sort of like change the way in which people started to remember their contemporary histories.
Right.
Right. And I think, you know, for me, that was very important. So there's a sort of like remembrance through an absence that is, you know, inscribed in this work, consciously inscribed in this work in relation to what, you know, what Steve McQueen was doing, especially with Small Acts, but also that sort of sense of the sort of like much more diasporic remembrance and really positioning himself and, you know, being aware of himself in the world with all that sort of like very hybrid history of Caribbean parents within the UK, growing up in Ealing, amongst a range of different nationalities, of which Irish people were sort of like a large part, and thinking about what you're seeing on TV, what you're not seeing on TV, what you understand, what you would like to see. All of those sorts of things, I think, are really completely condensed, really, in that sort of like series.
And there's nothing that, maybe that's what it was, it's like the subtlety of having this be, this is the second episode, right, of Small Acts. The subtlety of having it offered to you as a reminder of everything that people like you have been through under the rubric of a birthday party, right? Unleashing all of that and all that that might mean to people, what you survived and what your people survived in order for you to be here is something that you should be able to celebrate. It's not something to pretend never happened or wasn't important because it was.
There's also that sense in which you're bringing sort of like memories to life, but you're putting them out there not to be the most prescriptive and the only ones, but sort of like saying, well, I've done this, it's up to you to do another or your version or whatever. And I think, again, there hasn't been a critical mass of that material before. And so on one level, I think I've been thinking about it when I've been listening to the papers, and it's that I suddenly thought, gosh, there's such a burden of representation. And that was one of the things that when people were first getting involved in making film, actively making films, making moving images, were trying to get away from the idea of the burdens of representation. But literally, it's almost like, it's not that Steve McQueen's become an industry in that sense, but it's almost like, well, it's acceptable if it goes through Steve, right? But it's, you know, and he, I feel, is trying to make it really open for everybody. And that sort of like collectivity of always wanting to be working with other people, always, you know, insisting on like having a black crew, for example, or as many black people as possible of the crew to be black. People haven't spoken so much about that, but that's a really, really important aspect of his insistence. And, you know, other people have talked about his uncompromising nature in relation to the installation, or what he's sort of like demanding in relation to a whole range of different sort of the way how his work's installed. But equally, he brings that rigor and has brought that rigor to what he's expecting in relation to the production process as well. And I think all of those things are really important. And it feels that. It feels it's inscribed in the work, because you really feel it feels different to other representations that I've seen of similar ideas.
Yeah. And I don't know how much of this has to do with him coming art into the more popular medium of television. I'm not sure. But I do know that, you know, if it's a Steve McQueen production that holds a certain level of power. It means something very specific, and maybe that makes other things a little bit more malleable, and they wouldn't be so much in other hands. I don't know. But, yeah.
Do you want to?
Oh, the final scene?
Yeah.
Yes, let's do. It's
And we can have-
probably my scene.
Sorry, I didn't know you had
That's
that.
it. Yeah.
Is this the one?
Yep.
Okay. I mean, it seems to sort of like incorporate so many of the things that also that's come up in the conference around the sort of like the long take, the sort of like just, you know, giving dignity to the subject, just going with what's in front of you, but yet making something so poetic and exquisite from what's going on, having set up the dynamics and the possibilities, and not being too precious about the work within this context, right? So there may be an insistence on how it's displayed and etc. But there is a sort of like a, you know, a real, you know, camaraderie that seems to be there between the director and also, and a trust. There's a real trust that you see established within the you know, that particular scene, but also the whole of the series. There's a, you know, which I think is really important to talk about.
Even the conflict, you know, Martha coming out to assist Cynthia when she has trouble with this person, Bammy. And then the other Martha and her cousin and the issues that they have, it's all contained within this one space and taken care of within this one space. And it very simply says that, you know, Black people can handle Black people, and Black people can work out, you know, issues among and across Black people. And then there's that moment in the party when Clifton, the cousin, just starts, you know, dancing. He's still like deeply mourning his mother's death, and that's why he's hurt by Martha, and it all makes sense, and people just give him room in that space to just figure out whatever he needs to figure out, release whatever he needs to release. It really is. Did not need to be named, labeled. It did not need to be marked. He did not need to be removed. He just needed some space.
And I think in relation to that and the sort of like thinking about representation, it's as experimental as anything that may have been shown as a sort of like, you know, like the 11th hour that was sort of like invoked, which was a sort of like experimental space given over to artists. There'd been interventions within broadcast television where artists have been given space to sort of like make a certain lengths of films. But imagine if you sort of like gone out on a Sunday night, come back, oh, I wonder what's on telly, and you turned on and that came on at, you know, you thought the 10 o'clock news was going to be on and you had that. Now, either you're going to be appalled or you're just going to be thinking, oh God, you died and gone to heaven, right? I know which one I would, which opinion I would have. But I think that all of that, again, I think it's not only about the trust with them, with McQueen and the artists, but it's also the broadcasters as well, because they're never backward about coming forward about telling you can't do anything and you know the proper ways to do things. But I think that there's a sort of like singularity around McQueen's approach to what he wants, which they trusted that he knew that he you know he would deliver, and that they let him do it. Because I couldn't imagine, and I still can't imagine, that there would be too many things that look like that scene in the history of sort of British broadcasting.
Yeah, I can't even imagine it. I thought it was like a pandemic accident or something, but this has been in the works so this is not about everybody being locked in. That's about viewership, but not about the production. Or can I also say, like, the gradation of skin tones that is all captured, that I don't know exactly how, but just beautiful. Nobody loses anything with their complexions in this, even with the colors that they're wearing. It's really remarkable.
And you were saying something about, was it foreground? Were you talking about looking at things with the background or the foreground, or?
Is that today? Because
I don't know if it was, I think we were talking earlier and you were saying something about the way in which you were looking at things. I know that definitely somebody in the presentation was talking about background and foreground, but within the context of red, white and blue. And then you were talking about how you were looking at the work as somebody coming from the States.
Really? Oh no, yes. So I was saying there was such an air of familiarity for me, being formerly one of the children who would have been sleeping upstairs with a bunch of coats on top of me. But that is exactly the kind of party that I remember not being allowed to go to, though it was in the house. The kids weren't allowed to go. So there's something very familiar. Even the setting up of the boom boxes, all of that was just all of that was very familiar to me. Maybe that's what it was.
Yeah, I think it was something else.
It could be
Never mind. Never mind.
It could be something else. Yeah. So for me, this particular film is just such a Black enclosure that I think that there's so much that you can do with just this one, because we're not, for this film, we're really not talking about external acts of violence, white supremacy coming into the space. We're talking about the space being contained for the length of the film, and people, practicing joy, interacting, intimacies, and then the Black gaze, the way that Black people are looking at Black people in this film, the way that they are deeply looking at Black people, that we don't get to see that often represented.
I can't remember people who know about music will probably be, I just can't remember, I think there's a Marvin Gaye cover that sort of like has a whole range of different people dancing that reminds me, and that close-up scene within the Lovers Rock reminds me of that album cover.
I'm seeing the album.
Yeah, and I just can't remember. Yeah, people will send in and tell me. Anyway, I just can't remember it, but it reminds me of that. So it's a way in which those sorts of sensibilities get visited in different areas of visual representation, but yet not in the one that is coming into people's homes.
That's right.
That often, right? And I think again, it's about those sorts of like restrictions of where and when you're allowed to be visible, where and when people are allowed to, and who's allowed to make those constructions. And again, for me, McQueen just cuts across that. It's a bit like, oh, I'm just making this.
Something.
Yeah. But and I'm saying that in admiration as opposed to
absolutely.
And there was a quote he just says, "Oh, a lot of my work is about the beauty of recording," and he sort of, and I think that he just loves what he does in that sort of way, because he's trying to do those images that he feels that that needs to be seen, or that he knows that he hasn't seen.
Right.
And I think that that's what's important.
Yeah. I agree.
And just one last observation, as we're talking about the small screen, is that I don't know whether I don't think it was on the slides that I gave in to Gemma, but there's a short speech of the acceptance, because Uprising's won the BAFTA for 2022 for the best series, factual series. And there's a whole range of different people from the production team and the survivors that are on stage. And they're basically their story had been ignored for 40 years by at least broadcast media, not by everybody. Right. And survivors are on the stage, and they're sort of like saying, thank you, and really, really happy to be heard. And then Steve McQueen comes on, and he just very quietly, but just says how it's really important to campaign for the broadcasters, and it's really important for, one of the things about the sort of work that he's doing specifically, I presume, on television, is about bringing communities together, And I was thinking about that when I was looking at Elisabeth's comments to one of the last questions around, there's all these possibilities that he sets up, but it's also about bringing people together, and I think that that's really important.
Yeah, and any way we can open up the big and the small screen to more, to be more inclusive, especially of perspectives and points of view, can't be a bad thing, but it is treated as if it's something that would disrupt whatever it is that we think we have in its place. So I think it just makes sense, but then when that's uttered, it sounds strange.
Yeah. I think what we're gonna do now is open it up for either questions or comments or observations, not just about what we've said, but maybe anything that's come up or come to mind about the day or the sessions as a whole. We'll probably start again and talk about a whole range of other, because we haven't spoken about all the work by any means. If you think about, we've had a day and a bit of talking about Steve McQueen, and we haven't actually mentioned a lot of work that he's produced. No, no, no.
Can't control this. We could play more music.
Yeah, we were going to get everyone up to dance to that last track. And
sing.
Oh, and sing. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, thinking through the last couple of days and everything.
Yeah.
My mind is awash with so many ideas and thoughts. And I just have to, Karen, I love that comment you made about how they went rogue, because I just was, as I was watching the second round of it, I just thought, oh yeah, they're going rogue. It's just so great. They're in such reverie. It's really kind of wonderful. And I do know that that was the new recent, I think that was the first time Steve had worked with this new cinematographer, who was relatively young, and he had said it was as if he was looking through his eyes. He just had an intuitive approach, and he just knew, like, they connected on some incredible level. And I think I don't want to misstate, but I think the cinematographer was relatively young, and that really comes across. You know, I mean, I think that there's just, you know, it's interesting because the title, when you were talking about the real and the fabricated, I just thought the title of your session, this idea of how there is always this germ of the real in the work. And I was thinking about how we talked about yesterday, I think, about these threads of biography and how it's evolved from, you know, the ones where McQueen appears in the films or his videos, let's say. And then he disappears again, but then he reappears, because Small Axe definitely, you know, is very autobiographical on many levels. You know, and then of course now with Sunshine State, he appears in a whole different way. And, you know, I don't know where, you know, we don't know where he's, you know, going next with things, but this way in which he's capable of doing things that they never stay at that level of self-involvement. You know, there's this generosity that, and we were talking earlier in the session, it's earlier about the openness that happens and this complication that takes place. There's never resolution. But, you know, I just can't imagine him. It's like the two practices are so intertwined that, you know, we were talking earlier that we can't really think of of an artist who has been this successful in being able to work in both those realms and to work within feature film, because that is probably way more demanding than what the art world sets out in terms of what one has to deal with on the making of it, and it's a very collaborative process. However, making art is really tough too. So, but the two practices are two sides of things. You know, it's sort of, it's hard to say that it's this or that, and yet the audiences are very different and the venues are very different. But I really can't think of another artist who has somehow managed to occupy these spaces with such incredible force and success. There are a lot of artists who've made films, some one-offs. And I just think, you know, this intertwining of the history of cinema, the history of art making, and yet in ways you cannot pull apart. I mean, we could analyze and say something about, you know, Deadpan, or talk about, you know, Martin Scorsese, or all these, and yet they're so tightly woven together, you know, the artistry and the form, you know, such an understanding of form and construction. It's really what just, makes them so extraordinary to watch and think about, and all the issues that he's, I think there's such an appeal to, a fairly broad audience, and yet also has this incredible specificity at the same time. So I want to, this has been an amazing period to think about, and I don't think there's been anything quite like this. I don't think there's ever been a real symposium that that delves so deeply into McQueen's work. I think this is the beginning, frankly.
Yeah. Did you?
Oh, no. Oh, no, I was just going to say, agreed.
No, I agree. That's what I was going to say. But I also think that, one of the things is about, I suppose there's such an honesty. It's not that there's truth, but there's an honesty about the approach. And it's almost like that's all that, it's not all that he can do, but that's the best way that, he approaches everything in the best way that he can approach it to say what he wants to say. That's the first thing. I also think that because he's working at that level of the visual and the world that we're in, there's an unpacking of sort of like very particular moments that happens within the short films. And yet we have these sorts of like also very potent moments within the longer films that are sort of like elongated in this sort of like very sort of like strange way within within feature length work. But he's also incredibly fixated about how he inscribes himself as one of the audience members as well. So he's sort of like producing the work that he wants to see. And it's, Alice Walker's talking about, writing books that she wants to read, it's that type of thing. And he wants to see those things. And so he produces them. And I think it's just, he's been lucky enough, and I hope he realizes he's lucky as well, fantastically talented artists, but also can get the resources, because one of the things that, somebody like Derek Jarman, for example, all his working life was scrambling around trying to get the money to make the films, right? And that's not, I'm not saying that Steve hasn't had to fight to get money, but he's not doing the film, he's doing an artwork, he's doing, whereas, Derek Jarman, my memory was always of his struggles to actually get funding to do the work. And if you talk about, to other independent filmmakers, that is what's happening, even if they're experimental or if they're making feature films. Now, I'm not saying that, he doesn't have to do that, but it doesn't seem evident in the rhetoric of how it is and the proliferation of the work that's coming out, right? And so I think that's something whereby you can sort of, in a way, just go on to the next project, go on to the next project, and go on to the next project in a way that doesn't seem to be as open to people. And maybe people are just slower and he's quicker and he gets more, but I don't know. I think there is something around that. But, I know in the past for people who are described as independent filmmakers, it's been so much harder to get funding. And, and that and it's great that he's with the gallery very early on and he's, produced work in the way that he has. Before, and I think because he was outside of broadcast and mainstream productions, and maybe even away from the UK as well, that's helped. There's lots and lots of things that actually make he's quite unique, even though in other ways the work and he and himself and how he's sort of like atypical and typical at the same time, in the sense that he represents a generation. And that's why a lot of people sort of like, oh, Steve, because they sort of like inscribe themselves into him. But he's very atypical of a lot of people as well. But he's very approachable in relation to, it feels sort of like touchy-feely. And then you read all these journalists sort of like saying, well, he didn't like that question. I asked him that and he didn't want to answer that. And I always think, really? Very prickly. You just think, was he? And so it's quite interesting. So it's almost like, in the same way that he's got a sort of like a range of different approaches to work, and what he does in the gallery, what he does on TV, what he does for sort of like independent cinema. He's also got different modes of how he deals with people in the world as well.
Because we were talking earlier at the break, and that is this kind of what I'll call quiet activism. You know, he's a very potent voice, I know, in the UK on Black representation. Even if you go to the Lammas Park, which is the website for his production company, you know, he was involved in a campaign for men and prostate cancer, and advocating for men to not be shy about this. And so there's a certain, you know, he's not a warrior. He's just, he takes positions on things that are deeply felt. And he's got this integrity about the way he does it. And he doesn't broadcast, you know, any of that. And, you know, that is another component, I think. Or it's all wound together, you know, it's all together. You can't separate out, you know, any of those things. And so, you know, and even what you're saying about, you know, he can be prickly and he can be kind of a teddy bear, like as a person in that sort of way, but because he's formidable and he's also uncompromising. And so when you get to the issues of funding, you know, he'll walk away if it's going to compromise what the vision is. And so I think it's, you know, that kind of integrity also that you feel when you see the work, whether it's in the gallery or whether it's in a cinema. You know, there is something that happens, and I can't imagine what it's like to hold on to that if you're doing something that has, you know, a production budget beyond, let's say, what most independent films have. You know, that takes conviction and a certain kind of strength, frankly, to, you know, to stay with all of that. So, you know, yeah, I just think there's so much more to, you know, it's a delight to see also people here from, you know, the Academy who are doing an analysis of the work, you know, because, I mean, I'm curious from your perspective about, there are some people here from the world of film studies, but I'm curious is that an exception, or are there a lot of people within the world of film studies who study Steve's films? I know in the art world, the people that are engaged in analysis of, you know, of the film, of the let's say the gallery practice, as well as what happens in the art world, in the film world. But can you talk a little bit about that or say something?
The thing is, I suppose because I'm now working at an art school, it's hard to think about it. But I think, I mean, the way in which when I was working at the BFI, people were really engaged in his work, partly, I think, because there's so few British films that get made by British directors. So he is of interest because he does get films made. But I think, yeah, of course, I think, you know, there's a lot of interest. And, you know, there's so few British filmmakers who do things, you know, who are making films continuously. Do you know what I mean? It's like people make a film, then they don't make one for a while, and then it comes to, you know, he'll make another one. Whereas actually, he's one of the few British filmmakers who are making films on a continuous basis, and I think that that's really important. And so people start studying you once you've got more than two or three films, just generally.
Yeah.
You know, I can say that so much of the impetus for this day was drawn out of my own slight irritation at the fact that he comes to the fore for so many people because of the feature films.
Right.
And, you know, I understand it. Like, I completely get it. But I think that as a scholar of this period, meaning British 20th century art, that sense that someone is only constituted once they become popular is fascinating, right? And that happens quite a lot. And and I have to say that if you're looking at the whole of the 20th century, I mean, the same is true for Henry Moore. You know, Henry Moore becomes constituted, you know, in terms of his renown once he has a show at MoMA in the early 50s. There's a great deal of work before and after. And so there's part of what I feel like I had hoped for this day was to both give a sense of, for a larger audience, you know, where McQueen had actually come from.
Yeah.
But also to go back to, I think, something that was said earlier, this way in which we do tend to want to see that there is progression in this career, and that Steve's not giving us that. So he's not saying, well, I used to do video and now I've moved into film and now I've made it. That's not what's happening. We're having this back and forth. And I think, even the installation that we have here is hopefully a subtle sort of nod at the fact that we're still looking at someone who thinks of himself as a fine artist.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And I would even love to hear a kind of antagonistic point about maybe, maybe the films are actually in service to the art.
That's right.
I don't know that we need to point any, part of his against each other, but I want the whole of it to be considered in an interesting way. But I think it's also, the broader piece here is that we have trouble as a society, and I think this is not just a national thing, it's also international. We have trouble dealing with people who play well outside of their lane.
That's right.
Yeah.
Can you really do more than one thing well, equally, and without comparison to the other? Are they always contingent? Are they always dependent?
But I do think his work is having a dialogue across the forms in which you actually see the work. I definitely do think that. I think, for him, whereas what he represents within, say, like somewhere like, an art school is that, I'm I can make a film and I can do this and I can do that. But they can't. But they sort of think the doing of it is what they need to replicate, not actually the content, the concentration, and so I think that's what happens. And so, because people think film's very glamorous, right? And people think that, there's money to be made in art, and they have these opinions, and it's a bit like, what, you're making films and you're an artist? Whoa, I want to be like that. And yet they don't actually, as you say, understand where it comes from, thinking about how I think a lot of the work is interrelated. There's series of things, so in relation to like the Remember Me, Ashes, the Broken Column, to a certain extent, things with the lynching tree, it's talking about one sort of ideas around sort of mourning and loss and all of those things in different ways through different artworks. And I think that the looking at duration, looking at, say, something like Static, looking at Lumina, I mean, they're so different, but they're all incredibly strong pieces of work. It's not just like, oh, we've done this and we'll put that in. They're incredibly arresting, they're incredibly, you could have a whole day talking about one piece of work, I think. And so that's the strength of it. But people, I think, sometimes don't recognize that. They just think it's easy to do. One, because it's film or it's lens-based media, because that's the other thing. It's all, it's easy. And they don't understand the sort of like the rigor of the intent, and they don't really, and they're not cognizant of those histories that actually his work can absolutely link up to in relation to sort of different forms of art making.
Yeah. I think what you said, both of you said, this playing outside your lane, and we don't have that many models who do that. So it is interesting as a cultures, there's this tendency to label and to limit. You're either this or you're that, and I do think that I'm sure there are people waiting for him to fail within that. You can't do all of that. And so, I of course, my work on Warhol, I would go back to that Warholian model of an artist who was able to sort of navigate a variety, of worlds. And I do think that there is a limitation of how we want to see an artist or we want to see a feature filmmaker. But you almost have to choose. And he's sort of like, why? Why do I have to choose? I mean, he does both things, and he does them incredibly well. Right. So I do think that there's, part of it is, as you say, people think, oh, well, it's easy. And I think you're right about, getting the funding to do things. It's not like it just happens. I think 12 Years a Slave opened some doors, not all doors for him, but when it, to get a Best Picture Oscar and to achieve that level definitely had an impact. But, I still think it's, not always easy, particularly because he has such integrity about things. But, I think what you've said is right about how we tend to look, whether it's the art world or the film world, has certain biases about and preconceptions about how someone is supposed to function. And you stay in that lane or you stay in that lane. And he's just like saying, I'm doing what I'm doing. I also do think on some level, maybe it's just my own belief, but I think his work would never be what it is had he not started from the art side. And I know you feel that way too, Hannah. Maybe you want to say a little bit more.
Well, I just think that there's so many ways in which, especially within the UK, doors are sort of like shut before you've even knocked on them to a certain extent in relation to who's allowed to be in the room, or even be in those sorts of like conversations. And so I think that the way, I think within the UK, if you come with something, if you come with a prize or a label or whatever, I think that people then respect you more and than they would if you didn't. That's obviously it's not how it goes. So easy. But I definitely think that if he'd started off in film, traditional film, because remember, he's never really been to film school. He hasn't sort of like done the training in relation to making TV and in that sort of traditional way. I think that it's a bit like get in line type of thing. That's what would have happened, because it's not your moment, or we haven't decided that we're going to let you in. And the British film industry and media industries endlessly, it's littered with initiatives around getting more Black people, getting more women, getting more, and where are they?
And how long do they
where
last?
are they? And so, the best known British director is somebody who didn't go to film school, who didn't, so it becomes this sort of like way in which he's sort of like the exception which proves the rule.
Okay, he didn't go to film school, but he did go to art school.
Yes.
He did, yeah.
And so I wonder if there is film school for training, the training of film school for someone like Steve, and by someone like Steve, I mean somebody his exact age, would have been in Beaconsfield. That would have been the most like obvious kind of, place to go, right? And so wouldn't the kind of film that he is making now be more likely culled from the set of skills that one might have attained from having gone to art school for his generation? It's a question, it's not a...
It may well be, but the sorts of things that he puts into the films wouldn't be, right? So, people come out quite... they aren't uninteresting filmmakers, I'm not saying that, but I just feel that there is a sort of like a way in which the way the system works, they want to anoint you. And I think what happens within sort of that funding is that he's not somebody that was anointed. That's not to say that you can...
That part I get. Maybe this is a Stuart. I want to shift. I want to ask though, like, can you not get a training, or could you not at his age have gotten a training in art school that would have made you more well-rounded to be able to do this? That's what I mean. I don't mean like, because we're saying, okay, he doesn't have the training, right, to be a filmmaker, but like, there's an interdisciplinary training that's happening in art school just at the moment for somebody who's born, in the late 60s, going to school in the 80s, that he, it's the opening up of, the post-dip AD, the opening up of that disciplinary function means that he might have gotten, in the way that, say, if you were in another place and you received a liberal arts degree and you end up being a lawyer, right?
Yeah,
because you've got a wider range of skills, you can do more, you then get a wider range of options.
Right.
Yeah. I think that,
I mean, just to quickly answer, for me, it's less about the education system and more the pretty impressive infrastructure that exists in the UK for funding, but not just funding, like mechanisms of training for production skills for artists, which really does not exist, certainly in the US. And so Film London, for instance, has a whole platform called Flamin, where they are literally training artists and giving them the resources and training them how to work with a crew and do things that you don't learn in art school. But then I would also go back to the question of the structuralist filmmakers, because most of them were painters. They weren't trained as filmmakers. You know, and then the co-op was littered with, you know, Malcolm LeGrice and Peter Goodall and all of these people that really were painters. They were not filmmakers. So I don't think, you know, Steve is coming from a place of professionalism. I think he's coming from a place of deep intellectualism. And somehow, you know, through his persistence and focus and ambition and drive, has, you know, landed in an industry that demands a kind of professionalism that I think his talent exceeds, you know, because it's just the vision is so clear and he's finding the means to deliver it, whether it is in the gallery or in the cinema or, you know, in the living room now.
Yeah, I want to kind of echo on that part of coming from a background of painting and the split, the dichotomy between film school, art school. Ultimately, I believe, and as he said before, it's about creating in this image. And I think this image creation and this ability to create an image in one's mind and then portray it on any medium is best kind of maybe learned in an art school, and particularly in a painting program that I think you might have come from. And I think about this question a lot of how does one create an image these days, and how does one think about creating images? And I think in general, you know, from Hunger, from Illuminae to Static to others, it's about focusing upon this specific image that is in his mind. And I think this image quality, this ability to create an image, comes from a painterly background and that ambition to kind of create paintings originally that then fed into him just making images through the media of film. So I feel like, to answer, maybe you think about your question, that the ability to make a film or to make these artistic films, both feature or museum institutional quality, really comes back to this question of image creation from an art school perspective. Yeah, I think. I think like I have a strong relationship to kind of painters and painter education in general, and particularly how it relates to image creation production today. And I think that, I think it's a contentious argument, but I think there's one to be made for art school and painting programs that kind of embeds an artist into how to make a composition and structure in any media. So, yeah.
It seems to me that he's been kind of consistently uncompromising. So maybe art school came to him, or maybe he came to art school, but maybe, you know, nothing was corrupted or scraped away there that wasn't already cemented in space. And I say this as somebody who asked him a question and he was salty. But I understand. Because
now she's revealing it.
It was a simple question. Yeah. But I did, you know, in the context of that, he gave a talk at ICA a few years ago, and some film student was like, well, I'm wrestling with this camera over this camera, and it's really expensive. And he was just so frustrated. He was just like, use the camera that's available. Like, this is not a problem. And I think about that when I think about, you know, he probably had the thing that you couldn't disrupt no matter what you do, right? So film school, art school, Steve McQueen.
I think it is interesting, you know, there's a number, and you know, I probably can't remember them because I haven't watched enough films, but you know, Isaac went to art school, John went to, you know, so you can name the most prominent, some of the most prominent British people who are known within independent film, and they've been to art school, right? You know, somebody like Assis Kapadia was at art school, he was at the RCA, he wasn't at a film school, right? So it's interesting.
Yeah, I know, you know, we have like a bunch of them in the US who never went to film school at all and didn't go to art school either.
But what the film people, a lot of times want, though, I mean, you know, there's a lot of resources and money that goes into training up the next generations of filmmakers.
I just wanted to add something to this question about the painterly qualities of McQueen's work, which I think are obvious, and his attention to texture in particular, I think comes from having trained as a painter. So that was just a kind of comment. I also do have a question, if I could be cheeky. I want to come back to this question of the burden of representation because it was evoked before, and I think it is an important thing to mention in relation to McQueen. And when he was interviewed by the historian David Olusoga, he said, sometimes I want the burden, give it to me. How would you interpret that?
I would probably say the burden is there anyway. I would say that that sounds like something that I would say because I know that there's no way around. We haven't figured out how to not have marginalized subjects bear the burden of representation no matter what they do. I think that's part of what's really refreshing and interesting to listen to McQueen answer questions, actually to see the interviews after 12 Years a Slave where it's like people in this country maybe discovered him for the first time, didn't really know that much about him. So everything was kind of brand new, so the questions were utterly ridiculous. And just seeing him attempt to have a straight face while he has to engage in something that you wouldn't do to another director, in other words. So, yeah, I think that's one way to stop that conversation by saying, give me the burden, knowing it's coming anyway. That's my guess.
I would probably agree with that to a certain extent, yeah. But it is something that a lot of filmmakers, Stuart's got a question.
This is a complete tangent to a different direction, but just something that I'll be mulling over for a while now, following all this really productive 2 days. But a few things that are sort of haunting my mind from several presentations, from Delinda's discussion of Milevich's Black Square to Hamza's mention of Popel. And I said to a few of you, but when we did the show with Popel at MoMA, the entry wall had a hole cut into the wall that was the exact dimensions of Milevich's Black Square and was effectively a square, but then it was what Popel calls a lack, that a hole or blackness is a lack, and but it is also a conduit, and that it is pure duration. And so this question of duration in the work, I don't feel we've totally discussed enough yet for this event. But then that gets me to thinking about Chantal Akerman and Ernie Gare and so many other filmmakers he's obsessed with. But then the other thing is the Gonzalez-Torres reference that keeps coming up. So when Donna and I were speaking earlier, we were both agreeing that really, Steve comes out of conceptual art. So it's not just painting, it's not just the image, it's not the painterly, it's not the film industry. He's really coming out of a question of dematerialization. And then we get into the question of darkness and his utter confidence in having no image, but just having space and darkness and lack. And that, yes, the images will then at some point enter into the encounter, but he is completely comfortable with silence, with darkness. I mean, this is super radical. And so I hope someone will write a really brilliant thesis at some point on his relationship to conceptualism, because I think it really does double down on the links to Gonzalez-Torres and many others. But I would love to hear Huey Copeland talk about him in relationship to Black conceptualism and, how he sees him in line with, Glenn Ligon and Lorna Simpson and roughly his generation of artists. And I think there's probably a lot there to think about, which, I will definitely be mulling over myself. But, I would love to hear thoughts from others too, if that chimes with their take.
He just seems to be very comfortable with things that other people or you might think are uncomfortable. And I think that that's, important as well. He doesn't shy away from the uncomfortableness of things at all. Of subject matter, of going down the mine to do the miners, stillness, quietness. I would agree with you a lot around that. You got a question?
I just wanted to sort of pick up on that too, and Stuart's saying we haven't talked enough about duration. And one thing I was thinking about that is a through line through his art films and his feature films and his cinematic television is that long take that we've sort of mentioned and then gone away from again, but that often leaves, I feel, a feeling of discomfort in the viewer, that you're waiting for it to end, and like you're thinking, why is it still going? Like, can we finish with that now? Like, what's happening?
Yeah.
And that he is quite comfortable to put that on the viewer for them to really have to think and reflect about what is going on, why am I uncomfortable with this, what is happening here in terms of narrative, what is happening here in terms of anything inner and emotional. And I think that's a real power of his work.
Yeah.
I think it's very different in the cinema than it is on television, though, because the long take in the cinema, I can't remember how long that famous take in Hunger is.
3.5 minutes, something like that.
No, in Hunger,
sorry.
How much?
16.
Yeah, and in TV, I mean, if 30 seconds is long on television, so 3 minutes is really, very long as well. But I don't know whether it's about making people feel discomfort as opposed to paying attention.
Which I think it's a spectrum almost there.
Maybe he's anticipating discomfort for some and not so much for others.
Exactly.
And then
I
deciding.
would agree.
Yeah.
And that often too, it's about contentious subject matter when he chooses to do those frames too.
Right.
That long holding shot is often related to violence, something either political or physical, something that is not right with the world, as it were.
Yeah.
It's not scenes generally of like establishing shots of beautiful bucolic scenes. It's like things have gone awry and you should pause and take note.
Yeah,
really.
That's right.
So like with that scene with Curatorial,
Yeah, and it does give, because my attraction to his films, began because they are so still. They remind me of photography, and I think I can enter a conversation about what photography cannot allow because of its kind of static form, but that a film that doesn't move much gives you. That's what the scene in 12 Years a Slave does. It's torturous, but you can actually see across each of those clips. The duration just continues. It just goes on. So that's something a photograph can't do for me in the same way that the film does. So that's what I appreciate. So the films I'm interested in are always very much like that, where they're holding still. I think.
Oh shit, sorry. On that note, I'm really sorry. That wasn't to wake you all up by any means, but I'm very, very sorry about that, Tech. But I wanted to also thank everybody for their contributions over the past 2 days. To thank Kimberly, to thank the organising team and Courtney and all the fantastic speakers, and those of you who've joined us online and the people who've joined us in person. And we've got lots and lots of food for thought and things to discuss another time, but definitely over a drink as well. So I just want to applaud everybody. Thank you.